A Commentary on Heidegger's Being and Time, Division I. Hubert L. Dreyfus. Preface. Introduction, Why Study Being and Time? 1. Heidegger's Substantive Introduction. 2. Heidegger's Methodological Introduction. 3. A Preliminary Sketch of Being in the World. 4. Availableness and Occurrentness. 5. Worldliness. 6. Heidegger's Critique of Recent Versions of Cartesianism. 7. Spatiality and Space. 8. The Who of Everyday Dasein. 9. The Threefold Structure of Being in. 10. Affectedness. 11. Understanding. 12. Telling and Sense. 13. Falling. 14. The Care Structure. 15. Philosophical Implications of a Hermeneutics of Everydayness. Appendix, Kierkegaard, Division 2, and later Heidegger. Hubert L. Dreyfus and Jane Rubin. Notes. Index. This commentary has been circulating in gradually changing versions for over 20 years. It started in 1968 as a set of Hubert lecture notes transcribed from my course on Being and Time at the University of California, Berkeley. In 1975 one started circulating my updated lecture notes to students and anyone else who was interested. For a decade thereafter I revised the notes each year, incorporating and responding to what I learned from my students and teaching assistants. By 1985 there were so many requests for the Heidegger transcripts that I was encouraged to transform them into a book. The first draft of the book was finished in time for a 1988 NEH Summer Institute held at the University of California, Santa Cruz. On the basis of what I learned from colleagues and participants there and during the following summer, when I taught a course on Being and Time at the University of Frankfurt, I did one final revision for this MIT Press edition. About all that has stayed constant over 20 years of revising has been my decision to limit the notes to Division I of Part 1 of Being and Time. I still consider this the most original and important section of the work, for it is in Division I that Heidegger works out his account of being in the world and uses it to ground a profound critique of traditional ontology and epistemology. Division 2 of Part 1, which makes up the rest of what we have of Heidegger's proposed two-part book, Division 3 of Part 1 and all of Part 2 were never published, divides into two somewhat independent enterprises. First, there is the existentialist side of Heidegger's thought, which focuses on anxiety, death, guilt, and resoluteness and which, although highly influential on its own and in its Sartrean version in Being and Nothingness, was, for good reasons, later abandoned by Heidegger himself. And second, there is the laying out of the temporality of human being and of the world, and the grounding of both of these in a more originary temporality whose past, present, and future dimensions are not to be thought of as successive. Although the chapters on originary temporality are an essential part of Heidegger's project, his account leads him so far from the phenomenon of everyday temporality that I did not feel I could give a satisfactory interpretation of the material. Moreover, the whole of Division 2 seemed to me much less carefully worked out than Division I and, indeed, to have some errors so serious as to block any consistent reading. I subsequently learned that when Heidegger was up for the equivalent of tenure, he submitted only Division I for publication, but the Ministry of Education considered it insufficient. He agreed, in exchange for tenure, to publish a hastily finished version of Division 2. In the end, thanks to two of my former students, the book has turned out somewhat differently than I had originally planned. Jane Rubin, who was then teaching the Kierkegaard course at Berkeley, agreed to collaborate with me on an article on Kierkegaard's influence on early Heidegger. At roughly the same time, Berkeley went in the semester system, at which time I decided to add Division 2 to my Being and Time course. Under these conditions I became more and more involved in sorting out the existentialist side of Heidegger, and our article grew into the appendix of this book. With regard to the very difficult chapters on time, I was saved by William Blattner, who, After working on Heidegger as an undergraduate at Berkeley, wrote his doctoral dissertation with John Haugeland at Pittsburgh on Temporality in Kant and Heidegger. His account of temporality in Bain-Gantime pinpoints and corrects Heidegger's confusions and makes sense of even the most difficult passages. When Blattner publishes his work, it will be an important contribution to an understanding of Heidegger on time and can be thought of as completing this commentary. Another event that required radically revising the transcripts was the posthumous publication of Heidegger's lecture courses, including those from the years immediately preceding and following the publication of Being and Time in 1927. History of the Concept of Time, 1925, The Basic Problems of Phenomenology, 1927, and The Metaphysical Foundations of Logic, 1928, cast floods of new light on Heidegger's magnum opus. Many passages that are unintelligible in Being and Time are spelled out in clear and simple terms in the lectures. These new publications also confirmed a hypothesis John Haugeland and I had made in 1978 that Being and Time could be understood as a systematic critique of Husserl's phenomenology, even though Husserl and his basic concept, intentionality, are hardly mentioned in the book. The appearance of Basic Problems, which explicitly undertakes the task of interpreting more radically the phenomena of intentionality and transcendence, seemed a confirmation of our approach. It also justified my emphasis on the non-mentalistic approach to intentionality in Being and Time, which, thanks to the constant friendly opposition of John Searle, already figured prominently in my commentary. When Being and Time was published in 1927, it was immediately recognized as a classic. Perhaps for this reason Heidegger never made any substantive changes to the text, although he did make small stylistic changes in the 14 subsequent reprintings. He also kept several copies of the book in which he made notes correcting passages that had been or could be misunderstood and criticizing the book's substantive claims from the perspective of his later thought. Heidegger's writings are divided by him into two periods, those dating roughly from before 1930, and those written from 1930 on. Quotations from Being and Time in this book are followed by two sets of page numbers. The first, in parentheses, refers to a page of the standard English translation, the second, in brackets, to a page of the standard German. When I quote from Heidegger's marginal notes, I cite the page number from Sinn and Zeit in the Gesamtausgabe Collected Works edition in braces. Chapters in Being and Time are cited with Roman numerals, chapters in this book with Arabic numerals, and a lowercase c for clarity. Being and Time is notoriously hard to translate. Heidegger was determined to avoid the mistaken ontology built into traditional philosophical terms, but he was also convinced that ordinary language was inevitably misleading and had contributed to and reciprocally been corrupted by philosophy. He therefore made up many of his own technical terms. Heidegger's translators have struggled with this problem with varying degrees of success. In the Macquarie-Robinson translation of Being and Time, which is the only one in English, Heidegger's prose is generally well rendered, but many of the technical terms have been translated into English terms that either lack the connotations Heidegger is relying on to get his point across or, worse, have just the connotations Heidegger is trying to avoid. In some cases the translators of the 3 volumes of lectures from the period of Being and Time have come up with better terms, but their diverse ideas only further complicate matters when one needs to assemble quotations from all 4 texts. In the face of these problems, and in the hope of ultimately decreasing rather than augmenting the number of English variations in print for each German term, John Haugeland, William Blattner, and I have made an attempt to standardize our terminology. I have tried to keep to this agreement, though in some contexts I have felt forced to strike out on my own. Thus the occasional use of the word I in the following list of modifications of the standard translations. Augenblick means literally the glance of an eye. It is Luther's translation of the biblical twinkling of an eye in which ve shall be changed. Kierkegaard uses Augenblick as a technical term that is translated as the moment. Since Heidegger derives his usage from Kierkegaard, I shall translate Augenblick not as the moment of vision but simply as the moment. Ausrichtung can mean directionality, but in context orientation seems more appropriate. Befindlichkeit is not an ordinary German word but is constructed out of an idiom. In Chapter 10 I explain why the standard translation, state of mind, is misleading and why, after much discussion and without great enthusiasm, we have chosen affectedness. Begegnen means to encounter. As Heidegger uses the term, things encounter us, but in the standard translation, we encounter things. In most cases, things show up for us captures Heidegger's meaning. Durchsichtig, if translated as transparent, could be taken to mean invisible. For Heidegger, it always means clear or perspicuous, and that is how I shall translate it. Entfernung is another term that Heidegger has constructed, this time by taking apart the ordinary word for distance. The standard translation, disseverance, is unnecessarily strange. Heidegger's wordplay can be captured exactly by taking the normal translation for Entfernung, distance, and writing it Distanz. For an explanation see Chapter 7. Ganz can be rendered totality, but Heidegger's holism is better captured by translating it as whole, see Chapter 4. Innerweltlich. Intraworldly is often simpler than the standard within the world. I have used each term where it fits best. Das Man. It is misleading to translate this term as the they, since this suggests that we are not part of das Man. For reasons given in detail at the beginning of Chapter 8, we have chosen the one. Read literally means talk, but discourse is too formal and too linguistic for what Heidegger includes under this term. For reasons given in Chapter 12, we use telling. Sen will be translated as being, with a lowercase b. Being is that on the basis of which beings are already understood. Being is not a substance, a process, an event, or anything that we normally come across, rather, it is a fundamental aspect of entities, viz. Their intelligibility, see Chapter 1. There are two basic ways of being. Being human, which Heidegger calls Dasein, and non-human being. The latter divides into two categories, Zuhandenheit and Vorhandenheit. These terms are standardly translated as readiness to hand and presence at hand. To convey a sense of the two modes of intelligibility that Heidegger is singling out, we have chosen availableness and occurrentness. The entities that have these ways of being are called available and occurrent. Senbei, as Heidegger uses the term, does not mean being alongside but being amidst. Einsehendes is standardly translated as an entity. When Heidegger is describing everyday contexts, however, it is preferable to use a being. In abstract philosophical contexts, and where a being is likely to be confused with being, I have retained an entity. Sein können. The standard translation, potentiality for being, is both awkward and misleading, since können signifies a know-how, not just a potentiality. We use ability to be. Sin is usually translated as meaning, but that makes phrases like the meaning of being sound too definitional. We use sense. Unheimlich, usually translated as uncanny, is meant to call attention to the sense human beings have of not being at home in the world. For this reason we propose unsettled. Ursprünglich is always translated primordial in the standard translation. This is appropriate when Heidegger is speaking of the dot more primordial, meaning closer to the source. When, however, ursprünglich is used to mean being source, I translate it as originary. Verfassung in Seinsverfassung and Grundverfassung is usually translated as constitution, but this is a Husserlian term and is therefore misleading in this context. We prefer makeup. Vorlaufen. The standard translation, anticipating, sounds too intentionalistic. Moreover, it has connotations of looking forward to something. As in the case of other non-intentionalistic notions such as the Toward, we need a technical term and will simply use the literal translation for run. Weltlichkeit. The German literally means worldliness, not worldhood. Worldliness, understood as the way of being of the world, is in no way connected with the ordinary sense of worldliness as a way of life opposed to the spiritual. Worldlichen is an important and difficult technical term, translated as the upon which and also in many other ways in the standard translation. It refers to the background on the basis of which, or to the structure of the background in terms of which, things are intelligible. I translate it that in terms of which or that on the basis of which, depending on the context. Zunst and zumeist are a common pair, like by and large. More exactly, they mean primarily and usually. Zusammenhang could be translated context, but nexus is less ambiguous. I have tried to use the above terms consistently in citing being and time and the lectures. I have also felt free to revise the standard translations when I saw a way to sharpen the point Heidegger was trying to make. In addition to adding italics to stress the relation of a term or phrase to my argument, I have in most cases deleted all or part of Heidegger's own italics. Italics in general are used more freely in German than in English. Moreover, Heidegger's italics often make sense only in the context of the surrounding pages. Most of those who read Heidegger in German or English are at first put off by his strange new language, but after passing through a stage of trying to put what he says into more familiar terms, they come to feel that Heidegger's vocabulary is rigorous, illuminating, and even indispensable for talking about the phenomenon he wants to reveal. If, thanks to Heidegger's language, the reader comes to see the phenomenon of world, which is so obvious that it has been passed over for 2,500 years, and learns to think and talk about being in it, being and time, and this commentary will have done their job. Acknowledgements. Over the past 2 decades I have incurred an enormous debt to successive generations of students and teaching assistants who have contributed to my understanding of being and time. The core of gifted teaching assistants, many of whom are now active Heidegger scholars in their own right, includes Charles Gignan, Carol White, John Richardson, Corbin Collins, Theodore Shitsky, and Charles Spinoza. Although there are ideas in what follows that one or another of them has been trying to talk me out of for years, this book is as much theirs as mine. John Haugeland is in a category by himself. As my student, then teaching assistant, collaborator, and finally colleague, his influence on this commentary is pervasive. Although we disagree almost totally about the existentialist Heidegger in Division 2 and would perhaps emphasize different aspects of Division I, many of the basic ideas presented here have been hammered out in our 2 decades of intense Heidegger discussions. Former students and colleagues at other universities have also helped immensely by sharply and creatively criticizing various versions of my transcripts. The detailed objections and suggestions from Dorothea Fried, William Blattner, Charles Taylor, Joseph Rouse, Piotr Hoffman, and Randall Havas have been especially distressing and valuable. They have delayed publication for several years, but without their help the following pages would have been harder to understand and less help in understanding Heidegger. I am grateful to Denise Dennison, David Blake, and Andrew Cross for their detailed and helpful stylistic suggestions. And I am especially grateful to my dedicated editor Larry Cohen, who has deciphered and improved many versions of this commentary. The most sustained work of transforming the transcripts into this book was done during 1985, when I was a Guggenheim Fellow. I am grateful to the Guggenheim Foundation for this support. Finally, for taking over the transcripts and seeing them through all their changes, as typewriters gave way to word processors and copiers to print, I want especially to thank my wife, Genevieve. Why study being and time? What Martin Heidegger is after in Being and Time is nothing less than deepening our understanding of what it means for something, things, people, abstractions, language, etc., to be. He wants to distinguish several different ways of being and then show how they are all related to human being and ultimately to temporality. Heidegger claims that the tradition has misdescribed and misinterpreted human being. Therefore, as a first step in his project he attempts to work out a fresh analysis of what it is to be human. Obviously the results, if sound, are important for anyone who wants to understand what sort of being he or she is. Heidegger's conclusions are also crucial for the human sciences, for it should be obvious that one cannot understand something unless one has an accurate account of what it is one is trying to understand. Thus, for example, If one thinks of man as a rational animal, solving problems and acting on the basis of beliefs and desires, as the tradition has done since Aristotle, one will develop a theory of mind, decision-making, rule-following, etc., to account for this way of being. If this description of human reality turns out to be superficial, all that hard work will have been in vain. The traditional misunderstanding of human beings starts with Plato's fascination with theory. The idea that one could understand the universe in a detached way, by discovering the principles that underlie the profusion of phenomena, was, indeed, the most powerful and exciting idea since fire and language. But Plato and our tradition got off on the wrong track by thinking that one could have a theory of everything, even human beings and their world, and that the way human beings relate to things is to have an implicit theory about them. Heidegger is not against theory. He thinks it is powerful and important but limited. Basically, he seeks to show that one cannot have a theory of what makes theory possible. If he is right about this, his analysis calls into question one of the deepest and most pervasive assumptions accepted by traditional philosophers from Plato to Descartes to Kant to Edmund Husserl, Heidegger's own mentor. Since this assumption plays a crucial role in our thinking, questioning it implies questioning current work in philosophy and in all other disciplines that study human beings. In linguistics, anthropology, psychology, sociology, literary criticism, political science, and economics, for example, the tradition underlies the current quest for formal models. Researchers in each of these disciplines attempt to find context-free elements, cues, attributes, features, factors, primitives, etc., and relate them through covering laws, as in natural science and in behaviorism, or through rules and programs, as in structuralism and cognitivism. While there is great interest in these formal approaches, especially the so-called information processing model of the mind, there is already a growing sense that they have not worked out as well as had been hoped. Structuralism is out of favor, and there are more and more phenomena being investigated in the human sciences, such as the role of prototypes in psychology or self-interpreting social practices in anthropology, that do not fit well with the information processing model. As researchers are coming to question the role of theory in their disciplines, they are becoming interested in interpretive methods that take into account meaning and context. Such approaches draw, whether consciously or not, on the hermeneutic method of Bain-Gantime. Heidegger followed Wilhelm Dilthey in generalizing hermeneutics from a method for the study of sacred texts to a way of studying all human activities. Indeed, Heidegger introduced the hermeneutic method into modern philosophy through his elaboration of the necessity of interpretation in the study of human being and of the circular structure such an interpretation must have. Heidegger developed his hermeneutic phenomenology in opposition to Husserl's transcendental phenomenology. Husserl had reacted to an earlier crisis in the foundations of the human sciences by arguing that the human sciences failed because they did not take into account intentionality, the way the individual mind is directed at objects by virtue of some mental content that represents them. He developed an account of man as essentially a consciousness with self-contained meanings, which he called intentional content. According to Husserl, this mental content gives intelligibility to everything people encounter. Heidegger countered that there was a more basic form of intentionality than that of a self-sufficient individual subject directed at the world by means of its mental content. At the foundation of Heidegger's new approach is a phenomenology of mindless everyday coping skills as the basis of all intelligibility. Since Descartes, philosophers have been stuck with the epistemological problem of explaining how the ideas in our mind can be true of the external world. Heidegger shows that this subject/object epistemology presupposes a background of everyday practices into which we are socialized but that we do not represent in our minds. Since he calls this more fundamental way of making sense of things our understanding of being, he claims that he is doing ontology, that is, asking about the nature of this understanding of being that we do not know, that is not a representation in the mind corresponding to the world but that we simply are. Thus Heidegger breaks with Husserl and the Cartesian tradition by substituting for epistemological questions concerning the relation of the knower and the known ontological questions concerning what sort of beings we are and how our being is bound up with the intelligibility of the world. Following Kierkegaard, he holds that Descartes' famous starting point should be reversed, becoming I am therefore I think. As Heidegger puts it, with the cogito sum Descartes had claimed that he was putting philosophy on a new and firm footing. But what he left undetermined when he began in this radical way was the kind of being which belongs to the residential cogitans, or more precisely the sense of the being of the sum. 46:24. Heidegger, like the cognitivists and structuralists, seeks to minimize the role of the conscious subject in his analysis of human being. For this reason he is sometimes confused with the structuralists. But his critique of Husserl and the Cartesian tradition is more radical. Unlike the formalizers, Heidegger introduces an analysis of intentionality or meaning that leads him to question both meaningless formal models and the traditional claim that the basic relation of the mind to the world is a relation of a subject to objects by way of mental meanings. Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology thus calls into question both the Platonic assumption that human activity can be explained in terms of theory and the central place the Cartesian tradition assigns to the conscious subject. We can distinguish 5 traditional assumptions that Heidegger seeks to clear away to make room for his interpretation of human being and his account of being in general. 1. Explicitness. Western thinkers from Socrates to Kant to Jürgen Habermas have assumed that we know and act by applying principles and have concluded that we should get clear about these presuppositions so that we can gain enlightened control of our lives. Heidegger questions both the possibility and the desirability of making our everyday understanding totally explicit. He introduces the idea that the shared everyday skills, discriminations, and practices into which we are socialized provide the conditions necessary for people to pick out objects, to understand themselves as subjects, and, generally, to make sense of the world and of their lives. He then argues that these practices can function only if they remain in the background. Critical reflection is necessary in some situations where our ordinary way of coping is insufficient, but such reflection cannot and should not play the central role it has played in the philosophical tradition. If all were clear about our presuppositions, our actions would lack seriousness. As Heidegger says in a later work, every decision bases itself on something not mastered, something concealed, confusing, else it would never be a decision. 2. Thus what is most important and meaningful in our lives is not and should not be accessible to critical reflection. Critical reflection presupposes something that cannot be fully articulated. Heidegger calls this non-explicitable background that enables us to make sense of things the understanding of being. His hermeneutic method is an alternative to the tradition of critical reflection in that it seeks to point out and describe our understanding of being from within that understanding without attempting to make our grasp of entities theoretically clear. Heidegger points out how background practices function in every aspect of our lives, encountering objects and people, using language, doing science, etc. But he can only point out the background practices and how they work to people who already share them, who, as he would say, dwell in them. He cannot spell out these practices in so definite and context-free a way that they could be communicated to any rational being or represented in a computer. In Heidegger's terms, this means that one must always do hermeneutics from within a hermeneutic circle. 2. Mental representation. To the classic assumption that beliefs and desires underlie and explain human behavior, Descartes adds that in order for us to perceive, act, and, in general, relate to objects, there must be some content in our minds, some internal representation that enables us to direct our minds toward each object. This intentional content of consciousness has been investigated in the first half of this century by Husserl III and more recently by John Searle. Heidegger questions the view that experience is always and most basically a relation between a self-contained subject with mental content, the inner, and an independent object, the outer. Heidegger does not deny that we sometimes experience ourselves as conscious subjects relating to objects by way of intentional states such as desires, beliefs, perceptions, intentions, etc., but he thinks of this as a derivative and intermittent condition that presupposes a more fundamental way of being in the world that cannot be understood in subject/object terms. Cognitivism, or the information processing model of the mind, is the latest and strongest version of the mental representation idea. It introduces the idea of formal representations and thus seeks to explain human activity in terms of a complex combination of logically independent symbols representing elements, attributes, or primitives in the world. This approach underlies decision analysis, transformational grammar, functional anthropology, and cognitive psychology, as well as the belief in the possibility of programming digital computers to exhibit intelligence. Heidegger's view on the non-representable and non-formalizable nature of being in the world doubly calls into question this computer model of the mind. 3. Theoretical holism. Plato's view that everything human beings do that makes any sense at all is based on an implicit theory, combined with the Descartes/Husserl view that this theory is represented in our minds as intentional states and rules for relating them, leads to the view that even if a background of shared practices is necessary for intelligibility, one can rest assured that one will be able to analyze that background in terms of further mental states. Insofar as background practices contain knowledge, they must be based on implicit beliefs; insofar as they are skills, they must be generated by tacit rules. This leads to the notion of a holistic network of intentional states, a tacit belief system, that is supposed to underlie every aspect of orderly human activity, even everyday background practices. Tacit knowledge, what Husserl calls horizontal intentionality in his answer to Being and Times, has always been the fallback position of consistent cognitivists. Heidegger opposes this philosophical move. He denies the traditional assumption that there must be a theory of every orderly domain, specifically that there can be a theory of the common-sense world. He insists we return to the phenomenon of everyday human activity and stop ringing changes on the traditional oppositions of immanent/transcendent, representation/represented, subject/object, as well as such oppositions within the subject as conscious/unconscious, explicit/tacit, reflective/unreflective. Heidegger is definitely not saying what Peter Strawson rather condescendingly finds plausible in Heidegger's works, namely, that we each have an unreflective and largely unconscious grasp of the basic general structure of interconnected concepts or categories in terms of which we think about the world and ourselves. 6. This would make our understanding of the world into a belief system entertained by a subject, exactly the view that Husserl and all cognitivists hold and that Heidegger rejects. 4. Detachment and objectivity. From the Greeks we inherit not only our assumption that we can obtain theoretical knowledge of every domain, even human activities, but also our assumption that the detached theoretical viewpoint is superior to the involved practical viewpoint. According to the philosophical tradition, whether rationalist or empiricist, it is only by means of detached contemplation that we discover reality. From Plato's theoretical dialectic, which turns the mind away from the everyday world of shadows, to Descartes' preparation for philosophy by shutting himself up in a warm room where he is free from involvement and passion, to Hume's strange analytical discoveries in his study, which he forgets when he goes out to play billiards, philosophers have supposed that only by withdrawing from everyday practical concerns before describing things and people can they discover how things really are. The pragmatists question this view, and in this sense Heidegger can be viewed as radicalizing the insights already contained in the writings of such pragmatists as Nietzsche, Pierce James, and Dewey. Heidegger, along with his fellow student George Lukács, quite likely was exposed to American pragmatism through Emil Lask. 5. Methodological individualism. Heidegger follows Wilhelm Dilthey in emphasizing that the meaning and organization of a culture must be taken as the basic given in the social sciences and philosophy and cannot be traced back to the activity of individual subjects. Thus Heidegger rejects the methodological individualism that extends from Descartes to Husserl to existentialists such as the pre-Marxist Sartre and many contemporary American social philosophers. In his emphasis on the social context as the ultimate foundation of intelligibility, Heidegger is similar to that other 20th-century critic of the philosophical tradition, Ludwig Wittgenstein. They share the view that most philosophical problems can be, solved by a description of everyday social practices. At this point someone is sure to object that in spite of his interest in our shared, everyday practices, Heidegger, unlike Wittgenstein, uses very unordinary language. Why does Heidegger need a special, technical language to talk about common sense? The answer is illuminating. To begin with, Heidegger and Wittgenstein have a very different understanding of the background of everyday activity. Wittgenstein is convinced that the practices that make up the human form of life are a hopeless tangle. How could human behavior be described? Surely only by showing the actions of a variety of humans, as they are all mixed up together. Not what one man is doing now, but the whole hurly-burly, is the background against which we see an action, and it determines our judgment, our concepts, and our reactions. Wittgenstein warns against any attempt to systematize this hurly-burly. Not to explain, but to accept the psychological phenomenon that is what is difficult. 9. Heidegger, on the contrary, thinks that the common-sense background has an elaborate structure that it is the job of an existential analytic to lay out. This background, however, is not what we usually deal with and have words for, so to talk of it requires a special vocabulary. Searle faces the same problem when he tries to talk about the background. There is a real difficulty in finding ordinary language terms to describe the background. One speaks vaguely of practices, capacities, and stances, or one speaks suggestively but misleadingly of assumptions and presuppositions. These latter terms must be literally wrong, because they imply the apparatus of representation. The fact that we have no natural vocabulary for discussing the phenomena in question and the fact that we tend to lapse into an intentionalistic vocabulary ought to arouse our interest. There simply is no first-order vocabulary for the background, because the background is as invisible to intentionality as the eye which sees is invisible to itself. When, for example, Heidegger substitutes such technical terms as worldliness, the toward which, and the for the sake of which for such everyday terms as context, goal, and purpose, he is wrestling with this very problem. Heidegger struggles to free himself from traditional assumptions and our everyday vocabulary in his attempt to return to the phenomena. Among traditional philosophers he most admired Aristotle, who was, he says, the last of the great philosophers who had eyes to see and, what is still more decisive, the energy and tenacity to continue to force inquiry back to the phenomena, and to mistrust from the ground up all wild and windy speculations, no matter how close to the heart of common sense. BP 232. But even Aristotle was under the influence of Plato and so was not radical enough. Heidegger therefore proposes to start again with the understanding in the shared everyday activities in which we dwell, an understanding that he says is closest to us yet farthest away. Being and time is supposed to make manifest what we are already familiar with, although not to make it so explicit that a Martian or computer could come to know it, and in so doing to modify our understanding of ourselves and so transform our very way of being. This would be reason enough to study being and time, but Heidegger does not simply want to clear the ground of traditional distortions and pseudo-problems. He has a positive account of authentic human being and a positive methodological proposal for how human being should be systematically studied. Both his understanding of human existence and his interpretive method for studying human being in the world have had an enormous influence on contemporary life and thought. Wherever people understand themselves and their work in an atomistic, formal, subjective, or objective way, Heidegger's thought has enabled them to recognize appropriate alternative practices and ways of understanding and acting available but neglected in our culture. At an international conference in Berkeley commemorating the 100th anniversary of Heidegger's birth, not only philosophers but also doctors, nurses, psychotherapists, theologians, management consultants, educators, lawyers, and computer scientists took part in a discussion of the way Heidegger's thought had affected their work. 12. Most of the leading thinkers in the humanities and social sciences also acknowledge a debt to Heidegger. Michel Foucault has said, "For me Heidegger has always been the essential philosopher. My entire philosophical development was determined by my reading of Heidegger." Early in his career, Jacques Derrida doubted that he could write anything that had not already been thought by Heidegger. Pierre Bourdieu says that in philosophy Heidegger was his first love. His own important concept of the social field is indirectly indebted to Heidegger by way of Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who acknowledged the influence of being and time on his phenomenology of perception. Even Habermas, who started out under Heidegger's influence but has distanced himself from Heidegger and developed a more traditional philosophical line, judges being and time to be probably the most profound turning point in German philosophy since Hegel. In the course of studying and teaching being and time for 25 years, trying to clarify Heidegger's theses, checking them against the phenomena, and defending them against opposed positions in contemporary continental and analytic philosophy, I have come to the conclusion that such praise is justified. The commentary that follows is meant to enable readers to decide for themselves. Questioning the nature of being. Heidegger's primary concern is to raise the question of being, to make sense of our ability to make sense of things, and to reawaken in people a feeling for the importance of this very obscure question. Moreover, he wants to answer it concretely. 19:11. He begins by noting 3 ways in which the nature of being has traditionally been misconstrued, ways that nonetheless contain hints of what he considers the real issues. Remember through this difficult section that what Heidegger has in mind when he talks about being is the intelligibility correlative with our everyday background practices. One being is the most universal concept. On this mistaken view, beingness, as Heidegger puts it in his marginal corrections to being and time, is a property like any other, except that it is the most general property. It is arrived at by abstraction. We look at oaks, maples, firs, etc., and abstract freeness. Then from trees and bushes and flowers we abstract plantness. Then we get to the livingness of all living things. Finally we arrive at entities that have in common only beingness. Aristotle, however, already saw a problem in this approach. Being does not behave like a very general predicate. For example, the being of numbers seems not to be the same as, but at best only analogous to, the being of objects, and the being of real objects differs from the being of imaginary objects such as unicorns. Aristotle says that being is predicated analogously. Since being transcends the universality of a class or genus, the scholastics called it a transcendence. Heidegger concludes that being is clearly no ordinary predicate. An abstract notion like being is indefinable. In rejecting being as a most general predicate, philosophers have said that it is an empty concept. Since it cannot be contrasted with anything else, being does not refer to anything. According to Heidegger, this warns us that being is not an entity. 23:4. If one writes being with a capital B in English, it suggests some entity, indeed, it suggests a supreme being, the ultimate entity. I have therefore decided to translate sen by being with a lowercase b. But this attempt to make being look more like a form of the verb to be than like a noun has its own risks. One might get the mistaken idea that being for Heidegger is not an entity but some sort of event or process. Many commentators make this mistake. For example, Joseph Kokelmans gets his book on Heidegger off to a very bad start by noting, Heidegger is never concerned with beings or things, but with meaning and being, never with stable entities, but with events. Heidegger must have been aware of this danger, since at the point where he says being is not an entity, he writes in the margin of his copy of Being and Time, no. One cannot make sense of being with the help of these sorts of concepts. To think of being in terms of concepts like entity, or process, or event is equally misleading. The nature of being must be self-evident, since every proposition can be analyzed as including the copula is. But for Heidegger this supposed self-evidence poses a problem. The very fact that we already live in an understanding of being and that the sense of being is still veiled in darkness proves that it is necessary in principle to raise this question again. 23:4. We can raise the question on the basis of this obscure experience, since we always conduct our activities in an understanding of being. Although Eve do not even know the horizon in terms of which that sense is to be grasped and fixed, this vague average understanding of being is still a fact. 25:5. The understanding of being is in our background practices, an account of the sense of being is what our investigation is to produce. It must lay out the structure of our access to entities and account for our ability to make sense of making sense. We always conduct our activities in an understanding of being. Out of this understanding arise both the explicit question of the sense of being and the tendency that leads us toward its conception. 25, 5. Approaching the question of being by way of Dasein. Heidegger thinks that the tradition never succeeded in correctly formulating the being question. The nearest it came is captured by Heidegger in a formula that is sufficiently ambiguous to cover some sort of supreme being, a constituting activity like that of a transcendental ego, and the intelligibility revealed by our background practices. What is asked about is being that which determines beings as beings, that on the basis of which beings are already understood. 25-26, 6. Heidegger is explicit, however, that his account will differ radically from the traditional one in not defining entities as entities by tracing them back in their origin to some other entities, as if being had the character of some possible entity. 26, 6. If one is to avoid being trapped by the traditional approach, the way in which one raises the question of being is of paramount importance. When we come to what is to be interrogated, the question of being requires that the right way of access to beings shall have been obtained and secured in advance. But there are many things which we designate as being, and we do so in various senses. Being lies in the fact that something is, and in its being as it is, in reality, in occurrentness, in subsistence, in validity, in Dasein, in the there is. In which beings is the sense of being to be discerned? Which entity shall we take for our example, and in what sense does it have priority? 26, 6-7. Heidegger wants to avoid what he sees as the recurrent structure of traditional ontology, namely, grounding all kinds of being in a causally self-sufficient source. He later calls this structural mistake onto theology. He proposes, nonetheless, to show that all beings gain their intelligibility in terms of the structure of one sort of being. In section 2 of part I of the Introduction to Being and Time we get a glimpse of the course Heidegger's investigation is going to take. To work out the question of being adequately, we must make a being-inquirer perspicuous in his own being. This being which each of us is himself and which includes inquiring as one of the possibilities of its being, we shall denote by the term Dasein. 27, 7. Dasein is not a conscious subject. Since, as Heidegger holds, getting the right approach is crucial, we must stop here to get the right approach to Dasein. Dasein in colloquial German can mean everyday human existence, and so Heidegger uses the term to refer to human being. But we are not to think of Dasein as a conscious subject. Many interpreters make just this mistake. They see Heidegger as an existential phenomenologist, which means to them an edifying elaboration of Husserl. The most famous version of this mistake is Sartre's brilliant but misguided reformulation of being and time into a theory of consciousness in being and nothingness. Other interpreters have followed the same line. Dagfinn F. T. Listel, one of the best interpreters of Husserl, justifies his Husserlian reading of being and time by pointing out that while Heidegger was working on the book, he wrote Husserl, the constituting subject is not nothing, hence it is something and has being. The inquiry into the mode of being of the constituting subject is not to be evaded. Heidegger, however, warns explicitly against thinking of Dasein as a Husserlian meaning-giving transcendental subject. One of our first tasks will be to prove that if we posit an I or subject as that which is primarily given, we shall completely miss the phenomenal content of Dasein. 72, 46. In 1943 Heidegger was still trying to ward off the misunderstanding of being and time dictated by the Cartesian tradition. He reminds the reader that he was from the start concerned with being, and then he continues. But how could this become an explicit question before every attempt had been made to liberate the determination of human nature from the concept of subjectivity? To characterize with a single term both the involvement of being in human nature and the essential relation of man to the openness, there, of being as such, the name of being there Dasein was chosen. Any attempt, therefore, to rethink being and time is thwarted as long as one is satisfied with the observation that, in this study, the term being there is used in place of consciousness. Dasein must be understood to be more basic than mental states and their intentionality. In a footnote toward the end of Being and Time, Heidegger says, the intentionality of consciousness is grounded in the ecstatical temporality of Dasein, 498, 363. In bending over backward to avoid the Sartre/Fallistil mistake of identifying Dasein with the conscious subject central to Husserlian phenomenology, interpreters such as John Haugeland have claimed that Dasein is not to be understood as an individual person at all. Dasein, according to Haugeland, is a mass term. People, General Motors, and Cincinnati are all cases of Dasein. While Haugeland has presented a well-motivated and well-argued corrective to the almost universal misunderstanding of Dasein as an autonomous, individual subject, a self-sufficient source of all meaning and intelligibility, Haugeland's interpretation runs up against many passages that make it clear that for Heidegger Dasein designates exclusively entities like each of us, that is, individual persons. For example, because Dasein has in each case minus one must always use a personal pronoun when one addresses it, I am, you are, 68, 42. The best way to understand what Heidegger means by Dasein is to think of our term human being, which can refer to a way of being that is characteristic of all people or to a specific person, a human being. Roughly, in Division I, Heidegger is interested in the human way of being, which he calls being there or Dasein. In Division II he is interested in individual human beings and speaks more often of a Dasein. I will switch back and forth between human being and a human being, as Heidegger does between Dasein and a Dasein, using whichever term brings out Heidegger's meaning at a particular point in his analysis. The challenge is to do justice to the fact that Dasein names beings like you and me, while at the same time preserving the strategy of being and time, which is to reverse the Cartesian tradition by making the individual subject somehow dependent upon shared social practices. Dasein's way of being existence. The way to do justice to the fact that Dasein is Heidegger's name for us and yet avoid the centrality of human individuals is to see that what is to be studied in Being and Time ultimately is not Dasein but Dasein's way of being. When we designate this entity with the term Dasein, we are expressing not its what, as if it were a table, house, or tree, but its being, 67, 42. The whole question of whether Dasein is a general term or the name for a specific entity is undercut by Heidegger's more basic interest in the way of being that human beings, cultures, and institutions share. Human beings, it will turn out, are special kinds of beings in that their way of being embodies an understanding of what it is to be. These beings, in their being, comport themselves towards their being, 67, 41. Dasein's activity, its way of being, manifests a stand it is taking on what it is to be Dasein. Its own most being is such that it has an understanding of that being, and already maintains itself in each case in a certain interpretedness of its being, 36, 15. Heidegger calls the self-interpreting way of being existence. That kind of being towards which Dasein can comport itself in one way or another, and always does comport itself somehow, we call existence, 32, 12. For Heidegger, existence does not mean simply to be real. Stones and even God do not exist in his sense of the term. Only self-interpreting beings exist. Heidegger is not interested in giving the necessary and sufficient conditions for existing in his sense. He is only interested in the de facto structure of this way of being. Yet he is clear that to be a conscious subject or self is neither necessary nor sufficient for human existence, rather the reverse. The existential nature of man is the reason why man can represent beings as such, and why he can be conscious of them. All consciousness presupposes existence as the essentia of man. Cultures as well as human beings exist, their practices onto an interpretation of what it means to be a culture. Heidegger tells us that institutions such as science have existence as their way of being too, 32, 11, and in discussing language he comments, language is not identical with the sum total of all the words printed in a dictionary, instead, Language is as Dasein is, it exists, BP 208. Heidegger calls being and time an existential analytic, but only at the end of division I of being and time does he make it clear that existence has been his concern from the start. What have we gained by our preparatory analysis of Dasein, and what are we seeking? When we came to analyze this being, we took as our clue existence, which, in anticipation, we had designated as the essence of Dasein. By working out the phenomenon of care, we have given ourselves an insight into the concrete makeup of existence. 274, my italics, 231. To arrive at a description of the basic structures of the way of being called existence, shared by cultures, institutions, and human beings, Heidegger proposes to describe in detail the various activities of Dasein that are specific manifestations of these general existential structures. Looking at something, understanding and conceiving it, choosing access to it, all these ways of behaving are constitutive for our inquiry, and therefore are modes of being for those particular entities which we, the inquirers, are ourselves. 26 to 27, 7. Heidegger thus devotes division I of being and time to Dasein's ways of acting, its different stances vis-a-vis itself, things, and others, and the kinds of being these stances reveal. We shall see what these basic stances are and what mode of intelligibility shows up for each stance. This is what Heidegger calls the ontological task of a genealogy of the different possible ways of being, 31, 11. Such a study reveals the basis for doing science and for doing philosophy. The question of being aims therefore at ascertaining the a priori conditions not only for the possibility of the sciences which examine beings as beings of such and such a type, and, in doing so, already operate with an understanding of being, but also for the possibility of those ontologies themselves which are prior to the ontical sciences and which provide their foundations. 31, 1. The need for such a study becomes clear whenever a normal science is in crisis, and it is also required by sciences that are unclear about their method and subject matter, as are the sciences of man. It is also necessary to save philosophy from its recurrent problems and solutions and give it a proper subject matter. See Dasein's pre-ontological understanding of being. Since its way of being is existence, a human being always embodies an understanding of its being. Dasein has grown up both into and in a traditional way of interpreting itself. In terms of this, it understands itself primarily and, within a certain range, constantly. 41, 20. This understanding of being is Dasein's unique characteristic. Understanding of being is itself a definite characteristic of Dasein's being. Dasein is ontically distinctive in that it is ontological. 32, 1-2. Since the notion that our social practices embody an ontology is an unfamiliar idea, we need a specific illustration. Because Heidegger does not provide one, we have to bring one in from outside. To start with, we need an example of how the understanding of being human in an individual's activity is the result of being socialized into practices that contain an interpretation not exhaustively contained in the mental states of individuals. A striking example can be drawn from the contrasting child-rearing practices in the United States and Japan. It does not matter for this example whether the following description is accurate. A Japanese baby seems passive. He lies quietly, while his mother, in her care, does a great deal of lulling, carrying, and rocking of her baby. She seems to try to soothe and quiet the child, and to communicate with him physically rather than verbally. On the other hand, the American infant is more active, and exploring of his environment, and his mother, in her care, does more looking at and chatting to her baby. She seems to stimulate the baby to activity and vocal response. It is as if the American mother wanted to have a vocal, active baby, and the Japanese mother wanted to have a quiet, contented baby. In terms of styles of caretaking of the mothers in the two cultures, they get what they apparently want. A great deal of cultural learning has taken place by 3 to 4 months of age. Babies have learned by this time to be Japanese and American babies. To draw the moral that an ontology need not be represented in a mind, I turn to the French anthropologist Pierre Bourdieu. Bourdieu gives an excellent general description of the process of socialization that forms public intelligibility and even private experience. A whole group and a whole symbolically structured environment exerts an anonymous, pervasive pedagogic action. The essential part of the modus operandi which defines practical mastery is transmitted in practice, in its practical state, without attaining the level of discourse. The child imitates not models but other people's actions. Body hexis speaks directly to the motor function, in the form of a pattern of postures that is both individual and systematic, because linked to a whole system of techniques involving the body and tools, and charged with a host of social meanings and values. In all societies, children are particularly attentive to the gestures and postures which, in their eyes, express everything that goes to make an accomplished adult: a way of walking, a tilt of the head, facial expressions, ways of sitting and of using implements, always associated with a tone of voice, a style of speech, and, how could it be otherwise, a certain subjective experience. 9. Bourdieu sees that our practices embody pervasive responses, discriminations, motor skills, etc., which add up to an interpretation of what it is to be a person, an object, an institution, etc. To use an example from later Heidegger, our culture has entered a phase in which we deal with things as standing reserve. This means in part that we treat them as resources to be used efficiently and then disposed of when no longer needed. A styrofoam cup is a perfect example. When we want a hot or cold drink, it does its job, and when we are through with it, we simply throw it away. How different is a delicate Japanese teacup, preserved from generation to generation for its beauty and its social meaning. Note that our hypothetical Japanese understanding of what it is to be a human being, passive, contented, gentle, social, etc., fits with an understanding of what it is to be a thing, delicate, beautiful, traditional, etc. It would make no sense for Americans, who we are supposing to be active, independent, and aggressive, constantly striving to cultivate and satisfy their desires to relate to things the way the Japanese do, or for the Japanese, before their understanding of being was interfered with by ours, to invent and prefer styrofoam teacups. In the same vein, Americans tend to think of politics as the negotiation of individual desires, whereas the Japanese seek consensus. In sum, the practices containing an interpretation of what it is to be a person, an object, and a society fit together. They are all aspects of what Heidegger calls an understanding of being. Such an understanding is contained in our knowing how to cope in various domains rather than in a set of beliefs that such and such is the case. Thus we embody an understanding of being that no one has in mind. We have an ontology without knowing it. Another example that brings out the anti-cognitivism implicit in Heidegger's view even more strikingly is our distance-standing practices. We all have learned to stand the appropriate distance from strangers, intimates, and colleagues for a conversation. Each culture has a different feel for the appropriate distances. In North Africa, people stand closer and have more body contact than in Scandinavia, for example. These practices are not taught by the parents. They do not know that there is any pattern to what they are doing, or even that they are doing anything. Rather, the children, always imitating the adults without even trying, simply pick up the pattern. There is no reason to think that there are any rules involved, rather, we have a skilled understanding of our culture. Indeed, if one tried to state the rules for distance standing, one would require further rules, such as stand closer if there is noise in the background, or further away if the other person has the flu, and the application of these rules would in turn require further rules, and so on, always leading us back to further everyday, taken for granted practices. Distance standing practices are simply something that we do. Of course, learning to do it changes our brain, but there is no evidence and no argument that rules or principles or beliefs are involved. Moreover, this is not an isolated practice. How close one stands goes with an understanding of bodies, intimacy, sociality, and finally reflects an understanding of what it is to be a human being. We can now see why Heidegger holds that Dasein's understanding of being is not a belief system implicit in the minds of individual subjects, as Cartesian philosophers have generally held. Again, Bourdieu gives a Heideggerian account of the non-mental nature of everyday practices and of their importance. Principles embodied are placed beyond the grasp of consciousness, and hence cannot be touched by voluntary, deliberate transformation, cannot even be made explicit. Nothing seems more ineffable, more incommunicable, more inimitable, and, therefore, more precious, than the values given body, made body by the transubstantiation achieved by the hidden persuasion of an implicit pedagogy, capable of instilling a whole cosmology, an ethic, a metaphysic, a political philosophy, through injunctions as insignificant as stand up straight or don't hold your knife in your left hand. As Bourdieu notes, only those who study but do not share a specific social understanding think of it as a system of rules. The anthropologist is condemned to adopt unwittingly for his own use the representation of action which is forced on agents or groups when they lack practical mastery of a highly valued competence and have to provide themselves with an explicit and at least semi-formalized substitute for it in the form of a repertoire of rules. Heidegger would differ from Bourdieu, however, in holding that Dasein's shared ways of behaving are not mere facts to be studied objectively by a scientific discipline such as anthropology or sociology, although they are that too. Rather, because they contain an understanding of being, they must be studied as an interpretation. Heidegger calls the shared agreement in our practices as to what entities can show up as a pre-ontological or pre-theoretical understanding of being. This distinction between pre-ontological and ontological must not be confused with the distinction between the ontic and the ontological, between that which concerns beings and that which concerns ways of being. See Table 1. Table 1. Terminology of various investigations and kinds of understanding. The body of the table shows what is to be discovered in the investigation. If we reserve the term ontology for that theoretical inquiry which is explicitly devoted to the being, i.e., intelligibility of beings, then what we have had in mind in speaking of Dasein's being ontological is to be designated as something pre-ontological. It does not signify simply being ontical, however, but rather being in such a way that one has an understanding of being. 32:12. Thanks to our pre-ontological understanding of being, what shows up for us shows up as something. As Heidegger puts it, using actuality this time instead of being. We must be able to understand actuality before all factual experience of actual beings. This understanding of actuality or of being in the widest sense as over against the experience of beings is in a certain sense earlier than the experience of beings. To say that the understanding of being precedes all factual experience of beings does not mean that we would first need to have an explicit concept of being in order to experience beings theoretically or practically. We must understand being, which may no longer itself be called a being, which does not occur as a being among other beings but which nevertheless must be given and in fact is given in the understanding of being. BP 11. But when we try to make the pre-ontological understanding we in fact possess explicit, we find that it is by no means obvious. In demonstrating that Dasein is ontico-ontologically prior, we may have misled the reader into supposing that this being must also be what is given as ontico-ontologically primary, not only in the sense that it can itself be grasped immediately, but also in that the kind of being which it possesses is presented just as immediately. Ontically, of course, Dasein is not only close to us, even that which is closest, we are it, each of us, we ourselves. In spite of this, or rather for just this reason, it is ontologically that which is farthest. 36:15. That is, Dasein in its concerned activity just is a stand on its being and the being of all entities. Dasein is ontically closest to itself, but we cannot explicitly grasp this stand. It is also ontologically farthest, and yet Dasein has a dim understanding that it is interpreting itself and entities. Pre-ontologically it is surely not a stranger. 37:16. In consciousness-raising groups, for example, one learns that the understanding one can make explicit is just the tip of the iceberg. Our most pervasive interpretation of being masculine and feminine, for example, is in our bodies, our perceptions, our language, and generally in our skills for dealing with the same and the opposite sex. We can to some extent light up that understanding, that is, point it out to those who share it, but we cannot spell it out, that is, make it understandable even to those who do not share it. Moreover, what we can get clear about is only what is least pervasive and embodied. Heidegger has the sense that the more important some aspect of our understanding of being is, the less we can get at it. If this difficulty resulted from the holism of our network of beliefs, we might try to jump out of our belief system all at once and contemplate it. This is exactly what Husserl claims to do in Crisis. Or if this were impossible because we always presuppose a network of beliefs in order to make sense of anything, we could at least make any particular beliefs and principles explicit while leaving the rest of the belief system in the background. Wittgenstein sometimes talks this way, and this idea is central to Habermas's proposal for a critical rationality. But Heidegger has a more radical reason for saying that we cannot get clear about the beliefs about being we seem to be taking for granted. There are no beliefs to get clear about, there are only skills and practices. These practices do not arise from beliefs, rules, or principles, and so there is nothing to make explicit or spell out. We can only give an interpretation of the interpretation already in the practices. This is why Heidegger says in Introduction 2 that since phenomenology deals with our understanding of being, it must be hermeneutic. To sum up, an explication of our understanding of being can never be complete because we dwell in it, that is, it is so pervasive as to be both nearest to us and farthest away, and also because there are no beliefs to get clear about. Ontology, then, cannot be a Kantian transcendental analytics nor a Husserlian eidetic science. Hermeneutic ontology must be practiced on the background of an horizon of intelligibility in which the ontologist must dwell. It is always unfinished and subject to error. Heidegger cautions in basic problems concerning his own temporal interpretation of being. Faulty interpretations of the basic relationship of Dasein to beings and to itself are no mere defects of thought or acumen. They have their reason and their necessity in Dasein's own historical existence. Without our knowing where the faulty interpretation lies, we can be quietly persuaded that there is also a faulty interpretation concealed within the temporal interpretation of being as such, and again no arbitrary one. BP 322. Heidegger may well be the first philosopher to have had a critical sense of the inevitability of unknowable limitations on his own enterprise, the first philosopher of finitude, as he would put it. Dasein as self-interpreting. We are now in a position to draw out the implications of Dasein's special way of being, which is existence. Cultures and cultural institutions have existence as their way of being, and so does each of us. To exist is to take a stand on what is essential about one's being and to be defined by that stand. Thus Dasein is what, in its social activity, it interprets itself to be. Human beings do not already have some specific nature. It makes no sense to ask whether we are essentially rational animals, creatures of God, organisms with built-in needs, sexual beings, or complex computers. Human beings can interpret themselves in any of these ways and many more, and they can, in varying degrees, become any of these things, but to be human is not to be essentially any of them. Human being is essentially simply self-interpreting. We cannot define Dasein's essence by citing a what of the kind that pertains to a subject matter. Its essence lies rather in the fact that in each case it has its being to be. 32-33, 12. The essence of Dasein lies in its existence. 67, 42. As we saw in the example of the Japanese baby, human beings begin to exist in Heidegger's special sense of existence only after the first few weeks. They begin to exist as they are socialized into the understanding of what it is to be a human being that is already contained in social practices. In his 1925 lecture, Heidegger notes, this common world, which is there primarily and into which every maturing Dasein first grows, as the public world, governs every interpretation of the world and of Dasein. 12 But he is not interested in when and how a human organism gets existence as its way of being or in what specific understanding of being it gets. Such questions, about specific cases not general structures, Heidegger calls existentially. Heidegger wants rather to describe the structure of the self-interpreting way of being that we, and other entities such as cultures, are. See Table 1. The question about that structure aims at the analysis of what makes up existence. The nexus of such structures we call existentiality. Its analytic has the character of an understanding which is not existential, but rather existential. 33, 12-3. In speaking of existence as the self-interpreting way of being in our practices, Heidegger is not equating Dasein and human activity. To avoid this, he sometimes speaks of the Dasein in man. Dasein's way of being, existence, is just the self-interpreting aspect of human being. There may be facts about Homo sapiens bodies that are the same in all cultures, but each culture has already taken over these facts and given them some specific meaning. Thus, for example, it is a fact that like any other animal, Homo sapiens is either male or female. This fact, however, is transformed into a social interpretation of human beings as either masculine or feminine. In Heidegger's terminology, we can say that Homo sapiens can be characterized by factuality, example male or female, like any object, but that, because human beings exist, have Dasein in them, they must be understood in their facticity as a gendered way of behaving, example as masculine or feminine. Man, I take it, is the name for whatever Dasein takes itself to be and thus is, in any given culture. If, as in ancient Greece, Dasein understands itself in terms of heroes and villains, men and women will be heroes and villains, but if, as in Christian times, Dasein understands itself in terms of saints and sinners, men and women will be not villains or heroes but rather sinners with the potential to be saints. There could be no saints in ancient Greece, not even undiscovered ones. There could at best be weak people who let others walk all over them. And in medieval times, any would-be hero who wanted to be a self-sufficient defender of mankind would at best be a prideful sinner. Each Dasein must understand itself within some culture that has already decided on specific possible ways to be human, on what human beings essentially are. The most a Dasein can do is raise its consciousness, that is, clarify the interpretation in the culture. For example, feminists try to become conscious of what it means to be feminine in our culture in order to modify our practices. Heidegger would be sympathetic to, and indeed provides the appropriate ontology for, those who are trying to get clear about what being feminine means. Heidegger would disagree, however, with people like Simone de Beauvoir who think we should get clear about our sex roles and thus get over them and simply be persons. As he puts it, the everyday way in which things have been interpreted is one into which Dasein has grown in the first instance, with never a possibility of extrication. In it, out of it, and against it, all genuine understanding, interpreting, and communicating, all rediscovering and appropriating anew, are performed. In no case is a Dasein untouched and unseduced by this way in which things have been interpreted. 213, 169. Dasein can never get clear about its facticity, so it can never get clear of its facticity and interpret things in a radically new way. To sum up, Homo sapiens has factual characteristics, which constitute its factuality. Man is the result of a cultural interpretation, his culturally defined characteristics constitute his facticity. Now we will see that, precisely because Dasein's way of being makes facticity possible, it can never be defined by its facticity. For Dasein as self-misinterpreting. Being essentially self-interpreting, Dasein has no nature. Yet Dasein always understands itself as having some specific essential nature. It grounds its actions in its understanding of human nature, and feels at home in belonging to a certain nation or a certain race. Thus Dasein's everyday pre-ontological understanding of its own being necessarily involves a pre-ontological misunderstanding. Understanding itself thus as an object with a fixed essence covers up Dasein's unsettledness and calms the anxiety occasioned by recognizing that Dasein is interpretation all the way down. Dasein's tendency to cover up its own pre-ontological understanding accounts for the traditional misinterpretations of Dasein as some sort of object with a fixed nature. Heidegger calls this motivated misunderstanding fleeing and sees the falling it produces as an essential structure of human being. Dasein's three modes of existing. One last characteristic of Dasein must be mentioned. Heidegger says that Dasein always belongs to someone. It is owned. We are ourselves the entities to be analyzed. The being of any such entity is in each case mine. 67:41. But this cannot mean that each Dasein has a private world of experience. Heidegger's mineness must be sharply distinguished from what Husserl calls the sphere of ownness. When Heidegger describes Dasein as owned in a lecture course in 1923, he warns, Dasein as its own does not mean an isolating relativization to the individual, solus ipsi, rather ownness is a way of being. 16. Heidegger must do justice to the separatedness of human beings without cutting us off from knowing what is crucial about each other. Therefore my mineness cannot be like my private feelings such as my headache, the kinesthetic feeling of moving my body, or some private sense of who I am. For Heidegger, Dasein's mineness is the public stand it takes on itself on what it is to be this Dasein by way of its comportment. Remember that a culture always takes its interpretation to be human nature. A particular Dasein can take a stand on itself by relating to this public understanding of human nature and its possibilities in three ways. Dasein has either chosen these possibilities itself, or got itself into them, or grown up in them already. 33:121. That is, Dasein can own up, disown, or fail to take a stand on its unsettling way of being. To start with the last way, Dasein must first, as in the example of the Japanese baby, passively be formed by the public interpretation, since every person, in order to be a person at all, must be socialized into a particular cultural understanding of being. At this stage, Dasein, which Heidegger later tells us is always anxious about its unsettledness, has presumably not focused its anxiety. In this mode Dasein has not yet taken a stand on itself or, better, since Dasein has always made some sort of decision as to the way in which it is in each case mine. 68:42, its stand is just what it picks up from the public collective way of not owning up to itself, of covering up its unsettledness. Second, perhaps at adolescence, when its anxiety comes to be focused on the question, who am I, a particular Dasein can get itself into the public identities that are offered by its society as a way to flee its unsettledness. Instead of simply accepting passively the social role it grew up in, it actively identifies with some social role such as lawyer, father, or lover, or some socially sanctioned identity such as victim or sacrificing mother, which allows it to disown, or cover up, its true self-interpreting structure. What in Erik Erikson's terms would be the resolution of an identity crisis, is for Heidegger only seeming to win oneself. The owned mode, the third way of relating to one's own existence, is the subject of much of Division 2 of Being and Time. Cap Appendix. In this mode Dasein finally achieves individuality by realizing it can never find meaning by identifying with a role. Dasein then chooses the social possibilities available to it in such a way as to manifest in the style of its activity its understanding of the groundlessness of its own existence. Thus Dasein can choose itself and win itself, the third possibility above. It can also lose itself and never win itself, the first possibility, or only seem to do so, the second possibility. 68:421. Heidegger calls choosing itself or owning up Dasein's authentic, eigentliche, way of being, and seeming to choose while disowning, Dasein's inauthentic, unagentliche, way of being. He calls the third mode, in which Dasein exists most of the time, the undifferentiated mode. We have defined the idea of existence as an understanding ability to be, for which its own being is an issue. But this ability to be, as one which is in each case mine, is free either for authenticity or for inauthenticity or for a mode in which neither of these has been differentiated. 275, 232. The possibility of existing in any one of these three modes is what Heidegger means by mindness. What makes my comportment is that it exhibits a particular stand on what it is to be Dasein, a specific way of owning up to or disowning unsettledness. That is what is most essential about me. Since whether I am fleeing or facing up is manifest in my comportment, what is essential about me is accessible to you. The story that each Dasein is an isolated individual giving meaning to its own world and then to other subjects and finally to a shared world is Husserl's and Sartre's account, not Heidegger's. Division deals with the undifferentiated mode. At the outset of our analysis, it is particularly important that Dasein should not be interpreted with the differentiated character of some definite way of existing, but that it should be uncovered in the undifferentiated character which it has primarily and usually. This undifferentiated character of Dasein's everydayness is not nothing, but a positive phenomenal characteristic of this entity. 69, 43. By calling this mode positive, Heidegger suggests that the undifferentiated mode is not inferior or derivative. Even when Heidegger sometimes calls this normal everyday mode of being inauthentic, he does not mean to denigrate it. He is clear about this in his lectures. While we exist in the everyday, we understand ourselves in an everyday way or, as we can formulate it terminologically, not authentically in the strict sense of the word, not, from the most extreme possibilities of our own existence, but inauthentically, as we are not our own, as we have lost ourself in things and human beings while we exist in the everyday. Not authentically means, not as we at bottom are able to own up to ourselves. Being lost, however, does not have a negative, depreciative significance but means something positive belonging to Dasein itself. This everyday having of self within our factical, existent, passionate merging into things can surely be genuine. BP 160. 6. The primacy of Dasein. In concluding our discussion of Introduction I, let us summarize the reasoning by which Heidegger reaches the conclusion that the correct way to start the investigation of being is to examine the way of being, existence, of the being that raises the question. There seem to be three steps to the argument, none fully convincing. 1. Heidegger first establishes that it is Dasein who is trying to make sense of being, 27, 7, and that in order to raise the question, Dasein must have in its average understanding a premonition of the answer. 2. He then says that this average understanding belongs to the essential makeup of Dasein, 28, 8, that is, it is definitive of Dasein to take a stand on its being. Dasein always understands itself in terms of its existence, 33, 12. 3. Heidegger then claims that Dasein's understanding of its being implies an understanding of all modes of being. Dasein also possesses as making up its understanding of existence an understanding of the being of all beings of a character other than its own. Dasein has therefore a third priority as providing the ontological condition for the possibility of any ontologies, 34, 13. Thus, by carrying out the existential analytic of Dasein, we are to arrive at a fundamental ontology. We shall understand how every mode of intelligibility, the being of equipment, of objects, of institutions, of people, etc., depends upon a fundamental way of being, namely, existence. Heidegger concludes the first section of his introduction with an interesting comment about the relation of philosophical inquiry to ordinary life. The question of being is nothing other than the radicalization of an essential tendency of being which belongs to Dasein itself. 35, 16. Dasein is constantly, in its activities, making sense of itself and everything else. Heidegger, in investigating the question of being, in seeking to understand the understanding of our practices, sees himself as doing thematically what every human being does unawares all the time. As an investigation of being, this phenomenological interpretation brings to completion, autonomously and explicitly, that understanding of being which belongs already to Dasein and which comes alive in any of its dealings with beings. 96, 67. Heidegger's conception of phenomenology. In section 7, Heidegger asks, what should someone do who wants to investigate being? His answer is phenomenology. And what is phenomenology? In answering, Heidegger succeeds in taking over Husserl's definition of phenomenology and totally transforming it for his own ends, making phenomenology mean exactly the opposite of Husserl's proposed method for spelling out the intentional contents of his own belief system and thereby arriving at indubitable evidence. In Heidegger's hands, phenomenology becomes a way of letting something shared that can never be totally articulated and for which there can be no indubitable evidence show itself. The phenomenon. The phenomenon in its ordinary conception is what shows itself directly, as when we say that natural science studies natural phenomena. The bewildering multiplicity of phenomena designated by the words phenomenon, semblance, appearance, mere appearance, cannot be disentangled unless the concept of the phenomenon is understood from the beginning as that which shows itself in itself. 54:31. The phenomenon, as something that shows itself, is the necessary condition for all the derivative kinds. But this common-sense view of the phenomenon in turn presupposes a phenomenological conception. The phenomenon in the phenomenological sense is that which, although unnoticed, unthematized, accompanies and makes possible all that shows itself. That which already shows itself in the appearance as prior to the phenomenon as ordinarily understood and as accompanying it in every case, can, even though it thus shows itself unthematically, be brought thematically to show itself, and what thus shows itself in itself, will be the phenomena of phenomenology. 54-55:31. It may begin to dawn on the attentive reader that Heidegger's phenomenon as understood by phenomenology bears a striking resemblance to what he calls Dasein's preontological understanding of being and the modes of intelligibility it reveals. Logos. Logos means letting something be seen in its togetherness with something, letting it be seen as something. 56:31. What shows itself to the phenomenologist as the basis of what ordinarily shows itself must be pointed out and laid out in a perspicuous way. Remember, there are no interpretation-free facts for the phenomenologist to describe, neither objective facts nor subjective ones like a system of beliefs, so the phenomenologist must interpret and organize the phenomena to reveal the understanding of being in which he already dwells, which lets anything show up as anything. Phenomenology. Heidegger distinguishes three conceptions of phenomenology. 1. The formal conception of phenomenology is to let that which shows itself be seen from itself in the very way in which it shows itself from itself. 58:34. This conception is broad enough to embrace both Husserl's and Heidegger's understanding of phenomenology. Even the formal conception, however, excludes deduction, dialectic, and transcendental arguments. It limits phenomenology to a study in which we directly reveal what we are talking about. 2. In the ordinary conception of phenomenology, any object may be the proper object of study, and the goal is to bring it as fully before consciousness as possible. To have a science of phenomena means to grasp its objects in such a way that everything about them which is up for discussion must be treated by exhibiting it directly. 59:35. Phenomenology is concrete demonstration. 359:31 in that it attempts to show each type of phenomenon in a way that brings forth the best possible evidence for it. 3. The phenomenological conception. Heidegger asks, what is it that phenomenology is to let us see? What is it that must be called a phenomenon in a distinctive sense? 59:35. And he answers that if phenomenology is letting something show itself, what phenomenology deals with must be something that is not already obvious, it is something that primarily and usually does not show itself at all, it is something that lies hidden, in contrast to that which primarily and usually does show itself, and the hidden belongs to it that which shows itself so essentially as to constitute its sense and its ground. 59:35. That which is necessarily hidden might be a Kantian thing in itself, a sort of thing, like measles, that never shows itself except in its effects. But this cannot be what phenomenology deals with. The subject of phenomenology must be something that does not show itself but can be made to show itself. A perfect instance of what is concealed but can be revealed is not just this being or that, but rather the being of beings, 59:35, that which determines beings as beings, that on the basis of which beings are already understood, 25-26, 6. That is, the phenomenon par excellence is the modes of intelligibility of entities and the background understanding on the basis of which each sort of being can show up as what it is. In the phenomenological conception of phenomenon, what one has in mind as that which shows itself is the being of beings, its sense, its modifications and derivatives. Only as phenomenology is ontology possible, 60:35. b. How does the phenomenon show itself? Husserl says that phenomenology should study only what can be made fully evident. Heidegger reverses Husserl's understanding of phenomenology on this point. Husserl's method, which aims at adequate evidence and complete freedom from prejudice, cannot be used when we wish to understand the background upon which all our understanding takes place. Our understanding of being is so pervasive in everything we think and do that we can never arrive at a clear presentation of it. Moreover, since it is not a belief system but is embodied in our skills, it is not the sort of thing we could ever get clear about. We can only come to understand what Husserl called the natural conception of the world, the understanding of the world that comes naturally to us, by looking at more and more aspects of our lives and trying to fit them into a more and more general and unified structure. Thus a phenomenology that wants to be what Husserl called self-responsible must give up Husserl's goal, and the goal of philosophy since Plato, of working out a presuppositionless science. Phenomenology, when correctly understood, turns out to be hermeneutic, that is, interpretative. Our investigation itself will show that the meaning of phenomenological description as a method lies in interpretation, 61:37. Hermeneutics, Heidegger's two-stage approach to the analysis of Dasein. We have seen how Heidegger takes Husserl's phenomenology and turns it around. We are to investigate not consciousness but Dasein. Our method cannot be the inspection of self-evident meanings in our mind. The understanding of being is not mental, and besides, our understanding of being is covered up. Indeed, just because the phenomena are, for the most part, not given, there is need for phenomenology, 60:36. There are, Heidegger says, two kinds of covered-upness. The first is simply being undiscovered, neither known nor unknown, 60:36. This is the kind of covered-upness we find when we investigate the background of everyday practices. The second is being buried over. This means that the phenomenon has at some point been discovered but has deteriorated to the point of getting covered up again, 60:36. This is what happens when Dasein senses its unsettledness. Then Dasein attempts to pass off the phenomenon that has covered over the original phenomenon as itself the truth, in effect denying that anything has been covered up. Heidegger calls this cover-up disguise, which suggests that the covering up is motivated by not wanting to see the truth. He notes, this covering up is the most dangerous, for here the possibilities of deceiving and misleading are especially stubborn, 60:36. Roughly, divisions I and II of being and time are each concerned with one of these two kinds of hidden phenomena. Division I lays bare the obvious and unnoticed, and Division II breaks through to the disguised. According to Heidegger, the world, and Dasein's absorption in it, the subject of Division I, are so obvious as to be unnoticed in the course of our everyday activity. Dasein's way of being, however, is so unsettling that, just because it is constantly sensed, it is constantly covered up. This unsettling way of being and its disguises are the subject of the first half of Division II. The two forms of hiddenness also require two different kinds of phenomenological hermeneutic inquiry. Each of these interpretive techniques has been pioneered by Heidegger and elaborated and applied by contemporary writers who call their work hermeneutic. A hermeneutics of everydayness. In Division I, Heidegger elaborates what he calls an interpretation of Dasein in its everydayness, 38:16. The understanding in everyday practices and discourse, overlooked by the practitioners, has become the subject of much recent hermeneutic investigation. Harold Garfinkel in sociology and Charles Taylor too in political science, each in a different way, pursue this type of hermeneutic concern. An offshoot of this sort of hermeneutics of the everyday is the application of the same method to other cultures, as in Clifford Geertz's brand of anthropology 3 or to other epochs in our own culture, as in Thomas Kuhn's application of what he now explicitly calls the hermeneutic method to the understanding of nature presupposed by Aristotelian physics. Richard Rorty has defined hermeneutics as the attempt to make incommensurate discourses commensurable. Anyone can define hermeneutics any way he or she pleases, but this definition is surely far from the one Heidegger introduced into contemporary philosophy. For Heidegger, hermeneutics begins at home in an interpretation of the structure of everydayness in which Dasein dwells. Heidegger would claim that in several ways, attempts to interpret alien discourse and practices, such as we find in Geertz and Kuhn, presuppose a hermeneutics of everydayness. In On the Way to Language, he quotes Schleiermacher's remark that hermeneutics is the art of understanding rightly another man's language, and he notes that broadened in the appropriate sense hermeneutics can mean the theory and methodology for every kind of interpretation. He then adds that in Being and Time the term hermeneutics is used in a still broader sense to mean the attempt first of all to define the nature of interpretation. Heidegger thus claims to be doing a sort of hermeneutics that lays the basis for all other hermeneutics by showing that human beings are a set of meaningful social practices and how these practices give rise to intelligibility and themselves can be made intelligible. Moreover, Heidegger sees that this claim is itself an interpretation. He says that hermeneutics, used as an adjunct word to phenomenology, does not have its usual meaning, methodology of interpretation, but means the interpretation itself. Hermeneutic phenomenology, then, is an interpretation of human beings as essentially self-interpreting, thereby showing that interpretation is the proper method for studying human beings. Moreover, Heidegger's account, as we have seen, is supposed to be transcendental or, more exactly, existential, since he does not discuss what it means to be a human being in specific cultures or historical periods, but rather attempts by describing everyday life to lay out for us the general, cross-cultural, trans-historical structures of our self-interpreting way of being and how these structures account for all modes of intelligibility. b. A hermeneutics of suspicion. We have already seen that our understanding of our being is never fully accessible since, 1. It is embodied in skills and, 2. We dwell in our understanding like fish in water. In Division 2 Heidegger focuses on a third problem, 3. Our understanding of being is distorted. Since everyday Dasein does not want to face up to its own interpretive activity and the consequent unsettledness of human being, it uses its everyday understanding to conceal the truth about itself. Our being amidst the things with which we concern ourselves most closely in the world * guides the everyday way in which Dasein is interpreted, and covers up ontically Dasein's authentic being, so that the ontology which is directed toward this entity is denied an appropriate basis. Therefore the primordial way in which this entity is presented as a phenomenon is anything but obvious, even if ontology primarily follows the course of the everyday interpretation of Dasein. 359, my italics, 3111. If Dasein hides from itself the truth about its own being, we cannot directly read off its way of being from its practices. Indeed, since Dasein's understanding of its being is non-cognitive, pervasive, and distorted, there is no direct method by which Heidegger can proceed. He can begin only where we are, in the midst of Dasein's understanding of itself, and describe those aspects of Dasein's activities that are least distorted because they do not directly involve Dasein's making sense of its own being. Dasein must be described as it is primarily and usually in its average everydayness, 3738, 16. In this conception of phenomenology we can see one of the deep similarities between Heidegger's view of philosophy and Wittgenstein's. In his investigations, Wittgenstein remarks, The aspects of things that are more important for us are hidden because of their simplicity and familiarity. One is unable to notice something because it is always before one's eyes. The real foundations of his inquiry do not strike a man at all, unless that fact has at some time struck him. And this means, we fail to be struck by what, once seen, is most striking and most powerful. But for Heidegger this can only be a beginning. Heidegger assumes that his preparatory analysis will yield insights on the basis of which he can then give a more primordial account. Our analysis of Dasein is provisional. It merely brings out the being of this entity, without interpreting its sense. It is rather a preparatory procedure by which the horizon for the most primordial way of interpreting being may be laid bare. Once we have arrived at that horizon, this preparatory analytic of Dasein will have to be repeated on a higher and authentically ontological basis. 38, second italics mine, 17. This approach gives special importance to the circular nature of hermeneutic analysis. In general, the so-called hermeneutic circle refers to the fact that in interpreting a text one must move back and forth between an overall interpretation and the details that a given reading lets stand out as significant. Since the new details can modify the overall interpretation, which can in turn reveal new details as significant, the circle is supposed to lead to a richer and richer understanding of the text. As introduced by Heidegger, even in Division I, however, the phenomenological hermeneutic circle involves a stronger methodological claim. 1. Since we must begin our analysis from within the practices we seek to interpret, our choice of phenomena to interpret is already guided by our traditional understanding of being. 2. Since it deals with what is difficult to notice, this traditional understanding may well have passed over what is crucial, so we cannot take the traditional interpretation at face value. 3. Thus we must be prepared to revise radically the traditional account of objects, subjects, language, space, truth, reality, time, and soon, on the basis of the phenomena revealed by our interpretation. The job of Division I is thus to call attention to those aspects of everyday activity that activity itself makes it difficult for us to notice. Division II, however, goes further and does not take even the everyday ontological structures of Dasein revealed in Division I at face value. Rather, it sees them as a motivated masking of a painful truth. Dasein not only covers up its unsettling way of being, it uses the common sense ontology to close off access to its structure. As Heidegger says in Division II, not only in exhibiting the most elemental structures of being in the world, but also, above all, in analyzing care, death, conscience, and guilt, we have shown how in Dasein itself concernful common sense has taken control of Dasein's ability to be and the disclosure of that ability, that is to say, the closing of it off. 359, second italics mine, 311. Heidegger draws the following moral. Dasein's kind of being thus demands that any ontological interpretation which sets itself the goal of exhibiting the phenomena in their primordiality, should capture the being of this entity, in spite of this entity's own tendency to cover things up. Existential analysis, therefore, constantly has the character of doing violence whether to the claims of the everyday interpretation, or to its complacency and its tranquilized obviousness. 359, 311. Transcendental hermeneutic phenomenology, then, does not simply seek to lay out the general structure of self-interpreting being, it claims to force into view a substantive truth about human beings. Not only is human being interpretation all the way down, so that our practices can never be grounded in human nature, God's will, or the structure of rationality, but this condition is one of such radical rootlessness that everyone feels fundamentally unsettled, unheimlich, that is, senses that human beings can never be at home in the world. This, according to Heidegger, is why we plunge into trying to make ourselves at home and secure. Thus the conformist, everyday activities in which human beings seek to give their lives some stable meaning reveal to Heidegger a flight motivated by the pre-ontological understanding each human being has of his or her ultimate ungroundedness. It is clear that, especially in Division II, Heidegger's method turns into what Paul Ricoeur has called a hermeneutics of suspicion, violently exposing disguises. 9 In any such supposedly motivated distortion, whether one finds the concealed truth in the class struggle as revealed by Marx, or the twists and turns of the libido as uncovered by Freud, some authority who has already unmasked the truth, the Marxist theorist, the psychoanalyst, must lead the self-deluded participant to see it too. In Being and Time, such an enlightened authority is already present in Dasein's sense of its own condition. Heidegger calls it the voice of conscience. Moreover, in any such case where the truth is repressed, the individual must confirm the truth of the deep interpretation by acknowledging it, and since the real problem is the restrictions erected as defenses against the truth, the participants acknowledging the truth is supposed to bring some sort of liberation. Marx promises the power released by the realization that one's class is exploited. Freud offers the control gained from recovering the repressed secrets of one's sexuality, and Heidegger claims that the realization that nothing is grounded and that there are no guidelines for living gives Dasein increased openness, tenacity, and even gaiety. This idea is developed further in the appendix. Methodological problems. Just as hermeneutic phenomenology, in its investigation of intelligibility, cannot start from what is self-evident as Descartes did, so it cannot arrive at what is self-evident, as Hegel claimed to do. When Heidegger gets to the end of this analysis in Being and Time, he will only have opened up a new background for investigation. In any investigation in this field, where the thing itself is deeply veiled, one must take pains not to overestimate the results. For in such an inquiry one is constantly compelled to face the possibility of disclosing an even more primordial and more universal horizon from which we may draw the answer to the question, what is being? 49:26. But Heidegger is not always true to this insight. The plan of his book was to show that temporality made sense of Dasein's way of making sense, and then to show that all other ways of being could be understood in terms of temporality. That would have completed the fundamental ontology promised as part 1 of Being and Time. The interpretation of Dasein in terms of temporality, and the explication of time as the transcendental horizon for the question of being. 63, my italics, 39. Heidegger's hesitation between being open to endless further interpretations and claiming to have found the final horizon is also evident at the end of Division I. There Heidegger asks, what does it signify that being is, where being is to be distinguished from every being? One can ask this concretely only if the sense of being and the full scope of the understanding of being have in general been clarified. Only then can one also analyze primordially what belongs to the concept of a science of being as such, and to its possibilities and its variations. 272, my italics, 230. Here Heidegger seems to imply that his fundamental ontology in Being and Time will be a full clarification of the understanding of being, and even a science of being as such. This idea conflicts with the presuppositions of hermeneutics. Likewise, as we shall see, Heidegger's claim that ontology is a theoretical inquiry, 32:12 conflicts with this account of theory. What in fact happened in his later work is just what Heidegger's notion of finding ever more encompassing horizons would lead one to expect. Each horizon for making sense of being turned out to exclude some ways of being. Being and Time leaves out the way of being of works of art. When Heidegger includes works of art in the origin of the work of art, he still leaves out spatial locality, and later he sees that he has not done justice to natural things like trees, which are neither equipment nor objects. Each interpretation accounts for some modes of intelligibility but leaves out others. Indeed, Heidegger never answered his original question concerning the sense of being. The issues raised by asking about our practices of making sense and the ways of being they reveal just kept getting broader and deeper. But Heidegger never gave up his basic idea that were it not for the clearing opened by the understanding of being in language, tradition, and other human practices, we could never encounter beings as beings at all. Being in. Heidegger calls the activity of existing, being in the world. With characteristic precision, In introducing this concept, he stresses the importance of approaching this overlooked phenomenon in the right way. He emphasizes that the being in Dasein's being in the world is not to be thought of as a characteristic of objects spatially located with respect to other objects. The way of being of objects, understood as isolated, determinate, substances, Heidegger calls Vorhandenheit. This term is usually translated presence at hand, but since there is no mention of presence in the German, and since Heidegger rarely makes use of the embedded word for hand, I shall use the translation occurrentness. The most general characteristics of occurrent objects are called categories. Thus, being occurrent in something which is likewise occurrent, and being occurrent along with in the sense of a definite location relationship, are ontological characteristics which we call categoria L. They are of such a sort as to belong to beings whose kind of being is not of the character of Dasein. 79, 54. As we have seen, the most general characteristics of Dasein are called existentials. Because Dasein's characters of being are defined in terms of existentiality, we call them existentials. These are to be sharply distinguished from what we call categories, characteristics of being for beings whose character is not that of Dasein. 70, 44. With this terminology in place, Heidegger then calls attention to Dasein's unique way of being in, which is totally different from the way one object can be in another. Being in is a state of Dasein's being, it is an existential. So one cannot think of it as the being occurrent of some corporeal thing, such as a human body, in a being which is occurrent. 79, 54. Here, as in several other places in Beingand time, Heidegger seems to suggest that having a body does not belong to Dasein's essential structure, although he acknowledges that this bodily nature hides a whole problematic of its own. 143, 1081. It no doubt follows from the generality of Dasein's way of being as essentially self-interpreting activity that Dasein is not necessarily embodied. As Heidegger says in the Metaphysical Foundations of Logic, the term man was not used for that being which is the theme of the analysis. Instead, the neutral term Dasein was chosen. By this we designate the being for which its own proper mode of being in a definite sense is not indifferent. The peculiar neutrality of the term Dasein is essential, because the interpretation of this being must be carried out prior to every factual concretion. 136. But of course, neutral Dasein is never what exists. Dasein exists in each case only in its factical concretion. 137, and, as factical, Dasein is, among other things, in each case dispersed in a body. 137. Heidegger gives an illuminating description of the different way objects and people are in the world. This is a good illustration of revealing the phenomenon. We are not given an argument to show that there are several distinct senses of in, nor is Heidegger doing linguistic analysis. Rather, in these analyses the issue is one of seeing a primordial structure of Dasein's being. 81, 54. Ordinarily we do not notice what is pointed out by the different senses of many of our prepositions and idioms just because we use them so transparently. Moreover, if we step back and think about the meaning of a preposition like in, the first sense that comes to mind in detached reflection is the categorial sense, physical inclusion. When someone calls our attention to the fact that in also has an existential sense which expresses involvement, as in being in love, being in business, or being in the theater, we tend to think of this as a metaphorical derivation from physical inclusion. This is just what one would expect if Heidegger is right that Dasein always, interprets itself in terms of the objects with which it deals. Dasein has a tendency to understand its own being in terms of that being toward which it comports itself primarily and in a way which is essentially constant in terms of the world, the totality of objects. In Dasein itself, and therefore in its own understanding of being, the way the world is understood is, as we shall show, reflected back ontologically upon the way in which Dasein itself gets interpreted. 36 to 37, my gloss in the third pair of brackets, 15 to 16. Thus Dasein overlooks the directly given and fundamental experience of involvement. Here hermeneutics must call attention to the hidden as the undiscovered, although there is also a hint that this overlooking is motivated and so results in a disguise. To combat this tendency to overlook and cover up the phenomenon, Heidegger points out that in does not originally mean inclusion. The primordial sense of in was, rather, to reside, to dwell, 541. This is supposed to help us get over the idea that the in of inclusion, like chalk in a box, is basic. But, one might well ask, why should these primitive meanings be more illuminating than later ones, since, according to Heidegger, Dasein always misunderstands itself in terms of the world? Heidegger would answer that primitive phenomena are often less concealed and less complicated by extensive self-interpretation on the part of the Dasein in question, 76, 51. The natural distortions of common sense have not been further covered up by philosophical distortions reflected back into everyday language. Thus, for example, in the early stages of our language, the detached and the involved senses of words have not yet separated out. Even now when we speak of being in the theater, we can mean both that someone is spatially in the theater and that the theater plays a crucial role in that person's self-interpretation, or better, we may mean something more simple than either of these alternatives. When we recall that in derives from reside, it jars us out of our assumption that our objective, literal sense of in is basic. Not that the metaphorical is supposed to be more basic than the literal, as some now try to argue. Heidegger is more radical than those who point out that metaphors are much more important than people ordinarily realize, and that without metaphors like inside/outside that are based on spatial inclusion, as for example inside and outside our bodies, we could not think about more abstract involvement relations. This still assumes that the spatial relation is the basic one from which we imaginatively project the others. On the contrary, Heidegger wants us to see that at an early stage of language the distinction metaphorical/literal has not yet emerged. Heidegger's specific discussion of the senses of the preposition in will be illuminating only to those who know German. We can, however, capture his point in English. In English we also distinguish two senses of in, a spatial sense, in the box, and an existential sense, in the army, in love. The first use expresses inclusion, the second conveys involvement. Table 2 illustrates further distinctions along these lines. Being in, with a hyphen, is essentially distinguished from being in because Dasein takes a stand on itself by way of being occupied with things. Being in as being involved is definitive of Dasein. From what we have been saying, it follows that being in is not a property which Dasein sometimes has and sometimes does not have, and without which it could be just as well as it could with it. Dasein is never primarily a being which is, so to speak, free from being in, but which sometimes has the inclination to take up a relationship toward the world. Taking up relationships toward the world is possible only because Dasein, as being in the world, is as it is. 84, 57. Table 2. Spatial and existential senses of some prepositions. Heidegger notes that, strictly speaking, objects cannot touch each other because they cannot encounter each other. Here the use of touch for objective contact is, indeed, metaphorical. We can make this distinction in English by noting that we have two senses of the word touch. Objects can touch in the sense of physical contact, a metaphorical sense, but they cannot touch each other in the sense of mattering to each other, a literal sense. Dasein alone can be touched, that is, moved, by objects and other Daseins. Heidegger adds that there are two ways in which Dasein itself can be treated like an object. One is that Dasein can be a current in the world, or, more exactly, can with some right and within certain limits be taken as merely a current, 82, 551. Here again, Heidegger seems to be referring obliquely to Dasein's body. The fact that Dasein can be taken as something which is a current and just a current is not to be confused with a certain way of a currentness which is Dasein's own. This latter kind of a currentness becomes accessible not by disregarding Dasein's specific structures but only by understanding them in advance. Dasein understands its ownmost being in the sense of a certain factual occurrentness. 82, 55-56. This latter way has to do with Dasein's facticity. Not only is Dasein's activity conditioned by cultural interpretations of facts about its body, such as being male or female, but since Dasein must define itself in terms of social roles that require certain activities, and since its roles require equipment, Dasein is at the mercy of factual events and objects in its environment. It has been delivered over to beings which it needs in order to be able to be as it is. 416, 364. The concept of facticity implies that an intra-worldly being has being in the world in such a way that it can understand itself as bound up in its destiny with the being of those beings which it encounters within its own world. 82, 56. The most important kind of being in is senbei, which is very badly translated as being alongside. The resulting phrase, being alongside the world, is as far from Heidegger as one can get, since Dasein is in the world, not next to it or outside it. Heidegger says directly, there is no such thing as the side-by-sideness of an entity called Dasein with another entity called world. 81, 55. But one cannot translate senbei as being at home, as would be most natural, since Heidegger holds that Dasein is unheimlich, that is, never truly at home in the world. I shall therefore translate senbei as being amidst. What Heidegger is getting at is a mode of being in we might call inhabiting. When we inhabit something, it is no longer an object for us but becomes part of us and pervades our relation to other objects in the world. Both Heidegger and Michael Polanyi call this way of being indwelling. Polanyi points out that we dwell in our language, we feel at home in it and relate to objects and other people through it. Heidegger says the same for the world. Dwelling is Dasein's basic way of being in the world. The relation between me and what I inhabit cannot be understood on the model of the relation between subject and object. Heidegger's critique of the traditional priority of disinterested knowledge. Traditional philosophy has, since the time of Plato, maintained that knowledge is gained by means of detached, disinterested inquiry. Since Descartes, the results of such detached inquiries are supposed to have consequences concerning the nature of the subject and object of knowledge, not just in these special circumstances but for the whole range of human activities. According to the tradition, we can, of course, pay attention to our involvement, as Heidegger is doing in Being and Time, and we then may find we are being in. If, however, we step back from involved activity and become reflective, detached observers, we cannot help seeing ourselves as subjects contemplating objects. The whole array of philosophical distinctions between inner subjective experience and the outer object of experience, between perceiving and the perceived, and between appearance and reality arise at this point, and it becomes the evident point of departure for problems of epistemology or the metaphysics of knowledge. 86, 59. Only by exposing the derivative character of the detached, reflective stance, Heidegger holds, can we see the limits of subjective consciousness and the objects it knows. To break out of the epistemological tradition, we must begin with everyday involved phenomena and then see where consciousness and its intentional content fit in. Heidegger holds that human experience, Erfahrung, discloses the world and discovers entities in it, and yet this does not entail the traditional conclusion that human beings relate to objects by means of their experiences, or Leibniz, that is, by way of mental states. This view defies common sense and a long philosophical tradition. Being amidst as existential is of course itself a problem. It is a problem precisely because of the seeming self-evidence of the premise of a subject-object relation. It is remarkable that the problem addressed by this claim cannot be budged. It is as old as philosophy and appears already in Parmenides. The view developed early and easily in the pre-philosophical understanding of Dasein that the soul, thinking and representing, consciousness, establishes a relationship to objects, or put conversely, that entities occur before and lie opposite to thinking, seeing, and representing. MFL, 130. Heidegger's opposition to this traditional view has much in common with that of Michael Polanyi II and Thomas Kuhn. 3 All three thinkers claim that the theoretical, disinterested knowledge that is correctly described in subject/object terms and has been held up as the best example of knowledge for the last 2,500 years presupposes a practical and involved know-how that cannot be accounted for in terms of theoretical knowledge. According to these thinkers, theoretical knowledge depends on practical skills. This, of course, does not imply that the objects discovered in theoretical reflection depend on these skills, although Kuhn, unlike Heidegger, seems to draw this conclusion. Heidegger's critique of intentionality. The fundamental difference between Heidegger and the tradition of disinterested inquiry that culminates in Husserl is obvious in the sort of examples each chooses. Husserl talks, like Kant, about the mental syntheses required when, in the course of a lecture, he walks around a die and receives a succession of visual experiences of it. 5 It is on the basis of these syntheses that he perceives the die as an enduring object, and only then can he give it the meaning something to throw. This shows, Husserl claims, that perception and action necessarily involve mental activity. Heidegger's examples start with involved acting in the world, using things such as hammers and doorknobs. Heidegger seeks to demonstrate that what is thus revealed is exactly the opposite of what Descartes and Husserl claim. Rather than first perceiving perspectives, then synthesizing the perspectives into objects, and finally assigning these objects a function on the basis of their physical properties, we ordinarily manipulate tools that already have a meaning in a world that is organized in terms of purposes. To see this, we must first overcome the traditional interpretation that theory is prior to practice. Only then will we be ready to describe our involved, practical dealings with things and what they reveal. This requires a new phenomenological approach. Those beings which serve phenomenologically as our preliminary theme in this case, those which are used, become accessible when we put ourselves into the position of concerning ourselves with them in some way. Taken strictly, this talk about putting ourselves into such a position is misleading, for the kind of being which belongs to such concernful dealings is not one into which we need to put ourselves first. This is the way in which everyday Dasein always is when I open the door, for instance, I use the doorknob. The achieving of phenomenological access to the beings which we encounter, consists rather in thrusting aside our interpretative tendencies, which keep thrusting themselves upon us and running along with us, and which conceal not only the phenomenon of such concern, but even more those beings themselves as encountered of their own accord in our concern with them. 96, 67. An extreme version of the attitude Heidegger is opposing appears in Sartre's novel Nausea, where the main character, Roquentin, succumbs to traditional disinterestedness to the point of psychosis. As he does so, Roquentin perceives a doorknob, Sartre's example too, as a cold, metal object pressing the palm of his hand. Sartre thinks, like Descartes and Husserl, that through his extreme detachment his hero is getting back to the pure perception of the basic being of things. Heidegger would agree with Sartre that pure disinterestedness is an abnormal state, but he would give a completely different analysis of the philosophical significance of Sartre's case study. For Heidegger, unlike Descartes, Husserl, and Sartre, the object of mere staring, instead of being that which really is an impoverished residue of the equipment we directly manipulate. The bare objects of pure disinterested perception are not basic things we can subsequently use, but the debris of our everyday practical world left over when we inhibit action. It looks like Heidegger thus inverts the tradition and sees detached contemplation as a privative modification of everyday involvement. He seems to be saying that the detached, meaning-giving, knowing subject that is at the center of Husserlian phenomenology must be replaced by an embodied, meaning-giving, doing subject. But if one simply inverts the tradition, one risks being misunderstood and reappropriated. Indeed, Dagfinn F. Thielestill has been led to underestimate Heidegger's originality at just this point. In an article on the role of action in Husserl and Heidegger, he interprets Heidegger as holding that Husserl overemphasized detached contemplation, and he agrees with what he takes to be Heidegger's claim that embodied practical activity is the basic way subjects give meaning to objects. It has commonly been held that practical activity presupposes theoretical understanding of the world. Heidegger rejects this. He regards our practical ways of dealing with the world as more basic than the theoretical. This idea of Heidegger's that all our human activity plays a role in our constitution of the world, and his analyses of how this happens, I regard as Heidegger's main contribution to philosophy. Follistel reports that after he came to Freiburg in 1916, in the late teens and especially in the early 20s, Husserl clearly became more and more aware that our practical activity is an important part of our relation to the world. There is, according to Husserl, an infinite chain of goals, aims, and tasks that our actions and their products relate to. Follistel tries to determine who deserves credit for this new interest in the phenomenology of practical activity. Husserl had ideas similar to those of Heidegger long before Being and Time was published. These ideas started appearing in Husserl shortly after he arrived in Freiburg and met Heidegger in 1916. It is possible that Husserl influenced Heidegger in this practical direction. However, it is also possible that it was Husserl who was influenced in this direction through his discussion with the younger Heidegger. Once one sees the depth of Heidegger's difference from Husserl and the tradition, however, one sees that Follistel's question, although interesting, is irrelevant. The real issue concerns intentionality. As used by Franz Brentano and then Husserl, intentionality names the fact that mental states such as perceiving, believing, desiring, fearing, and intending in its ordinary sense are always about something, that is, directed at some object under some description, whether that extra-mental object exists or not. The mental property that makes this directedness possible is called the representational or intentional content of the mental state. By focusing his discussion on the relative importance of involved action and disinterested contemplation, Follistel overlooks Heidegger's more radical point that the traditional account of both these ways of relating to the world presupposes but overlooks a more fundamental sort of intentionality. Being in is something quite different from a mere confrontation, whether by way of observation or by way of action, that is, it is not the being occurrent together of a subject and an object. 221, my italics, 176. Heidegger does not want to make practical activity primary, he wants to show, pace Husserl, that neither practical activity nor contemplative knowing can be understood as a relation between a self-sufficient mind and an independent world. Follistel's failure to focus on Heidegger's true originality is natural, however, since Heidegger does argue that the involved stance and what it reveals is in some sense prior to the detached stance and what it reveals that, as he puts it in the title of section 13, knowing the world is a founded mode of being in. Knowing is an exemplary subject-object relation, so that if one makes knowing basic, one is from the start locked into the intentionalistic picture of human beings as subjects with beliefs, justified and unjustified, about objects and states of affairs. Heidegger's strategy is first to reverse the usual priorities. But this reversal of the priority of knowing over doing only clears the ground for the phenomenological question, what is the way of being of intentionality? Essentially the person exists only in the performance of intentional acts. What, however, is the ontological meaning of performance? 73, 48. The traditional view of practice, from Descartes on at least, is representational. Contemporary philosophers such as John Searle and Donald Davidson, who do not agree on much, do agree that action must be explained in terms of beliefs and desires, that is, mental states causing bodily movements. Heidegger's attempt to break out of the tradition is focused in his attempt to get beyond the subject/object distinction in all domains, including action. In a lecture he says, "My essential intention is to first pose the problem of the subject/object relation and work it out in such a way that the essentials of the entire Western tradition will be concentrated in the simplicity of a basic problem." MFL, 132. The focal problem is thus not which kind of intentionality, theoretical or practical, is more basic, but how to get beyond the traditional account of intentionality altogether. Already in his 1925 lectures 2 years before Being and Time, Heidegger questions the traditional account of intentionality in order to go beyond it to undermine the priority of the subject/object relation in all its forms. Intentionality is not an ultimate explanation of the psychic but an initial approach toward overcoming the uncritical application of traditionally defined realities such as the psychic, consciousness, continuity of lived experience, reason. HCT 47. Everything, then, turns on Heidegger's critique of Husserl's theory of intentionality. As Heidegger says, here again we have a term and concept taken so much for granted that no one lingers with it for long and, even in a preparatory stage, assumes it is the solution to the problem, as if it were surely the key to all doors. On the contrary, we should make what is itself meant by the term into the problem. MFL 132. Heidegger's objection is not that the theory of intentionality inserts a picture in the mind that comes between the subject and the object. Husserl explicitly rejected this view. To understand the issue focused around intentionality, one must know that early Husserl, like Searle, has a minimal notion of representation and intentional content. The mind is not directed towards some special object in it that in turn mirrors an object in the world. Speaking of intentional content is meant to capture the fact that perceptions, beliefs, desires, intentions, and so on can all be directed toward the same object under the same aspect. For example, I can perceive that I am driving to work, believe that I am driving to work, desire that I be driving to work, intend to be driving to work, and so on. Heidegger sees, however, that such an account already introduces the subject/object distinction. It allows the separation of an intentional content that is mental from an objective world that may or may not be the way the mind takes it to be. Husserl defined phenomenology as the study of the intentional content remaining in the mind after the bracketing of the world. Heidegger accepts intentional directedness as essential to human activity, but he denies that intentionality is mental, that it is, as Husserl, following Brentano, claimed, the distinguishing characteristic of mental states. The usual conception of intentionality misconstrues the structure of the self-directedness toward the intention. This misinterpretation lies in an erroneous subjectivizing of intentionality. An ego or subject is supposed, to whose so-called sphere intentional experiences are then supposed to belong. The idea of a subject which has intentional experiences merely inside its own sphere and is encapsulated within itself is an absurdity which misconstrues the basic ontological structure of the being that we ourselves are. BP 63-64. To get the ontology right, Heidegger introduces his own term for the way human beings relate to things, Verhalten, translated as comportment. Comportments have the structure of directing oneself toward, of being directed toward. Annexing a term from scholasticism, phenomenology calls this structure intentionality. BP 58, first italics mine. Heidegger uses comportment to refer to our directed activity, precisely because the term has no mentalistic overtones. He points out that the whole machinery of the mental is a construction of the theorist, not the result of phenomenological description. He thus takes comportment or intentionality as characteristic not merely of acts of consciousness, but of human activity in general. Intentionality is attributed not to consciousness but to Dasein. Because the usual separation between a subject with its immanent sphere and an object with its transcendent sphere, because, in general, the distinction between an inner and an outer is constructive and continually gives occasion for further constructions, we shall in the future no longer speak of a subject, of a subjective sphere, but shall understand the being to whom intentional comportments belong as Dasein, and indeed in such a way that it is precisely with the aid of intentional comportment, properly understood, that we attempt to characterize suitably the being of Dasein. BP 64. Heidegger points out that Husserl's introduction of intentional content, an ideal structure that is supposed to be neither physical nor psychical in order to explain the directedness of the mind and bridge the gap between subject and object, gives rise to more problems than it solves. the more unequivocally one maintains that knowing is proximally and really inside and indeed has by no means the same kind of being as entities which are physical or psychical, the more one believes that one is presuppositionlessly making headway in the question of the essence of knowledge and in the clarification of the relationship between subject and object. But no matter how this inner sphere may get interpreted, if one does no more than ask how knowing makes its way out of it and achieves transcendence, it becomes evident that the knowing which presents such enigmas will remain problematical unless one has previously clarified how it is and what it is. 87, 60-61. Heidegger is thus clear that the priority of knowing in Husserl cannot simply be supplemented by action. Rather, the whole idea of transcending from the inner to the outer must be revised. Heidegger criticizes the traditional account of everyday intentionality, what he calls ontic transcendence, for overlooking a more basic way of being. We must make intentionality itself into a problem. Intentionality is indeed related to beings themselves and, in this sense, is an ontic transcending comportment, but it does not primordially constitute this relating to but is founded in a being amidst beings. This being amidst is, in its intrinsic possibility, in turn grounded in existence. In this way the limitations of the earlier interpretation and function of the concept of intentionality become clear, as does its fundamental significance. MFL, 134. Heidegger holds that all relations of mental states to their objects presuppose a more basic form of being with things which does not involve mental activity. Intentionality belongs to the existence of Dasein. To exist then means, among other things, to be as relating to oneself by comporting with beings. It belongs to the nature of Dasein to exist in such a way that it is always already with other beings. BP, 157. Heidegger's way of understanding Dasein enables him to see why in the tradition knowledge was mistakenly taken as basic, and why even action was interpreted as a kind of knowledge. Existence not only brings a modification of the traditional concept of consciousness and of mind, the radical formulation of the intended phenomenon in an ontology of Dasein leads to a fundamental, universal overcoming of this position. From there the previous concept of intentionality proves to be a restricted conception. Because of this restriction, intentionality is conceived primarily as to take as meaning-giving. Thus every act of directing oneself towards something receives the characteristic of knowing, for example, in Husserl. MFL, 134, my italics and my gloss in the second brackets. The above quotation shows that in his lectures, a year after the publication of Being and Time, Heidegger feels he needs to explain that what he was getting at in sections 12 and 13 goes far beyond reversing the priority of knowing and doing. It is worth quoting his new interpretation of these misleading sections at length since it is, in effect, Heidegger's most explicit account of the fundamental point of division of being and time. Underneath the entire earlier problem of the relation of subject to object is the undiscussed problem of transcendence. The problem of transcendence as such is not at all identical with the problem of intentionality. As ontic transcendence, the latter is itself only possible on the basis of originary transcendence, on the basis of being in the world. This primal transcendence makes possible every intentional relation to beings. The relation is based on a preliminary understanding of the being of beings. This understanding of being first secures the possibility of beings manifesting themselves as beings. MFL, 135. One of the main preparatory tasks of being and time is to bring this relation radically to light in its originary essence. Cf. sections 12 and 13 as the first introductory characterizations. MFL, 131. Heidegger returns again later in these lectures to these same sections of Being and Time. By calling attention to what is more basic than all intentional states, whether they represent the world as it is, belief, or as one wants it to be, desire, he tries to avert the Husserl/Fallistal misunderstanding that he is simply reversing the priority of theoretical to practical intentionality. The central task in the ontology of Dasein is to go back behind those divisions into comportments to find their common root, a task that need not, of course, be easy. Originary transcendence precedes every possible mode of activity in general, prior to noesis belief, but also prior to orexis desire. MFL, 183. Or, as he put it in his 1927 lectures, in whatever way we conceive of knowing, it is a comportment toward beings. But all practical technical commerce with beings is also a comportment toward beings. In all comportment toward beings, whether it is specifically cognitive, which is most frequently called theoretical, or whether it is practical technical, an understanding of being is already involved. For a being can be encountered by us as a being only in the light of the understanding of being. BP 275. Thus by 1928 the full import of Heidegger's rejection of all purely mentalistic forms of intentionality is fully explicit, as is his justification for beginning with what misleadingly seems like a reversal of priority between two subject/object relations, knowing and acting. Inasmuch as Dasein exists qua being in the world, it is already out there with beings, and even this manner of speaking is still imprecise, since already out there presupposes Dasein is at some point on the inside. Even if I say, Dasein's intentional activity is always already open towards beings and for beings, there is still at bottom the supposition that it was once closed. What we mean by transcendence cannot be made compatible with the previous formulations of it, and is very difficult to see, in light of the usual deadlocked version of the problem. Neither Bergson, nor Husserl sees the problem and the phenomenon. We are required to try to clarify this basic makeup, first of all, by proceeding from the traditional concept of the epistemological subject-object relation. Thus the investigation in Being and Time, after the exposition and first chapter, begins with being in the world in general as the basic makeup of Dasein, and sections 12 and 13 present an outline and a first acquaintance with the phenomenon. MFL, 167. The moral of sections 12 and 13, then, is supposed to be that if we start with intentional states, whether receptive or active, even with tacit or pre-reflective mental states, we shall distort the phenomenon of everyday coping and be led back into all the old epistemological problems. Thus, before raising the question of the ontological and phenomenological status of consciousness, one must reinterpret Dasein's everyday way of being in. Heidegger's analysis of the natural situation of everyday activities is meant to show that the traditional epistemic situation of a mind distinct from objects, whether observing or acting upon them, is a deficient mode of being in the world and cannot, therefore, have the broad philosophical implications modern philosophers of mind have supposed. The contemporary relevance of Heidegger's critique. Before we can fully appreciate the difficulty of Heidegger's project and decide whether he succeeds, we have to sharpen as much as possible the Husserlian intentional theory of mind that he opposes. Just how is the subject/object distinction supposed to be built into all ways of relating to the world, whether they are knowing or acting? Since Heidegger focuses on action as the area in which it is easiest to see that our experience need not involve a mind/world split, I shall concentrate on an account of action. Since Husserl never worked out a theory of action, however, I shall turn to John Searle, who defends a detailed and convincing formulation of the intentionalist account Heidegger opposes. In order to appreciate the power and originality of Heidegger's attack on mentalistic intentionality, on which everything else turns, I must first spell out Searle's formulation of the way the mind/world split is built into the experience of acting. It is generally agreed among analytic philosophers that our common sense concepts of perception and action are causal concepts. Paul Grice showed that our concept of perception requires that we have an experience that is caused in the right way by the object perceived. In the parallel case of acting, Searle and Davidson agree that our concept of an action is likewise causal, that an action is a bodily movement that has been caused in the right way by a mental state. Davidson thinks that it must be caused by a belief and a desire. Searle holds a more minimal view, claiming only that it must be caused by an intention. Searle distinguishes two types of intentions that cause actions: prior intentions and intentions in action. As their names suggest, the prior intention is formed prior to the action, whereas the intention in action is simply concurrent with the action. Searle writes, actions thus necessarily contain intentions in action, but are not necessarily caused by prior intentions. Spontaneous actions, jumping up and pacing while thinking is Searle's favorite example, do not involve forming a prior intention but must nonetheless be caused by an intention in action. Searle argues that both the prior intention and the intention in action are causally self-referential, in that they include in their conditions of satisfaction the requirement that the intention cause its conditions of satisfaction. Conditions of satisfaction for Searle define what counts as the success of an intentional state, that is, what counts as a desires being satisfied, an assertions being true, a perceptions being veridical, etc. In the case of action, the conditions of satisfaction are more than that a certain bodily movement be performed. If the conditions of satisfaction happen, that is, if the body moves, but this is not caused in the right way, the intention has not been satisfied. Self-referentiality refers to the inclusion of the causal requirement that the intention cause the movement in the content of the intention itself. In short, an action is a bodily movement caused by my intention to perform it. According to Searle, the intention in action is the experience of acting, what William James calls the feeling of effort. James says that we have a feeling of effort there can be no doubt. Popular language has sufficiently consecrated the fact by the institution of the word effort, and its synonyms exertion, striving, straining. The difference between a simply passive sensation, and one in which the elements of volition and attention are found, has also been recorded by popular speech in the difference between such verbs as to see and to look, to hear and to listen, to smell and to scent, to feel and to touch. Point 12. On Searle's analysis, all acting is accompanied by an experience of acting, and this experience of effort has as its intentional content that it is causing my bodily movement. The mental experience of acting and the physical movement belong to totally separate domains. I can have the experience of acting even if I am deluded, for example, paralyzed, and the bodily movement is not taking place. Thus, according to Searle, the distinction between mind and world, between subject and object, is built directly into both the concept of action and the phenomenology of acting. As we have seen, James associates attention, volition, and effort, Searle's experience of acting. We do often experience ourselves as attentive subjects and our conscious effort as causing our actions. Indeed, Heidegger would grant that the philosophical tradition has built self-referentiality into our concept of consciousness. In a seminar he asks, where does consciousness begin in philosophy? And he answers, with Descartes, every consciousness of something is at the same time self-consciousness. There is no consciousness without self-consciousness, which does not mean the self must become thematic. This is the universal structure of representation in Husserl's sense of consciousness of something. 3. Heidegger might well grant, 2, that James and Searle have given an accurate description of the self-referential experience of deliberate action, and that a formal account of the intentional content of such an experience, as provided by Searle, for example, is a legitimate area of phenomenological analysis. Heidegger acknowledges that one can describe self-referential consciousness as Husserl does in his phenomenology. The kind of giving we have here is the mere, formal, reflective awareness of the I, and perhaps what it gives is indeed evident. This insight even affords access to a phenomenological problematic in its own right, which has in principle the signification of providing a framework as a formal phenomenology of consciousness. 151. 115. But he hastens to ask, is it then obvious a priori that access to Dasein must be gained only by mere reflective awareness of the I of actions? 151, 115. Certainly, such self-referential consciousness is not the subject matter of being and time. According to Heidegger, such consciousness is a special mode of revealing and a derivative one at that. Not all human activity is deliberate, and therefore not all activity is caused by a self-referential mental state. Nietzsche saw the same phenomenon. We could think, feel, will, and remember, and we could also act in every sense of that word, and yet none of all this would have to enter our consciousness, as one says metaphorically. The whole of life would be possible, without, as it were, seeing itself in a mirror. Even now, for that matter, by far the greatest portion of our life actually takes place without this mirror effect, and this is true even of our thinking, feeling, and willing life for. Yet, as Searle points out, there seems to be some sort of self-awareness in action since, if one is stopped and questioned while acting in a non-deliberate way, one can still say what one is doing. Searle claims that this shows that even in such non-deliberate activity our movements are being guided by a self-referential intention in action. Heidegger, like Wittgenstein, would no doubt respond that the ability to say what we are doing only shows a retroactive rationalization of our ongoing activity. It need not be based on the inspection of an internal mental cause. See the exposition of Heidegger's discussion of the toward which of activity in Chapter 4. Notice that in trying to explain Heidegger, I have had to speak of activity rather than action, since Heidegger may well hold that the subject/object account of action, which is self-evident to common sense, does require that the movements that constitute the action be performed intentionally. Heidegger, however, is trying not to explicate our common sense concept of action but to make a place for a sort of comportment, as he calls it, that has been overlooked both by common sense and a fortiori by the philosophical tradition. The tradition has been concerned either with explaining deliberate action, Aristotle, or with assigning moral responsibility, Kant. Such concerns lead either to a focus on the beliefs and desires leading to action, Davidson, or to the intention in action, Searle. Heidegger, however, wants to work out an account of everyday, non-deliberate, ongoing coping. In letting such comportment show itself as it is in itself, Heidegger has to free himself not only from the tradition but from our common sense focus on deliberate action. As Heidegger says, the most dangerous and stubborn prejudices relative to the understanding of intentionality are not the explicit ones in the form of philosophical theories but the implicit ones that arise from the natural apprehension and interpretation of things by the Dasean's everyday good sense. These latter misinterpretations are exactly the ones that are least noticeable and hardest to repulse. BP 59. Heidegger holds that the common sense concept of action and consciousness misses the structure of our most basic mode of comportment. In opposition to the tradition, Heidegger wants to show that we are not normally thematically conscious of our ongoing everyday activity, and that where thematic self-referential consciousness does arise, it presupposes a non-thematic, non-self-referential mode of awareness. In his critique of Kant's account of perception, Heidegger suggests in Basic Problems that perception too is not self-referential in Grice's sense but is based on a non-self-referential openness to the world. Just as action absorbed in the world does not involve an experience of acting, a mental state self-referentially causing a bodily movement, so, perception does not involve a visual experience. I am simply fascinated by and drawn into the spectacle of the world. He remarks that perceivedness is in a certain way objective, in a certain way subjective, and yet neither of the two. BP 314. It is Dasean's openness onto the world that makes possible the derivative experience of looking or trying to see, as for example in the extreme case of an eye examination, which could, perhaps, be described as involving a private visual experience caused by an object. 15. Being and Time seeks to show that much of everyday activity, of the human way of being, can be described without recourse to deliberate, self-referential consciousness, and to show how such everyday activity can disclose the world and discover things in it without containing any explicit or implicit experience of the separation of the mental from the world of bodies and things. The task of bringing to light Dasean's existential makeup leads first of all to the twofold task, intrinsically one, of interpreting more radically the phenomena of intentionality and transcendence. With this task of bringing to view, along with the more originary conception of intentionality and transcendence, a basic determination of Dasean's whole existence, we also run up against a central problem that has remained unknown to all previous philosophy. BP 162. Heidegger will seek to show that, 1. intentionality without self-referential mental content is characteristic of the unimpeded mode of Dasein's everyday activity, whereas mental state intentionality is a derivative mode, and, 2. Both these modes of directedness, ontic transcendence, presuppose being in the world, a more originary transcendence. It will turn out that intentionality is founded in Dasein's transcendence and is possible solely for this reason that transcendence cannot conversely be explained in terms of intentionality. BP 162. We can now understand why at the end of section 13 Heidegger claims that in knowing, Dasein achieves a new being stance toward a world which has already been discovered in Sic Dasein, 90, translation corrected, 62. Here the word in must, of course, be understood not as though the world were to be found as an internal representation inside Dasein, but rather in the sense that the world is discovered in the everyday activity of Daseining, of being therein the activity called existing which is Dasein's way of being in. In approaching chapter 3 it is important to keep in mind that for Heidegger there are two basic questions, 1, which mode of being, that of mere objects or that of equipment, makes the other intelligible? And, 2, what way of being makes possible every type of encountering, including encountering both objects and equipment? We shall see that Heidegger not only inverts the traditional interpretation that the disinterested attitude and the entities it reveals are more basic than the interested attitude and the entities it reveals, but he also changes the ontological question itself. It is no longer a question of which sorts of entities can be built up out of which other sorts of entities. This question makes sense only if ontology is a question of reduction, which assumes that entities are reducible to some basic substance or building blocks. Heidegger calls this whole traditional problematic into question. He describes two modes of being, which he calls availableness and occurrentness, and two modes of comportment, dealing with Umgang and cognition, Erkennen, that reveal them. He then asks which mode of being and which mode of comportment is directly intelligible to us and in what sense the other mode is a modification of the one which is most readily intelligible. But, even more basically, he points to a way of being called existing which accounts for both these ways of encountering beings and their priority relations. The mode of argument will have to change along with the questions. Heidegger does not expect to prove his theses and thereby overcome the traditional subject/object distinction, or its more recent variations such as the internalist/externalist debate concerning meaning. An analytic does not do any proving at all by the rules of the logic of consistency, 363, 315. But he does not think his inability to provide proofs results in a standoff, such as, for example, John Searle and Donald Davidson confronting each other over whether to do philosophy from a first-person, subjective, or a third-person, objective perspective. Heidegger proposes to get out of this traditional Cartesian confrontation by focusing on the more basic way of being that he calls existence. He will seek to show that the traditional picture is prima facie implausible and will sketch out an alternative, viz. that subjects and objects can be understood only in terms of being in the world. This alternative is to be concretely demonstrated, 359, 311. Heidegger proposes to demonstrate that the situated use of equipment is in some sense prior to just looking at things and that what is revealed by use is ontologically more fundamental than the substances with determinate, context-free properties revealed by detached contemplation. This is the subject of this chapter. But to see why the traditional model of self-sufficient subjects related to self-sufficient objects by means of mental content is never appropriate, we need to look more deeply. Thus, Heidegger seeks to supplant the tradition by showing that the ways of being of equipment and substances, and of actors and contemplators, presuppose a background understanding of being originary transcendence or being in the world. See Chapter 5. To begin with, we need to recall that the stand Dasein takes on itself, its existence, is not some inner thought or experience, it is the way Dasein acts. What makes a Japanese baby is first and foremost what it does and how things show up for it, and only derivatively its thoughts, assuming it has any. Dasein takes a stand on itself through its involvement with things and people. In everyday terms, we understand ourselves and our existence by way of the activities we pursue and the things we take care of. BP 159, to exist then means, among other things, relating to oneself by being with beings. BP 157. So Heidegger begins his phenomenological account of Dasein by turning to the beings with which Dasein is involved and the way in which it is involved with them. L. Absorbed intentionality as prior to representational intentionality. A. Equipment the available. Since we cannot take the traditional account of subjects knowing objects for granted as the basis for our investigation of being in the world, we must look instead at what we do in our everyday concernful coping. The being of those beings which we encounter as closest to us can be exhibited phenomenologically if we take as our clue our everyday being in the world, which we also call our dealings in the world and with intra-worldly beings. 95, 66-67. It is this mode of everyday coping which is constantly closest to us. The kind of dealing which is closest to us is, not a bare perceptual cognition, but rather that kind of concern which manipulates things and puts them to use. 95, 67. But, as we have noted, Heidegger does not want simply to privilege the practical, he wants to describe a more fundamental involvement of people with things than the traditional relation between self-referential mental content and objects outside the mind. He calls this more basic directedness ontic transcendence in the metaphysical foundation of logic, comportment towards in basic problems and being towards in being and time. Heidegger first notes that we do not usually encounter, use, talk about, deal with, mere things, but rather we use the things at hand to get something done. These things he calls equipmentszug, in a broad enough sense to include whatever is useful, tools, materials, toys, clothing, dwellings, etc. We shall call those entities which we encounter in concern equipment. In our dealings we come across equipment for writing, sewing, working, transportation, measurement. The kind of being which equipment possesses must be exhibited. 97, 68. The basic characteristic of equipment is that it is used for something. Equipment is essentially something in order to. 97, 68. It is important to note, however, that Heidegger is not defining equipment merely in terms of its in order to. A chimp using a stick in order to reach a banana is not using equipment. Equipment always refers to other equipment. In the in order to as a structure there lies an assignment or reference of something to something. 97, 68. An item of equipment is what it is only insofar as it refers to other equipment and so fits in a certain way into an equipmental whole. Equipment in accordance with its equipmentality always is in terms of its belonging to other equipment, inkstand, pen, ink, paper, blotting pad, table, lamp, furniture, windows, doors, room. 97, 68. For something to function as equipment in Heidegger's sense, then, there must be a nexus of other equipment in which this thing functions. Taken strictly, there is no such thing as an equipment. To the being of any equipment there always belongs an equipmental whole, in which it can be this equipment that it is. 97, 68. A piece of equipment is defined in terms of what one uses it for. What and how it is as this entity, its whatness and howness, is constituted by this in order to as such, by its involvement. BP 293. The functionality that goes with a chair, blackboard, window is exactly that which makes the thing what it is. BP 164. Take a chair, for example. What do we know when we know what it is to be a chair? A. We might just know some facts like the physical description of the shape, material, and the relations among the parts of those objects we call chairs. But chairs come in all sorts of shapes and materials. Think of beanbag chairs. B. We might have an image of a prototypical chair and compare other objects to it as more or less distant from the prototype. But would a traditional Japanese or a Bushman, who had this image and could use it to pick out similar objects, know what a chair was? C. We could add a function predicate, such as a chair is a portable seat for one, but so is a bicycle seat. It is not just what a chair is for in some narrow sense but how it fits in with tables and all the rest of our activities which is crucial. We pick it out as a chair by recognizing its place in the whole. The specific thisness of a piece of equipment, its individuation, is not determined primarily by space and time in the sense that it appears in a determinate space and time position. Instead, what determines a piece of equipment as an individual is its equipmental character and equipmental nexus. BP 292. The fact that it has such an involvement is ontologically definitive for the being of such an entity, and is not an ontical assertion about it. 116, 84. Heidegger calls the way of being of those entities which are defined by their use in the whole, availableness. 114, 83. B. Dasean's way of encountering equipment. 1. Manipulation. We normally know what a thing is in terms of its functioning, but how can we study this functioning? Perception, when this means just staring at objects, cannot be our mode of access. No matter how sharply we just look at the outward appearance of things in whatever form this takes, we cannot discover anything available. 98, 69. Rather, since what a piece of equipment is its place in a context of use, i.e., how it is used in order to accomplish something, our most basic way of understanding equipment is to use it. Where something is put to use, our concern subordinates itself to the in order to which is constitutive for the equipment we are employing at the time. The less we just stare at the hammer thing, and the more we seize hold of it and use it, the more primordial does our relationship to it become, and the more unveiledly is it encountered as that which it is equipment. 98, 69. Heidegger calls this mode of understanding manipulating. Of course, we know what plows and crutches are without necessarily having used them. Heidegger would call this second-hand understanding positive but not primordial. As becomes clear in Chapter 4, a piece of equipment like a chair is defined by what it is normally used for by a normal user in a culture where such objects have an established function. Thus actual use by someone is essential to a primordial understanding of what a piece of equipment is, but one can have a positive understanding of equipment if one is merely familiar with its normal function. 2. The transparency of equipment. When we are using equipment, it has a tendency to disappear. We are not aware of it as having any characteristics at all. The peculiarity of what is primarily available is that, in its availableness, it must, as it were, withdraw in order to be available quite authentically. That with which our everyday dealings primarily dwell is not the tools themselves. On the contrary, that with which we concern ourselves primarily is the task that which is to be done at the time. 99, 69. Consider the example, used by Wittgenstein, Polanyi, and Merleau-Ponty, of the blind man's cane. We hand the blind man a cane and ask him to tell us what properties it has. After hefting and feeling it, he tells us that it is light, smooth, about 3 feet long, and so on. It is a current for him. But when the man starts to manipulate the cane, he loses his awareness of the cane itself. He is aware only of the curb, or whatever object the cane touches, or, if all is going well, he is not even aware of that, but of his freedom to walk, or perhaps only what he is talking about with a friend. Precisely when it is most genuinely appropriated, equipment becomes transparent. When hammering a nail, the hammering itself uncovers the specific manipulability of the hammer. 98, 69, but I am not aware of any determinate characteristics of the hammer or of the nail. All I am aware of is the task, or perhaps what I need to do when I finish. We do not always and continually have explicit perception of the things surrounding us in a familiar environment, certainly not in such a way that we would be aware of them expressly as available. In the indifferent imperturbability of our customary commerce with them, they become accessible precisely with regard to their unobtrusive presence. The presupposition for the possible equanimity of our dealing with things is, among others, the uninterrupted quality of that commerce. It must not be held up in its progress. BP 309. Partly as a joke but also in dead seriousness, Heidegger adds that this withdrawal or holding itself in is the way equipment is in itself. It is in this that the phenomenal structure of the being in itself of entities which are available consists. 106, 75. This is a provocative claim. Traditional philosophers from Plato to Husserl have been led to claim that the use properties of things, their function as equipment, are interest relative, so precisely not in themselves. They reason that, since the same thing can be both a hammer and a doorstop, the thing as it is in itself cannot be either. There must be something that underlies these two subjective perspectives and their respective use predicates, and that must be the thing as a substance, independent of our subjective projections. As Husserl puts it in an unpublished note called "This is against Heidegger." Theoretical interest is concerned with what is, and that, everywhere, is what is identical through variation of subjects and their practical interests. Anybody can verify, if he takes a theoretical attitude, that this thing here counts for subject A as such and such a piece of equipment, for B as quite a different one, that anything can be woven into equipmental nexus of many kinds, both for the same and for different subjects. Whatever is cognized, it is a being that is cognized, and a being is something identical, something identifiable again and again. In Chapter 6 we shall see how Heidegger would answer this objection. Roughly he would agree that in the theoretical attitude substances can be viewed in abstraction from their functioning as equipment, but he would argue that equipment cannot be made intelligible in terms of objective substances plus subjective use predicates. Since equipment is in no way derivative, and since involvement is as genuine a mode of access as theory, we can say that equipment in use is equipment as it is in itself. 3. The transparency of Dasein. Not only is equipment transparent, so is the user. Heidegger calls the user's grasp of his environment in his everyday way of getting around, circumspection too. He describes for his class this everyday activity as a kind of sight which does not involve deliberate, thematic awareness. The equipmental nexus of things, for example, the nexus of things as they surround us here, stands in view, but not for the contemplator as though we were sitting here in order to describe the things. The view in which the equipmental nexus stands at first, completely unobtrusive and unthought, is the view and sight of practical circumspection, of our practical everyday orientation. Unthought means that it is not thematically apprehended for deliberate thinking about things. Instead, in circumspection, we find our bearings in regard to them. When we enter here through the door, we do not apprehend the seats, and the same holds for the doorknob. Nevertheless, they are there in this peculiar way, we go by them circumspectly, avoid them circumspectly, and the like. BP 163. An extreme case of such non-thematic, non-self-referential awareness is the experience athletes sometimes call flow, or playing out of their heads. A person in the midst of the flow experience is both keenly aware of his or her own actions and oblivious to that awareness itself. One rock climber remarks, "You are so involved in what you are doing you aren't thinking of yourself as separate from the immediate activity. You don't see yourself as separate from what you are doing." Aaron Gurwitch, who was both a student of Husserl's and a perceptive reader of Heidegger, gives in his interpretation of being and time an excellent account of the sort of selfless awareness which accompanies any masterful coping. What is imposed on us to do is not determined by us as someone standing outside the situation simply looking on at it. What occurs and is imposed are rather prescribed by the situation and its own structure, and we do more and greater justice to it the more we let ourselves be guided by it, i.e., the less reserved we are in immersing ourselves in it and subordinating ourselves to it. We find ourselves in a situation and are interwoven with it, encompassed by it, indeed just absorbed into it. According to this philosophically unprejudiced description of everyday skillful coping, there is awareness but no self-awareness. That is, there is no self-referential experience of acting as this is understood by Searle, and would have been understood by Husserl, i.e., no experience of volition with the conditions of satisfaction that this experience of acting cause the action. As Heidegger puts it, self and world belong together in the single entity, Dasein. Self and world are not two entities, like subject and object, but self and world are the basic determination of Dasein itself in the unity of the structure of being in the world. BP 297. Or, even more directly, Dasein is nothing but concerned absorption in the world. HCT 197. We should try to impress on ourselves what a huge amount of our lives dressing, working, getting around, talking, eating, etc. is spent in the state, and what a small part is spent in the deliberate, effortful, subject/object mode, which is, of course, the mode we tend to notice, and which has therefore been studied in detail by philosophers. John Dewey introduced the distinction between knowing how and knowing that to make just this point. We may be said to know how by means of our habits. We walk and read aloud, we get off and on streetcars, we dress and undress, and do 1,000 useful acts without thinking of them. We know something, namely, how to do them. If we choose to call this knowledge, then other things also called knowledge, knowledge of and about things, knowledge that things are thus and so, knowledge that involves reflection and conscious appreciation, remains of a different sort. Lest it appear that Heidegger's account of everyday dealings and the circumspective taking account of the environment which makes them possible, denying as it does self-referential mental states, is committed to interpreting action as mindless, mechanical behavior, one needs to see that everyday comportment, while not deliberate action, differs in at least 5 ways from the mechanical behavior of a robot or an insect. 1. Circumspection is a mode of awareness. It is a form of experience, opening onto the world and the things in it. Heidegger actually uses the term experience, Erfahrung, in saying that in the mode of everydayness, something has already been experienced ontically, 86:59. But this experience can be characterized only as openness. It is not mental, inner, first person, private, subjective experience, or Leibniz, Husserl's term, separate from and directed towards non-mental objects. 2. Comportment is adaptable and copes with the situation in a variety of ways. Carpenters do not hammer like robots. Even in typing, which seems most reflex-like and automatic, the expert does not return to the home keys but strikes the next key from wherever the hand and fingers are at the time. In such coping one responds on the basis of a vast past experience of what has happened in previous situations, or, more exactly, one's comportment manifests dispositions that have been shaped by a vast amount of previous dealings, so that in most cases when we exercise these dispositions everything works the way it should. 3. Comportment reveals entities under aspects. Husserlian intentionality is sometimes called aboutness, because mental content is directed toward an object under an aspect. Heidegger's more primordial intentionality is also appropriately called aboutness, but in this case it is not the mind which is directed but the person going about his or her business. This aboutness, like the kind described by Husserl, is directed towards things under aspects. I can be going about my business in such a way as to use my desk in order to write on or to read at or to keep things in. Thus depending on what I am about, i.e., upon what Heidegger calls the towards which of my activity, I am directed towards and reveal things under different aspects. For if something goes wrong, people and higher animals are startled. Mechanisms and insects are never startled. People are startled because their activity is directed into the future even when they are not pursuing conscious goals. Dasein is always ahead of itself, see chapter 11. 5. If the go gets difficult, we must pay attention and so switch to deliberate subject/object intentionality. Then one has the sense of effort described by James and Searle. One will also have expectations, and so one can be successful, or fail and be surprised. Deliberate action, representational intentionality and its objects. The above description of the skilled use of equipment enables Heidegger to introduce both a new kind of intentionality, absorbed coping, which is not that of a mind with content directed toward objects, and a new sort of entity encountered, transparent equipment, which is not a determinate, isolable substance. If this introduction of a more primordial level of phenomena is to be convincing, however, it cannot ignore the traditional account of subjects and objects but, rather, must show its limited legitimacy. We shall see that there are subjects and objects but that the tradition has introduced them too early in the analysis and, moreover, has mischaracterized them so as to give them a foundational function they cannot perform. Digging out Heidegger's account of the emergence of the matizing mental states and their proper domain will require what may look like a forced reading of Heidegger's text, since in the published part of Being and Time Heidegger does not explicitly try to do justice to the traditional account of intentionality. That he intended eventually to face this issue, however, is shown by a comment on Dilthey on effort. Within the same consciousness, Heidegger writes in explanation of Dilthey, the will and its inhibition emerge. Heidegger then asks, what kind of being belongs to this emerging? What is the sense of the being of the within? What relationship of being does consciousness bear to the real itself? All this must be determined ontologically, 253, 209. But Heidegger puts off the promised discussion, and refers to it again only on the last page of Being and Time where he asks, what positive structure does the being of consciousness have? 487, 437. So it is never clear to what extent Heidegger would accept a Husserlian/Searlean account of deliberate action. I shall nonetheless try to reconstruct Heidegger's account of the stance which reveals subjects and objects, i.e., mental content and its referent, and his explanation of how a misinterpretation of the shift to this stance leads to the mistakes of traditional epistemology. In Being and Time Heidegger gives a hint of how thematic consciousness and its objects emerge. Being in the world, according to our interpretation hitherto, amounts to a non-thematic circumspective absorption in references or assignments constitutive for the availableness of an equipped mental whole. Any concern is already as it is, because of some familiarity with the world. In this familiarity Dasein can lose itself in what it encounters within the world. The occurrentness of beings is thrust to the fore by the possible breaks in that referential whole in which circumspection operates. 107, my italics, 76. Thus Heidegger leaves open a place for traditional intentionality at the point where there is a breakdown. For example, if the doorknob sticks, we find ourselves deliberately trying to turn the doorknob, desiring that it turn, expecting the door to open, etc. This, of course, does not imply that we were trying, desiring, expecting, etc. all along. With disturbance, a new way of Daseining comes into being. Dewey had already pointed out the same phenomenon. It is a commonplace that the more suavely efficient a habit the more unconsciously it operates. Only a hitch in its workings occasions emotion and provokes thought. Although he concentrates on the special case of breakdown, Heidegger's basic point should be that mental content arises whenever the situation requires deliberate attention. As Searle puts it when discussing the place of intentional content, intentionality rises to the level of skill. The switch to deliberation is evoked by any situation in which absorbed coping is no longer possible, any situation that, as Heidegger puts it, requires a more precise kind of circumspection, such as inspecting, checking up on what has been attained, etc. 409, 358. Deliberate attention and thus thematic intentional consciousness can also be present, for example, in curiosity, reading instruments, repairing equipment and in designing and testing new equipment. Heidegger, however, concentrates on the specific experience of breakdown, that is, on the experience we have when ongoing coping runs into trouble. 8.3 Kinds of disturbance, the unavailable. Once ongoing activity is held up, new modes of encountering emerge and new ways of being encountered are revealed. When something goes wrong with my hammer, for example, I am forced to attend to the hammer and the hammering. According to Heidegger, three modes of disturbance, conspicuousness, obstinacy, and obtrusiveness, progressively bring out both Dasein as a thoughtful subject and occurrentness as the way of being of isolated, determinate substances. The modes of conspicuousness, obtrusiveness, and obstinacy all have the function of bringing to the fore the characteristic of occurrentness in what is available. 104, 74. Heidegger does not distinguish clearly the different functions of each of these three modes of breakdown. I shall reorder and selectively interpret what Heidegger says, however, to show that in line with his disagreement with Husserl and the traditional understanding of intentionality, as well as with his goal of showing the proper place of Husserlian subjectivity, we can see these three modes of breakdown as increasingly serious disturbances in which a conscious subject with self-referential mental states directed towards determinate objects with properties gradually emerges. The role of breakdown in revealing the world will be discussed in Chapter 5. This reading of the three modes of breakdown gives more importance to the unavailable than the immediate text warrants. Still, it is clear that two of Heidegger's three modes, which I shall call temporary breakdown and total breakdown, reveal two new modes of encountering entities and two new ways of being of entities, unavailableness and occurrentness, both of which play an important role in the overall structure of being and time. The other kind of breakdown, malfunction, provides a preview of these two. In laying out the steps that lead from the available to the unavailable and then on to the occurrent, I will selectively use the text to relate my detailed description to Heidegger's sketchier account. 1. Malfunction, conspicuousness. When equipment malfunctions, Heidegger says, we discover its unusability by the circumspection of the dealings in which we use it, and the equipment thereby becomes conspicuous. Conspicuousness presents the available equipment as in a certain unavailableness, 102 to 103, 73. But for most normal forms of malfunction we have ready ways of coping, so that after a moment of being startled, and seeing a meaningless object, we shift to a new way of coping and go on. Pure occurrentness announces itself in such equipment, but only to withdraw to the availableness of something with which one concerns oneself, 103, 73. Another response is to ask for help. Heidegger mentions this possibility in his later discussion of language. Coping with malfunction may take some such form as saying the hammer is too heavy, or rather just too heavy, hand me the other hammer, laying aside the unsuitable tool, or exchanging it, without wasting words, 200, 157. If ich help, transparent circumspective behavior can be so quickly and easily restored that no new stance on the part of Dasein is required. 2. Temporary breakdown, obstinacy, from absorbed coping to deliberate coping to deliberation. Temporary breakdown, where something blocks ongoing activity, necessitates a shift into a mode in which what was previously transparent becomes explicitly manifest. Deprived of access to what we normally count on, we act deliberately, paying attention to what we are doing. When equipment breaks down, its various references show up. When, for example, the hammer I am using to pound nails is too big or too heavy to perform the task and I cannot reach another hammer, the constitutive assignment of the in order to this hammer is something one uses to pound nails to aid towards this pounding the nails into the wall to hold these shelves in place has been disturbed. 105, my gloss in brackets, 74. Heidegger claims that when things are functioning smoothly, the assignments themselves are not observed, they are rather there and we concernfully submit ourselves to them. But when an assignment has been disturbed, when something is unusable for some purpose, then the assignment becomes explicit. 105, 74. When there is a serious disturbance and even deliberate activity is blocked, Dasein is forced into still another stance, deliberation. This involves reflective planning. In deliberation one stops and considers what is going on and plans what to do, all in a context of involved activity. Here one finds the sort of reasoning the tradition formalized in the practical syllogism. The scheme peculiar to deliberating is the if-then, if this or that, for instance, is to be produced, put to use, or averted, then some ways and means, circumstances, or opportunities will be needed. 410, 359. Deliberation can be limited to the local situation, or it can take account of what is not present. Heidegger calls such long-range planning envisaging. Deliberation can be performed even when that which is brought close in it circumspectively is not palpably available and does not have presence within the closest range. In envisaging, one's deliberation catches sight directly of that which is needed but which is unavailable. 410, 359. Envisaging seems to have the kind of aboutness or directedness of something in the mind to something beyond the local situation, which Husserl calls referring to distinguish it from indicating. Heidegger warns, however, that the tradition has not paused to describe this phenomenon carefully, and so has found itself caught in a famous pseudo-problem: how can a mental state be directed to an object that is not even present? The traditional account supposes that a subject is related to an object by means of some self-sufficient mental content. On this account of intentionality, mental representations are assumed to be special entities in the mind of the subject that can be described in complete independence of the world, while the objects of such representations are equally independent referents. In ideas, Husserl calls the entities which make intentionality possible, senses or noemata, and claims that the phenomenologist can study them by performing the phenomenological reduction, i.e., by bracketing the world and reflecting directly on these senses. Heidegger rejects any version of a mentalistic account of our ability to refer to objects. Circumspection which envisages does not relate itself to mere representations. 410, 359. Heidegger substitutes for Husserl's reduction to the noema a shifting of attention from a being a hammer, for example, to Dacian's ways of understanding of, i.e., ways of coping with, being gun readiness to hand, for example. For Husserl, the phenomenological reduction, which he worked out for the first time expressly in Ideas toward a Pure Phenomenology and Phenomenological Philosophy, 1913, is the method of leading phenomenological vision from the natural attitude of the human being whose life is involved in the world of things and persons back to the transcendental life of consciousness and its noetic noematic experiences, in which objects are constituted as correlates of consciousness. For us, phenomenological reduction means leading phenomenological vision back from the apprehension of a being, whatever may be the character of that apprehension, to the understanding of the being of this being. BP 21. Heidegger does not, however, want to deny that when skillful coping reaches its limit and requires deliberate attention, a subject conscious of objects emerges. He wants, rather, to describe this subject accurately, and interpret it anew. For what is more obvious than that a subject is related to an object and vice versa? This subject-object relationship must be presupposed. But while this presupposition is unimpeachable in its facticity, this makes it indeed a baleful one, if its ontological necessity and especially its ontological sense are left in the dark. 86, 59. To what extent then are representations involved when we run into a disturbance? Some sort of mental content is surely involved. We do have beliefs and desires and experience effort, but these need not involve the sort of self-sufficient mental entities philosophers since Descartes have supposed. The essential characteristic of representations according to the tradition is that they are purely mental, i.e., that they can be analyzed without reference to the world. Mind and world, Husserl holds, are two totally independent realms of reality. Heidegger focuses on this claim concerning mental content. This distinction between subject and object pervades all the problems of modern philosophy and even extends into the development of contemporary phenomenology. In his Ideas, Husserl says, the theory of categories must begin absolutely from this most radical of all distinctions of being as consciousness residential cogitans and being as being that manifests itself in consciousness, transcendent being residential extensa. Between consciousness residential cogitans and reality residential extensa there yawns a veritable abyss of sense. BP 124 to 125, Heidegger's brackets. Heidegger rejects this traditional interpretation of the mental. Even deliberation is not the pure detached theoretical reflection described by the tradition. Rather it must take place on the background of absorption in the world. Holding back from the use of equipment is so far from sheer theory that the kind of circumspection which tarries and considers remains wholly in the grip of the available equipment with which one is concerned. 409, 357 to 358. Even when people have mental representations, i.e., mental content, such as beliefs and desires, and make plans, and follow rules, etc., they do so against a background of involved activity. Since, as we shall see in Chapter 5, Heidegger holds that deliberate action and even theoretical contemplation always take place on the background of the world, he can say, if, in the ontology of Dasein, we take our departure from a worldless I in order to provide this I with an object and an ontologically baseless relation to that object, then we have presupposed not too much, but too little. 363, 315 to 316. Heidegger's point can be best illustrated by looking at the role rules play in dealing with the unavailable. Take speech act rules for example. When I am acting transparently, for example, making a promise, I do not need any rules at all. I have learned from imitation how to promise, and I am a master promiser. But if something goes wrong, I may have to invoke a rule, for example, the rule that one must keep one's promise. But the important thing to notice is that this is not a strict rule whose conditions of application are stated in the rule itself. It is a caeteris paribus rule. In the case of an unfulfilled promise, there are allowable excuses, such as I was sick, or I saw that what I promised would hurt you. The rule always keep your promise applies, everything else being equal, and we do not, and could not, spell out what everything else is nor what counts as equal. Moreover, if we tried to define each exception, such as being sick, we would again have to bring in further caeteris paribus conditions. These caeteris paribus conditions never capture, but rather presuppose, our shared background practices. These practices are an aspect of our everyday transparent ways of coping. Thus, understanding is not in our minds, but in Dasein, in the skillful ways we are accustomed to comport ourselves. Thus even when mental content such as rules, beliefs, and desires arise on the unavailable level, they cannot be analyzed as self-contained representations as the tradition supposed. Deliberative activity remains dependent upon Dasein's involvement in a transparent background of coping skills. Traditional philosophers, then, were right in thinking that human beings have some sort of privileged role in revealing objects, but this role is played not by subjects, but by Dasein. Therefore Heidegger sometimes refers to Dasein as the subject, in quotes. If, then, philosophical investigation from the beginning of antiquity, oriented itself toward reason, soul, mind, spirit, consciousness, self-consciousness, subjectivity, this is not an accident. The trend toward the subject, not always uniformly unequivocal and clear, is based on the fact that philosophical inquiry somehow understood that the basis for every substantial philosophical problem could and had to be procured from an adequate elucidation of the subject. BP 312. This would require an elucidation of the subject's way of being, existence. But traditional philosophy failed to make what Heidegger sees as this obvious next move. It will be expected that ontology now takes the subject as exemplary entity and interprets the concept of being by looking to the mode of being of the subject, that henceforth the subject's way of being becomes an ontological problem. But that is precisely what does not happen. The motives for modern philosophy's primary orientation to the subject are not fundamental ontological. The motive is not to know precisely that and how being and being's structure can be clarified in terms of Dasein itself. BP 123. Heidegger adds, intentionality, self-relation to something, seemed at first sight to be something trivial. However, the phenomenon proved to be puzzling as soon as we recognized clearly that a correct understanding of the structure has to be on its guard against two common errors which are not yet overcome even in phenomenology: erroneous objectivizing, erroneous subjectivizing. Intentionality is not an occurrent relation between an occurrent subject and an occurrent object but is constitutive for the relational character of the subject's comportment as such. Intentionality is neither something objective nor something subjective in the traditional sense. BP 313-314. If we work out a phenomenological ontology of the subject, we find that, contrary to the tradition, mental states are not basic. We have seen that, in dealing with the available, Dasein is transparently absorbed in equipment without experiencing its activity as caused by a mental state. We have now added that temporary breakdown calls forth deliberate action and thus introduces mental content, but only on the background of non-mental coping. On the side of entities, there is no longer transparency either. Just as temporary breakdown reveals something like what the tradition has thought of as a subject, it also reveals something like an object, and just as the subject revealed is not the isolable, self-sufficient mind the tradition assumed, but is involved in the world, so the object revealed is not an isolable, self-sufficient substance, but is defined by its failure to be available. In breakdown the available is not thereby just observed and stared at as something occurrent, the occurrentness which makes itself known is still bound up in the availableness of equipment. Such equipment still does not veil itself in the guise of mere things. 104, 74. This means that the unavailable necessarily shows up in a practical context. When something cannot be used when, for instance, a tool definitely refuses to work, it can be conspicuous only in and for dealings in which something is manipulated. Even by the sharpest and most persevering perception and representation of things, one can never discover anything like the damaging of a tool. 406, 354. To see what Heidegger is getting at, consider a malfunctioning radio. To say that the radio does not work is to say that it has ceased to function with respect to Dasein's dealings. The electrons, however, continue to function perfectly, that is, they continue to obey the laws of nature. Mere careful listening cannot determine that the static coming out of the radio does not fit into Dasein's everyday activities. Involved use, however, can reveal unavailable characteristics. Indeed, when equipment temporarily breaks down and circumspection becomes deliberate, involved users no longer encounter equipment as transparent, but as having specific characteristics that are different from those they counted on. For instance, when we are using a tool circumspectively, we can say that the hammer is too heavy or too light. Even the proposition that the hammer is heavy can give expression to a concernful deliberation, and signify that the hammer is not an easy one, in other words, that it takes force to handle it, or that it will be hard to manipulate. 412, 360. Thus a way of being of equipment is revealed which is more determinate than transparent functioning, and yet whose way of being is not that of an isolated, determinate, occurrent thing with occurrent properties. When the hammer I am using fails to work and I cannot immediately get another, I have to deal with it as too heavy, unbalanced, broken, etc. These characteristics belong to the hammer only as used by me in a specific situation. Being too heavy is certainly not a property of the hammer, and although the philosophical tradition has a great deal to say about properties and the predicates that denote them, it has nothing to say about such situational characteristics. There are one-place predicates, like heavy, and relational predicates, like heavier than, but no set of fixed logical relations captures situational characteristics like too heavy for this job. Indeed, although we spend a great deal of our lives dealing with things in terms of the characteristics they reveal when there is a disturbance, there is no philosophical term for these characteristics. Heidegger, therefore, refers to them by putting the term property in quotation marks, as in its second occurrence below. The term property is that of some definite character which it is possible for things to possess. Anything available is, at the worst, appropriate for some purposes and inappropriate for others, and its properties are, as it were, still bound up in these ways in which it is appropriate or inappropriate. 114 to 115, 83. I shall call these situational characteristics overlooked by the tradition aspects, to distinguish them from the decontextualized features that Heidegger, following the tradition, calls properties. It is important to note an asymmetry here. Aspects illuminate something about the object in the situation which was already the case. The hammer was too heavy before I noticed it. But as we have just seen, when I start to deliberate, I do not just notice mental states that were already there, I start to have beliefs and desires. Thus, in a Heideggerian vein one might hold, and, indeed, Sartre in Transcendence of the Ego did hold, that the subject/object distinction characteristic of Cartesianism results when we treat deliberation and reflection on the same model as the noticing of aspects. Then we assume that the self-referential mental states that show up when we reflect on our deliberate activity have been on the periphery of our consciousness causing that activity all along. There are many kinds of aspects. Disturbance can, for example, lead us to notice the functional aspects of a piece of equipment. This, in turn, enables us to pick out its parts. One can pick out, Heidegger would say free, the seat and back of a beanbag chair, to take an extreme example, only when one is already relating to it as a chair. Or, to take a purely perceptual example, if we are looking for something red, we may notice the woolly, warm red of a sweater, or the shiny, cold red of a fire engine. These aspects are not context-free properties expressible in predicates. The sweater and fire engine could, however, be seen as having identical properties by matching the warm, woolly red and the cold, metallic red to a color chart and discovering that both match the same context-free color patch. Heidegger hints at this when he speaks of the way a property gets loosened, so to speak, from its unexpressed inclusion in the entity itself, 199, 157. This brings us to the sort of isolated entities and their isolable properties that are the building blocks of scientific theory and traditional ontology. 3. Total breakdown, obtrusiveness transition from involved deliberation and its concerns to theoretical reflection and its objects. A situation in which a piece of equipment is missing can be the occasion for a transition from the unavailable to the occurrent. Heidegger points out that in such cases the elements in the situation that are not missing lose the character of availableness and reveal themselves in the mode of mere occurrence. The more urgently we need what is missing, and the more authentically it is encountered in its unavailableness, all the more obtrusive does that which is available become, so much so, indeed, that it seems to lose its character of availableness. It reveals itself as something just occurrent and no more. 103. 73. Once our work is permanently interrupted, we can either stare helplessly at the remaining objects or take a new detached theoretical stance towards things and try to explain their underlying causal properties. Only when absorbed, ongoing activity is interrupted is there room for such theoretical reflection. If knowing is to be possible as a way of determining the nature of the occurrent by observing it, then there must first be a deficiency in our having to do with the world concernfully. 88, 61. This is what Heidegger usually means when he says that the theoretical attitude presupposes a withholding of the practical attitude. Heidegger, however, sometimes seems to say that the theoretical stance is merely what is left over after the cessation of practical activity. In this extreme view, the only stance that is left when we withhold our present concern and relinquish our immediate project is just staring at things. When concern holds back from any kind of producing, manipulating, and the like, it puts itself into what is now the sole remaining mode of being in, the mode of just tarrying alongside. This kind of being towards the world is one which lets us encounter intra-worldly entities purely in the way they look. 88, my italics, 61. This account would equate theoretical knowing with mere staring. Heidegger retracts this implication in a marginal note: looking away from is not looking at. The latter has its own origin and has as a necessary result this looking away from. Observation has its own primordiality. 83. That is, observing is not just staring. Once there is a break in our ongoing activity, we can just stare at objects, but we can also engage in a new activity, theoretical reflection, which operates by depriving the world of its worldliness in a definite way, 94, 65. As we shall see, there are, according to Heidegger, two distinct modes of just looking, gazing with curiosity for the sake of distraction, and observing with the wonder that leads to theory. The isolation of properties required by theory, looking away from their context, is independently motivated and requires its own kind of skill. For Heidegger, scientific theory is an autonomous stance. It is not mere curiosity, nor is it based on an interest in control. Science is not instrumental reason. Here Heidegger is more traditional than pragmatists such as Nietzsche, Peirce, or early Habermas. Heidegger turns to the special character of the theoretical attitude later in Being and Time when he introduces his account of theoretical science. When in the course of existential ontological analysis we ask how theoretical discovery arises out of circumspective concern, we are asking which of those conditions implied in Dasein's being make up are existentially necessary for the possibility of Daseins existing in the way of scientific research. This formulation of the question is aimed at an existential conception of science. 408, 356 to 357. To begin with, theory requires decontextualizing characteristics from the context of everyday practices. For example, we move from encountering the hammer's aspect, heaviness, to encountering what philosophers call the property, heaviness. Even though we may use the same words, the hammer is heavy in both cases, in the case of properties. This proposition can mean that the entity before us, which we already know circumspectively as a hammer, has a weight, that is to say, it has the property of heaviness, it exerts a pressure on what lies beneath it, and it falls if this is removed. When this kind of talk is so understood, it is no longer spoken within the horizon of an equipmental whole and its involvement relationships. 412, 360 to 361. In the physical assertion that the hammer is heavy we overlook the tool character of the entity we encounter. 413, 361. Here we find a new attitude that reveals a new way of being, a currentness. Heidegger sums up this important changeover. Why is it that what we are talking about, the heavy hammer, shows itself differently when our way of talking is thus modified? Not because we are keeping our distance from manipulation, nor because we are just looking away from the equipmental character of this entity, but rather because we are looking at the available thing which we encounter, and looking at it in a new way as something occurrent. The understanding of being by which our concernful dealings with intraworldly entities have been guided has changed over. 412, 361. One's characteristics are no longer related to one another in a concrete, everyday, meaningful way, as aspects of a thing in a particular context. The isolated properties that remain can be quantified and related by scientific covering laws and thus taken as evidence for theoretical entities. By reason of their being just occurrent and no more, entities can have their properties defined mathematically in functional concepts. 122, 88. For example, heaviness is related by the law of gravity to the attraction of the earth. Likewise, isolated properties with no contextual meaning can be combined according to the predicate calculus and used in formal models. Laws and formal models provide a new, essentially meaningless, context for occurrent properties. Heidegger wants to stress 3 points. 1. It is necessary to get beyond our practical concerns in order to be able to encounter mere objects. 2. The bare facts related by scientific laws are isolated by a special activity of selective seeing rather than being simply found. 3. Scientifically relevant facts are not merely removed from their context by selective seeing, they are theory-laden, i.e., recontextualized in a new projection. In Newtonian theory, for example, something constantly occurrent, matter, is uncovered beforehand, and the horizon is opened so that one may be guided by looking at those constitutive items, which are quantitatively determinable: motion, force, location, and time. Only in the light of a nature which has been projected in this fashion can anything like a fact be found and set up for an experiment regulated and delimited in terms of this projection. The grounding of factual science was possible only because the researchers understood that in principle there are no bare facts. 414, 362. Note that Heidegger's account of theoretical projection here has nothing to do with the notion of projection introduced in chapter 11. It is important to note Heidegger's derivation of the theoretical attitude and the scientific entities and relationships it reveals, because it is often mistakenly said that he has no account of theoretical knowledge. In fact, Heidegger provides a sophisticated account of science which, like Kuhn's, emphasizes the role of scientific skills and theory in producing data, but, unlike Kuhn's, still leaves room for scientific realism. See chapter 15. Theory requires a special attitude Heidegger calls the metizing. The scientific projection of any entities which we have somehow encountered already lets their kind of being be understood explicitly. The articulation of the understanding of being, the delimitation of an area of subject matter, and the sketching out of the way of conceiving which is appropriate to such entities, all these belong to the totality of this projecting, and this totality is what we call the metizing. Its aim is to free the intra-worldly entities we encounter, and to free them in such a way that they can throw themselves against a pure discovering, that is, that they can become objects. The metizing objectifies. 414, 363. It might look as if Heidegger's account of the metizing as objectifying puts his whole project in jeopardy, in that his thematic analysis of being in 169, 130 would have to objectify Dasein. Husserl actually made this objection when reading Being and Time. This criticism of philosophical reflection, however, though applicable to Plato or Descartes, radically misunderstands Heidegger's undertaking in Being and Time. We must be careful to distinguish objectifying thematizing from simply noticing something unavailable, which Heidegger calls thematic consciousness. Heidegger's method in Being and Time is a systematic version of everyday noticing and pointing out. Heidegger finds himself already having a way of being, existence, that he only dimly understands. He is trying, in a mode of concern, to detach himself from his local, practical context, but nonetheless to clarify this understanding from within, by pointing out its various aspects. But as we have just noted, the natural scientist too is concerned with his work and dwells in the world of his discipline. How, then, does his objectifying stance differ from Heidegger's hermeneutic stance? The answer is clear if we see that the scientist is detached from and so is able to thematize and objectify his object, nature, while the hermeneutic ontologist makes his theme precisely the shared background understanding in which he dwells and from which he cannot detach himself. See chapter 11. Indeed, Heidegger would probably claim that his hermeneutics is a special form of involved deliberate attention, an authentic response to anxiety, a special form of disturbance. See chapter 10. If this is so, then Heidegger must mean to distinguish his involved thematic analysis of existence, which reveals that in which we always already dwell, from the detached, objectifying thematization characteristic of any discipline from physics to factual history. 9. Hi. Transition from theoretical reflection to pure contemplation. Although he is detached from the everyday practical context, the scientist is interested in his work and dwells in the disciplinary matrix that forms the basis of his skillful observing and theorizing. Another possible stance in the absence of involved activity, however, is pure, disinterested contemplation. This stance, letting entities be encountered purely in the way they look unlike theory, is pure staring and can, indeed, be called a merely deficient mode of involvement. Given the distinction between theoretical projection and mere contemplation, Heidegger can distinguish the wonder, which motivates theoretical reflection to try to understand by finding new abstract relationships, from the curiosity that just stares at things. In rest, concern does not disappear, circumspection, however, becomes free and is no longer bound to the world of work. When curiosity has become free, however, it concerns itself with seeing, not in order to understand what is seen, but just in order to see. Curiosity thus has nothing to do with observing entities and marveling at them. 216, my italics, 172. Heidegger claims that pure contemplation provides the basis for traditional ontology. Being is that which shows itself in the pure perception which belongs to beholding, and only by such seeing does being get discovered. Primordial and genuine truth lies in pure beholding. This thesis has remained the foundation of Western philosophy, 215, 171. Heidegger grants that this sort of stance is possible, but claims it does not have the foundational status traditional philosophy has supposed. As we shall see in Chapter 6, Heidegger, in opposition to traditional philosophers from Plato to Husserl, denies the philosophical relevance of what shows up to pure beholding. 4 philosophical implications. A summary of 4 ways of being of entities other than Dasein. Let us first review the 4 ways Dasein can cope with beings and the 4 ways of being of the entities thus revealed. See Table 3 on pages 124-125. 1. Dasein can simply cope. Or, if there is a problem, Dasein can just switch to some other mode of coping and keep on going. In both cases all that is revealed is the manipulability of the available, i.e., availableness. 2. Dasein can confront its equipment in context as somehow defective and try to fix or improve it and get going again. Dasein thus emerges as a subject with mental content directed at independent things with aspects whose way off being is unavailableness. 3. Dasein can decontextualize its object. Then it reveals context-free features or properties. These can be recontextualized in formal models and in scientific theories. The scientist is, however, still an involved skillful subject, not an autonomous, detached subject as in the traditional account of theory. What is revealed is a currentness. 4. Dasein can just stare without recontextualizing. Such disinterested attention and the isolated entities it reveals gives rise to traditional ontology, a constantly renewed but unsuccessful attempt to account for everything in terms of some type of ultimate substances on the side of both subject and object. Thus we get the phenomenon mistakenly characterized by traditional philosophy of mind as an isolated, self-contained subject confronting an isolated, self-contained, object. 2 examples of a fictive way of being Heidegger calls pure currentness. One might wonder whether later Heidegger still held that availableness and currentness were the basic ways of being of entities other than Dasein. Already in Being and Time he did not think they were the only such ways of being. See the discussion of the primitive view of nature in Chapter 6, and with his later discussion of things and works of art he introduced detailed accounts of several other ways. But he never gave up or historicized the 2 basic modes of being laid out in Being and Time. In his last published work, On Time and Being, he singles out availableness and currentness as modes of presencing B. The question of priority. We can now ask, what sort of priority does Heidegger claim for the level of everyday coping, and what sort of argument does he have to back up his claim? I have to speak for Heidegger here, since he does not directly address the issue. I think he would make 2 related claims concerning the inadequacy of the traditional epistemological account of current subjects with mental contents directed towards current objects. 1. Subjects with inner experience standing over against outer objects do not necessarily arise in Dasein's way of being. Dasein could simply be absorbed in the world. A simplified culture in an earthly paradise is conceivable in which the members' skills mesh with the world so well that one need never do anything deliberately or entertain explicit plans and goals. 2. In our world subjects often need to relate to objects by way of deliberate action involving desires and goals, with their conditions of satisfaction. But even if Searle is right that this can be best described in terms of self-referential mental contents, all thematic intentionality must take place on a background of transparent coping. In order even to act deliberately we must orient ourselves in a familiar world. Point 12, see Chapter 5 for details. If one were determined to defend the epistemological tradition, and thus the priority of mental content, one could still argue, as Husserl did argue in Crisis, 148 to 151, and as cognitive scientists argue today, that even in everyday transparent, skillful coping a person is following unconscious rules, and that our everyday background practices are generated by an unconscious or tacit belief system. Leibniz, for example, thinks of skills as theories we are not yet clear about. He says, the most important observations and turns of skill in all sorts of trades and professions are as yet unwritten. Of course, we can also write up this practice, since it is at bottom just another theory. That is, the way we cope with the available is based on the application of a current rules to a current facts. All knowing how is really knowing that, only we are not clear about what we are really doing. Jürgen Habermas still holds this cognitivist view. In goal-directed actions, an implicit knowledge is expressed. This know-how can in principle also be transformed into a know-that. The work of Seymour Papert of the MIT Artificial Intelligence Laboratory is an example of the cognitivist culmination of this tradition. Papert claims that even physical skills such as bike riding and juggling are performed by following theories. One would be better able to learn bike riding if one followed the steps of a bike riding program. According to Papert, when one sees one's skills as programs, the reward is the ability to describe analytically something that until then was known in a global, perceptual kinesthetic way. 15. Against this claim Heidegger can give no knockdown argument, if an argument has to deduce conclusions from agreed upon premises, but Heidegger can and does claim to have given a concrete demonstration of his position, by showing that when we carefully describe everyday ongoing coping activity we do not find any mental states. Thus we must not take for granted, as Daniel Dennett for example does, that people going about daily tasks such as making a turkey sandwich are solving problems by forming beliefs about what will happen if the refrigerator door is opened and how well turkey sticks to bread. 16 Likewise, we cannot assume, as traditional philosophers from Aristotle to Davidson and Searle have done, that, simply because our concept of action requires that an action be explainable in terms of beliefs and desires. When we don't find conscious beliefs and desires causing our actions, we are justified in postulating them in our explanations. The traditional approach to skills as theories has gained attention with the supposed success of expert systems. If expert systems based on rules elicited from experts were, indeed, successful in converting knowing how into knowing that, it would be a strong vindication of the philosophical tradition and a severe blow to Heidegger's contention that there is no evidence for the traditional claim that skills can be reconstructed in terms of knowledge. Happily for Heidegger, it turns out that no expert system can do as well as the experts whose supposed rules it is running with great speed and accuracy. Thus the work on expert systems supports Heidegger's claim that the facts and rules discovered in the detached attitude do not capture the skills manifest in circumspective coping. All this does not prove that mental states need not be involved in everyday activity, but it does shift the burden of proof to those who want to give priority to mental representations, since they are now in the unphenomenological, although rather typical, philosophical position of claiming that in order for their theories to be true, our way of being must be totally different from what it appears to be. The worldliness of the world. In Chapter 3 we saw that Heidegger criticizes the idea of a self-contained subject directed toward an isolable object and proposes to redscribe intentionality as the ontic transcendence of a socially defined subject relating to a holistically defined object, all on the background of a more originary transcendence. Then in Chapter 4 we followed Heidegger's attempt to do justice to the insights of the epistemological tradition while avoiding its distortions by giving a detailed description of various modes of ontic transcendence from pure coping, to the thematically conscious practical subject, to the thematizing theoretical knower. We saw how Heidegger uses against traditional epistemology with its subject/object relation the ontological observation that our transparent everyday way of coping with the available can be carried on independently of the emergence of a thematically conscious subject with mental content, which must then be related to an object. With all this in mind we can finally turn to Heidegger's main concern in Chapter 3, originary transcendence or the worldliness of the world. In describing the phenomenon of world, Heidegger seeks to get behind the kind of intentionality of subjects directed towards objects discussed and distorted by the tradition, and even behind the more basic intentionality of everyday coping, to the context or background, on the basis of whichever y kind of directedness takes place. Against traditional ontology, Heidegger will seek to show that all three ways of being we have considered, availableness, unavailableness, and occurrentness, presuppose the phenomenon of world, with its way of being, worldliness, which cannot be made intelligible in terms of any of these three. The description of the world as having a distinctive structure of its own that makes possible and calls forth Dasein's ontic comportment is the most important and original contribution of being and time. Indeed, since worldliness is another name for disclosedness or Dasein's understanding of being, worldliness is the guiding phenomenon behind Heidegger's thought in Being and Time and even in his later works. Heidegger begins by distinguishing the traditional from the phenomenological sense of world. These two senses of the term are generalizations of the categorial and existential senses of in discussed in Chapter 3. H.4 Senses of World. On page 93 64-65 in the original, Heidegger lays out the categorial and existential ways in which the term world is used, distinguishing an ontical sense, which relates to entities, from an ontological sense, which relates to the way of being of those entities. Heidegger lists 4 senses of world. We can lay them out more perspicuously as 2 senses of universe and 2 of world. Inclusion. 1. The ontical categorial sense, Heidegger's number 1. World can be used to mean a universe, conceived of as a totality of objects of a certain kind. For example, the physical universe as the set of all physical objects, or a universe of discourse, such as mathematics, as the realm of all objects studied by mathematicians. 2. The ontological categorial sense, sense number 2. A set of particulars specified in terms of the essential characteristics of the entities that make up the set. For example, what defines the physical world, i.e., what all physical objects have in common. The same goes for the world of abstract entities. This is what Husserl called the eidos, defining each region of being, and what Heidegger calls each region's way of being. Involvement. 3. The ontical existential sense, sense number 3. The world is that wherein a fact equal Dasein as such can be said to live. 93, 65.2. The sense of world is reflected in such locutions as the child's world, the world of fashion, or the business world. This, as opposed to one's place of business, is what one is in when one is in business. What Kuhn calls a disciplinary matrix - the entire constellation of beliefs, values, techniques, and so on shared by the members of a given community would be a world in this sense. Thus we can appropriately talk, for example, of the world of mathematics being shaken by Gödel's proof. It helps here to contrast the physical world, sense number 1, as a set of objects with the world of physics, a constellation of equipment, practices, and concerns in which physicists dwell. Another way to see the radical shift in senses is to note that we can speak of the sins of the world, but not the sins of the universe. Such worlds as the business world, the child's world, and the world of mathematics, are modes of the total system of equipment and practices that Heidegger calls the world. Their way of being given, Heidegger calls the phenomenon of world. 119, 86. Among the various possible modes of the world, Heidegger includes the public we world, or one's own closest, domestic, environment. 93, 65. It is important to note that all such special worlds, as he also calls them, are public. There is no such thing as my world, if this is taken as some private sphere of experience and meaning, which is self-sufficient and intelligible in itself, and so more fundamental than the shared public world and its local modes. Both Husserl and Sartre follow Descartes in beginning with my world and then trying to account for how an isolated subject can give meaning to other minds and to this shared intersubjective world. Heidegger, on the contrary, thinks that it belongs to the very idea of a world that it be shared, so the world is always prior to my world. Dasein is with equal originality being with others and being amidst intra-worldly beings. The world, within which these latter beings are encountered, is, always already world which one shares with the others. BP 297. Our understanding of the world is pre-ontological. We dwell in the equipment, practices, and concerns in some domain without noticing them or trying to spell them out. The world as already unveiled in advance is such that we do not in fact specifically occupy ourselves with it, or apprehend it, but instead it is so self-evident, so much a matter of course, that we are completely oblivious of it. BP 165. For the ontological existential sense, sense number 4. The worldliness of the world. This is the way of being common to our most general system of equipment and practices and to any of its subregions. When we try to imagine another reality, as in science fiction, we can only imagine our world changed in certain details. Likewise, when we try to imagine what it is like to be a cat or a dolphin, we can only understand them as having a sort of impoverished version of our world. Thus Heidegger says, the ontology of life is accomplished by way of a privative interpretation, 75, 50. World in this existential sense has been passed over by the tradition. The concept of world, or the phenomenon thus designated, is what has hitherto not yet been recognized in philosophy. BP 165. So the general structure of the world must be laid out by Heidegger in his ontological investigation. Nonetheless, the structure of the world is not, strictly speaking, a structure that can be spelled out completely and abstracted from all instances, so as to be understandable to a rational being who does not inhabit our world, nor can this structure be shown to be necessary for any world as such. Thus we cannot achieve the a priori knowledge concerning the world traditionally claimed for propositions about essential structures. The structure of the world is a priori only in the weak sense that it is given as already structuring any subworld. Point 4. The best we can do is point out to those who dwell in the world with us certain prominent structural aspects of this actual world. If we can show a structure to be common to the world and each of its modes, we shall have found the structure of the world as such. In Division 2 Heidegger will seek to show that this structure is isomorphic with the structure of tempi or liti. Hi. The structure of the world. Involvement. We have seen that equipment is defined by its function, in order to, in a referential whole. Heidegger now adds that, to actually function, equipment must fit into a context of meaningful activity. Heidegger calls this fitting in involvement, bewandtnis. The word could equally well be translated as bearing upon or pertinence to. Involvement has unfortunate associations, but it will do, as long as a chair's involvement in my activity of eating is not confused with the sort of existential involvement human beings have with each other and in their world, discussed in Chapter 3. The involvement whole is that in which particular involvements make sense. Whenever something available has an involvement is relevant, what involvement this is, how it is relevant, has in each case been outlined in advance in terms of the whole of such involvements' relevance relations. In a workshop, for example, the whole of involvements which is constitutive for the available in its availableness, is earlier than any single item of equipment. 116, my gloss in brackets, 84. Putting this important point more generally and relating it to world, we can say, an involvement is itself discovered only on the basis of the prior discovery of an involvement whole. So in any involvement that has been discovered, the worldly character of the available has been discovered beforehand. 118, 85. Hammers make sense by referring to nails, etc. But how does the activity of hammering make sense? Equipment makes sense only in the context of other equipment. Our use of equipment makes sense because our activity has a point. Thus, besides the in order to that assigns equipment to an equipmental whole, already discussed, the use of equipment exhibits a wherein, or practical context, a with which, or item of equipment, a towards which, or goal, and a for the sake of which, or final point. To take a specific example, I write on the blackboard in a classroom, with a piece of chalk, in order to draw a chart, as a step towards explaining Heidegger, for the sake of my being a good teacher. We shall return in a moment to the for the sake of which, but first we must pause to consider the towards which. It is a mistake to think of the toward which as the goal of the activity, if one thinks of this goal intentionalistically as something that Dasein has in mind. The awaiting of the towards which is neither a considering of the goal nor an expectation of the impendent finishing of the work to be produced. It has by no means the character of getting something thematically into one's grasp. 405, 353. Heidegger would object to traditional accounts of everyday activities such as those found in Aristotle's discussion of the practical syllogism and in contemporary philosophies of action such as Donald Davidson's, which hold that we must explain an action as caused by the desire to reach some goal. Heidegger, as we have seen, would also reject John Searle's claim that even where there is no desire, we must have in mind conditions of satisfaction, so that the experience of acting contains within itself a representation of the goal of the action. According to Heidegger, to explain everyday transparent coping we do not need to introduce a mental representation of a goal at all. Activity can be purposive without the actor having in mind a purpose. Phenomenological examination confirms that in a wide variety of situations human beings relate to the world in an organized purposive manner without the constant accompaniment of representational states that specify what the action is aimed at accomplishing. This is evident in skilled activities such as playing the piano or skiing, habitual activities such as driving to the office or brushing one's teeth, unthinking activities such as rolling over in bed or making gestures while one is speaking, and spontaneous activities such as jumping up and pacing during a heated discussion or fidgeting and drumming one's fingers anxiously during a dull lecture. In general, it is possible to be without any representation of a near, or long-term goal of one's activity. Indeed, at times one is actually surprised when the task is accomplished, as when one's thoughts are interrupted by one's arrival at the office. Or take Boston Celtics basketball player Larry Bird's description of the experience of the complex purposive act of passing the ball in the midst of a game. A lot of the things I do on the court are just reactions to situations. I don't think about some of the things I'm trying to do. A lot of times, I've passed the basketball and not realized I passed it until a moment or so later. Such phenomena are not limited to muscular responses, but exist in all areas of skillful coping, including intellectual coping. Many instances of apparently complex problem solving which seem to implement a long-range strategy, as, for example, making a move in chess, may be best understood as direct responses to familiar perceptual gestalts. After years of seeing chess games unfold, a chess grandmaster can, simply by responding to the patterns on the chessboard, play master-level chess while his deliberate, analytic mind is absorbed in something else. Such play, based as it is on previous attention to thousands of actual and book games, incorporates a tradition that determines the appropriate response to each situation and therefore makes possible long-range, strategic, purposive play, without the player needing to have any plan or goal in mind. Thus a description of non-deliberate action shows that we often experience ourselves as active yet are not aware of what we are trying to do. Such unthinking comportment seems to be at least as typical of the activities in a normal day as its opposite. In fact, it provides the non-salient background that makes it possible deliberately to focus on what is unusual or important or difficult. Yet, according to Heidegger, the tradition is right about something. Such skilled behavior is not an undifferentiated flow. One can make sense of it as having a direction and recognizable chunks. For example, I leave home, drive to the campus, park, enter my office building, open my door, enter my office, sit down at my desk and begin working. We make sense of our own comportment, or the comportment of others, in terms of such directedness towards long-range and proximal ends. But this should not mislead us into postulating mental intentions in action, since there is no evidence that this division into intelligible subsets of activity need be in the mind of the person who is absorbed in the activity any more than an athlete experiencing flow is purposefully trying to achieve a basket or a touchdown. The towards which is Heidegger's non-intentionalistic term for the endpoints we use in making sense of a flow of directed activity. Heidegger next spells out the end of the line of towards which that for the sake of which the activity is done. The primary towards which is a for the sake of which. 116, 84. With hammering, there is an involvement in making something fast. With making something fast there is an involvement in protection against bad weather, and this protection is for the sake of willen providing shelter for Dasein, that is to say, for the sake of a possibility of Dasein's being. 116, 84. The for the sake of always pertains to the being of Dasein, for which, in its being, that very being is essentially an issue. 116 to 117, 84. Making a shelter, however, is an unfortunate example of a for the sake of which, since it suggests an instinctual necessity built into the organism by nature, rather than a possible way in which Dasein's being is an issue for it. In Heidegger's defense we should note that he speaks of providing a shelter as a possibility of Dasein's being. The idea may be that people are not caused to build houses the way birds are caused by their instincts to build nests. Being a homemaker is a possible way for Dasein to be. In some cultures one can, for example, interpret oneself as being a hermit and live outdoors on a mountainside. Heideggers uses the term the for the sake of which to call attention to the way human activity makes long-term sense, thus avoiding any intimation of a final goal. A for the sake of which, like being a father or being a professor, is not to be thought of as a goal I have in mind and can achieve. Indeed, it is not a goal at all, but rather a self-interpretation that informs and orders all my activities. As a first approximation, we can think of the for the sake of which to which Dasein assigns itself as social roles and goals, but Heidegger never uses the terms roles and goals. When I am successfully coping, my activity can be seen to have a point, but I need not have any goal, let alone a long-range life plan as researchers like Roger Scangate suppose. Role is not quite right either. Role talk is the end stage of a movement from transparent coping to thematization. If I run into trouble in the way my life hangs together, my for the sake of which can show up intentionalistically as unavailable goals I am striving to reach. I can shift my stance to deliberating about aspects of my life such as my relationships, student, lover, father, etc., and I can think about my occupation and whether I should change it for another. As a parent or a teacher, I must conform to a whole set of norms concerning my responsibilities, which can be laid out in caeteris paribus rules if, for example, ongoing interactions break down and I have to go to court. Only at the occurrent level, however, does one observe, from outside, so to speak, roles. These are context-free features of people's lives corresponding to function predicates describing objective features of equipment, and just as function predicates, as we shall soon see, cannot capture the holistic character of equipment, role predicates cannot capture what one simply knows how to do and be when one is socialized into some of the for the sake of which is available in one's culture. Remember, however, that strictly speaking we should not speak of Dasein's being socialized. Human organisms do not have Dasein in them until they are socialized. Dasein needs for the sake of which and the whole involvement structure in order to take a stand on itself, i.e., in order to be itself. That is why Heidegger says Dasein has always already assigned itself to an in order to in terms of a for the sake of which. Dasein has assigned itself to an in order to, and it has done so in terms of an ability to be for the sake of which it itself is one which it may have seized upon either explicitly or tacitly. 119, 86. As tacitly suggests, for the sake of which need not be intentional at all. I pick up my most basic life organizing self-interpretations by socialization, not by choosing them. For example, one behaves as an older brother or a mama's girl without having chosen these organizing self-interpretations, and without having them in mind as specific purposes. These ways of being lead one to certain organized activities such as being a teacher, nurse, victim, etc. Each such role is an integrated set of practices, one might say a practice, as in the practice of medicine. And each practice is connected with a lot of equipment for practicing it. Dasein inhabits or dwells in these practices and their appropriate equipment. In fact, Dasein takes a stand on its being by being a more or less integrated subpattern of social practices. 9. Dasein finds itself primarily in what it does, uses, expects, avoids in the environmentally available with which it is primarily concerned. 155, 119. B. The interdependence of Dasein and world. The idea that Dasein has a pre-ontological understanding of the world or involvement whole allows us to understand a particularly dense passage. Bear in mind that, in dealing with equipment, letting something be or freeing something means using it. This is ontical. Ontologically, such letting be requires already knowing how the thing fits into the involvement whole, and in this sense previously freeing it for all particular ontical uses. Ontically, letting something be involved signifies that within our factical concern we let something available be so and so as it is already, example, be a hammer by hammering with it. The way we take this ontical sense of letting be is, fundamentally, ontological. And therewith we interpret the meaning of previously freeing what is proximally available within the world. Previously letting something be does not mean that we must first bring it into its being and produce it. It means rather that something which is already an entity must be discovered in its availableness, and that we must thus let the entity which has this being encounter us, i.e., show itself. This a priori letting something be involved, i.e., knowing how to use it and how it fits in with other equipment and purposes, is the condition for the possibility of anything available showing up for us, so that Dasein, in its ontical dealings with the entity thus showing up, can thereby let it be involved use it in the ontical sense. 117, my gloss in brackets, 84-85 IO. Heidegger thus equates the involvement whole, the wherein of the available, with the world, and the structure of the wherein with the being of the world. The wherein of an understanding which assigns or refers itself, is that on the basis of which one lets entities be encountered in the kind of being that belongs to involvements. This wherein is the phenomenon of the world. And the structure of that on the basis of which Dasein assigns itself is what makes up the worldliness of the world. 119, 86. In laying out world, Heidegger seems to shift without explanation from speaking of the workshop, to the referential whole, Verweichungsgeist, to the equipmental whole, Zuganses, to the involvement whole, Bewandtnisgeist, to the phenomenon of world, to worldliness. The equipmental whole, I take it, describes the interrelated equipment, the referential whole its interrelations, and the involvement whole adds human purposiveness. The workshop is a specific example of all these wholes. The phenomenon of world is the special way the world manifests itself, and worldliness is the way of being of the world and of all its subworlds. Heidegger next introduces the notion of significance. The for the sake of which signifies an in order to, this in turn, a towards this, the latter, and in which of letting something be involved, and that in turn, the with which of an involvement. These relationships are bound up with one another as a primordial whole. They are what they are as the signifying in which Dasein gives itself beforehand its being in the world as something to be understood. The relational whole of this signifying we call significance. This is what makes up the structure of the world, the structure of that wherein Dasein as such already is. 120, 87. Significance is the background upon which entities can make sense and activities can have a point. Significance is that on the basis of which the world is disclosed as such. To say that the for the sake of which and significance are both disclosed in Dasein, means that Dasein is the entity which, as being in the world, is an issue for itself. 182, 143. Subject and object, Dasein and world, are ultimately so intimately intertwined that one cannot separate the world from Daseining. With equal primordiality the understanding projects Dasein's being both upon its for the sake of which and upon significance, as the worldliness of its current world. 185, 145. As Heidegger later says of this discussion, the upshot of that analysis was that the referential whole of significance, which as such is constitutive for worldliness, has been tied up with a for the sake of which. The fact that this referential whole of the manifold relations of the in order to has been bound up with that which is an issue for Dasein, does not signify that a world of objects which is a current has been welded together with a subject. It is rather the phenomenal expression of the fact that the basic makeup of Dasein is primordially a whole. 236, 192. To understand the above passage, we must remember that any given piece of equipment, example a hammer, is what it is in a referential whole which connects it with other equipment, and any use of equipment, example hammering, takes place in an involvement whole that connects it with many ways of being human. The involvement whole and Dasein's life are both organized by the same for the sake of which it helps to distinguish something like an objective and a subjective side of this phenomenon only to see that in the end they cannot be distinguished. On the objective side we would have equipment defined by its in order to, which in turn gets its point in terms of for the sake of which. On the subjective side we would have Dasein's self-interpretation which is accomplished by assigning itself to for the sake of which. But obviously this separation will not work. On the one hand, Dasein needs the referential whole and the involvement whole to be itself. On the other hand, the objective or equipment side is organized in terms of or the sake of which that are ways of being Dasein. The referential whole only makes sense because it all hangs, so to speak, from for the sake of which that are Dasein's ways of taking a stand on itself, and Dasein exists and makes sense only because it takes over the for the sake of which that are built into and organize the involvement whole. The shared familiar world, then, is what makes individual human beings possible. Dasein itself, ultimately the beings which we call men, are possible in their being only because there is a world. Dasein exhibits itself as a being which is in its world but at the same time is by virtue of the world in which it is. Here we find a peculiar union of being in the world with the being of Dasein which itself can be made comprehensible only insofar as that which here stands in this union, Dasein itself with its world, has been made clear in its basic structures. HCT, 202. This is not to deny that the world also depends on Dasein's way of being. Rather it shows that Dasein is nothing like what philosophers have thought of as a subject. In his course The Year After Being and Time, Heidegger addresses the question directly. There is world only insofar as Dasein exists. But then is world not something subjective? In fact it is. Only one may not at this point reintroduce a common, subjectivistic concept of subject. Instead, the task is to see that being in the world, fundamentally transforms the concept of subjectivity and of the subjective. MFL, 195. 2 ways in which the phenomenon of world is revealed. A. Disturbance. The world, i.e., the interlocking practices, equipment, and skills for using them, which provides the basis for using specific items of equipment, is hidden. It is not disguised, but it is undiscovered. So, like the available, the world has to be revealed by a special technique. Point 12 Since we ineluctably dwell in the world, we can get at the world only by shifting our attention to it while at the same time staying involved in it. Luckily for the phenomenologist, there are special situations in which the phenomenon of world is forced upon our awareness. To the everydayness of being in the world there belong certain modes of concern. These permit the beings with which we concern ourselves to be encountered in such a way that the worldly character of what is intra-worldly comes to the fore. 102, 73. The discovery that a piece of equipment is missing, on Heidegger's account, reveals the workshop as a mode of the world. The disturbance makes us aware of the function of equipment and the way it fits into a practical context. When an assignment to some particular towards this has been, circumspectively aroused, we catch sight of the towards this itself, and along with it everything connected with the work, the whole workshop as that wherein concern always dwells. The nexus of equipment is lit up, not as something never seen before, but as a whole constantly sighted beforehand in circumspection, i.e., as already taken account of in our transparent everyday coping. With this whole, however, the world announces itself. 105, my gloss in brackets, 74-75. If we can't get back to work, we are left helpless, and in asking if we can abandon our project, the point of our activity becomes apparent to us. Our circumspection comes up against emptiness, and now sees for the first time what the missing article was available with, and what it was available for. 105, 75. B. Signs. Can we become aware of the relational whole of significance that makes up the world, without a disturbance? Can we be simultaneously absorbed in the successful functioning of things and notice the context in which they function? Heidegger's answer is that there are, indeed, functioning entities whose function it is to show their practical context. Such entities are called signs. All equipment is serviceable, only signs indicate. Heidegger discusses signs at some length partly because he is rejecting Husserl's account of indication in logical investigations, i.e., that the indication relation of signs to what they are signs of is a causal relation based on some sort of spatial proximity. Also, Heidegger wants to reject the semiotic view that signifying is an ontologically basic relation. But Heidegger is mainly interested in signs as illuminating the way equipment is what it is only in a context and only when it is actually taken up and used. Signs are a type of equipment that in their functioning reveal their way of being and the context into which they fit. A sign is something ontically available, which functions both as this definite equipment and as something indicative of the ontological structure of availableness, of referential wholes, and of worldliness. 114, 82. Signs always function against a practical background that they presuppose and to which they direct our attention. Heidegger uses as example an automobile's turning signal. This sign is an item of equipment which is available for the driver in his concern with driving, and not for him alone, those who are not traveling with him, and they in particular also make use of it, either by giving way on the proper side or by stopping. This sign is available within the world in the whole equipment nexus of vehicles and traffic regulations. 109, 78. Although Heidegger does not say so, it would be in keeping with his account of circumspection to note that we can cope with signs without becoming thematically aware of them. We often act appropriately with respect to the turning signal of the car in front of us without being any more thematically aware of it than we are of the doorknob which we turn in order to enter the room. Still, Heidegger's point is that to cope with such signs is to cope not just with them, but with the whole interconnected pattern of activity into which they are integrated. If they are to function as signs for us, we certainly cannot just stare at them, and we cannot use them in isolation. The sign is not authentically grasped if we just stare at it and identify it as an indicator thing which occurs. 110, 79. Moreover, the sign does not simply point to other objects occurrent in the situation e.g., the street, or the direction the car will take. It lights up the situation itself. Even if we turn our glance in the direction which the direction signal indicates, and look at something occurrent in the region indicated, even then the sign is not authentically encountered. 110, 79. Such a sign addresses itself to the circumspection of our concernful dealings, and it does so in such a way that the circumspection which goes along with it, following where it points, brings into an explicit survey whatever aroundness the environment may have at the time. 110, 79. Thus signs point out the context of shared practical activity, i.e., the world. A sign is not a thing which stands to another thing in the relationship of indicating, it is rather an item of equipment which explicitly raises an equipmental whole into our circumspection so that together with it the worldly character of the available announces itself. 110, 80. It follows that a sign cannot be understood as a mere relation of one thing to another. This is Heidegger's implicit critique of semiotics. Being a sign for can itself be formalized as a universal kind of relation, so that the sign structure itself provides an ontological clue for characterizing any entity whatsoever. But if we are to investigate such phenomena as references, signs, or even significations, nothing is to be gained by characterizing them as relations. Indeed, we shall eventually have to show that relations themselves, because of their formally general character, have their ontological source in reference. 107 to 108, 77. Signs can do their job only because we already know our way about in the world. Signs always indicate primarily wherein one lives, where one's concern dwells, what sort of involvement there is with something. 111, 80. A sign signifying must take place in a context, and it signifies, i.e., it can be a sign, only for those who dwell in that context. Disclosing and discovering. Disclosing and discovering are two modes of revealing. Disclosedness of the world is required for what Heidegger calls Daseins discovering of entities. The environment is itself inaccessible to circumspection, so far as circumspection is always directed towards entities, but in each case it has already been disclosed for circumspection. Disclose and disclosedness will be used as technical terms in the passages that follow, and shall signify to lay open and the character of having been laid open. 105, 75. The basic idea is that for a particular person to be directed toward a particular piece of equipment, whether using it, perceiving it, or whatever, there must be a correlation between that person's general skills for coping and the interconnected equipmental whole in which the thing has a place. On the side of Dasein, originary transcendence, disclosing, is the condition of the possibility of ontic transcendence, discovering, and on the side of the world, disclosedness is the condition of the possibility of anything being discovered. We are now in a position to understand, 1. What sort of activity disclosing is and, 2. How it is related to discovering. Disclosing as being in the world. The clue to, 1, is found in what we have said about the comportment in which Dasein uses the available. A particular piece of equipment can be used only in a referential whole. In his lectures, Heidegger calls Dasein's understanding of the referential whole familiarity. He explains, "My encounter with the room is not such that I first take in one thing after another and put together a manifold of things in order then to see a room. Rather, I primarily see a referential whole, from which the individual piece of furniture and what is in the room stand out. Such an environment of the nature of a closed referential whole is at the same time distinguished by a specific familiarity. The referential whole is grounded precisely in familiarity, and this familiarity implies that the referential relations are well known." HCT 187. This is a very important passage. Notice first that Heidegger is rejecting the Kantian idea that in order to see the whole room I have to synthesize a manifold of things, perspectives, sense data, or whatever. I just take in the whole room. I do it by being ready to deal with familiar rooms and the things in them. My set or readiness to cope with chairs by avoiding them or by sitting on them, for example, is activated when I enter the room. My readiness is, of course, not a set of beliefs or rules for dealing with rooms and chairs, it is a sense of how rooms normally show up, a skill for dealing with them, that I have developed by crawling and walking around many rooms. Thus the sort of background familiarity that functions when I take in a room full of furniture as a whole and deal with it is neither a specific action like sitting in a chair, nor is it merely a capacity in the body or brain for carrying out specific actions. It is neither subjective intentionality nor objective muscle machinery, Searle's two alternatives. It is being ready in particular circumstances to respond appropriately to whatever might normally come along. Heidegger describes this background readiness as the background of primary familiarity, which itself is not conscious and intended but is rather present in an unprominent way. HCT 189. In Being and Time, Heidegger speaks of that familiarity in accordance with which Dasein knows its way about sich Auskenntei in its public environment. 405, 354. Of course, we do not activate this most general skill on only certain occasions, it is active all the time. In Basic Problems, Heidegger calls it the site of practical circumspection. Our practical everyday orientation, BP 163, s we are masters of our world, constantly effortlessly ready to do what is appropriate. Circumspection oriented to the presence of what is of concern provides each setting to work, procuring, and performing with the way to work it out, the means to carry it out, the right occasion, and the appropriate time. This side of circumspection is the skilled possibility of concerned discovery. HCT 274. On analogy with the way our eyes are constantly accommodating to the light, we might call the way we are constantly adapting to our situation accommodation. But Heidegger needs no specific term for this most basic activity. It is so pervasive and constant that he simply calls it being in the world. Any concern is already as is, because of some familiarity with the world. Being in the world amounts to a non-thematic circumspective absorption in the references or assignments that make up the availableness of an equipmental whole. 107, my italics, 76. It is this holistic background coping, disclosing, that makes possible appropriate dealings in particular circumstances, discovering. Only because, on entering the workshop, we are able to avoid chairs, locate and approach the workbench, pick out and grasp something as an instrument, etc., can we use a specific hammer to hit a specific nail, find a hammer too light or too heavy, etc. In his lectures Heidegger extends this account of Dasein's being in the world to a phenomenological theory of perception that implicitly criticizes Husserl, and Searle. Why can I let a pure thing of the world show up at all in bodily presence? Only because the world is already there in thus letting it show up, because letting it show up is but a particular mode of my being in the world, and because world means nothing other than what is always already present for the entity in it. I can see a natural thing in its bodily presence only on the basis of this being in the world. HCT 196, my italics. In then referring to absorbed being in the world or background coping as the founding steps of perception, Heidegger uses the Husserlian intentionalist terminology he is criticizing in order to replace it. I can at any time perceive natural things in their bodily presence directly, that is, without running through the founding steps beforehand, because it belongs to the sense of being in the world to be in these founding steps constantly and primarily. I have no need to go through them because Dasein, which founds perceiving, is nothing but the way of being of these very founding steps, as concerned absorption in the world. HCT 197. In response, then, to Husserl and Searle and their exclusive concern with subject/object intentionality, Heidegger points out that in order to reveal beings by using or contemplating them, we must simultaneously be exercising a general skilled grasp of our circumstances. Even if there were an experience of effort or acting accompanying specific acts of hammering, which Heidegger does not find in his experience, there would seem to be no place for an experience of acting with its conditions of satisfaction accompanying the background orienting, balancing, etc., which, as being in the world, makes using specific things possible. It is hard to make sense of what a Husserlian/Searlean intentionalistic account of being in the world would be. Searle would seem to have to make the implausible claim that one's being in the world, which is not conscious and intended, HCT 189, is still somehow caused and guided by intentions in action. To avoid this claim, Searle thinks of the background not as constant coping, but merely as a capacity. But the notion of a capacity leaves out the activity of disclosing precisely what leads Heidegger to think of the background as an originary kind of intentionality. Dasein's background coping, although not itself accompanied by a feeling of willing or effort, does make possible the experience of acting on those occasions when it occurs. But then, this experience cannot be the only kind of intentionality, but presupposes background intentionality. Willing and wishing are rooted with ontological necessity in Dasein as care, they are not just ontologically undifferentiated experiences, or Leibniz, occurring in a stream which is completely indefinite with regard to the sense of its being. 238, 194. Precisely because the care structure, which we shall later see is the structure of disclosedness, stays in the background, philosophers like Husserl and Searle overlook it in their account of mental states. Care is ontologically earlier than the phenomena I have just mentioned, which admittedly can, within certain limits, always be described appropriately without our needing to have the full ontological horizon visible, or even to be familiar with it at all. 238, 194. We are now in a position to understand how Dasein's activity of disclosing is related to the world as disclosedness. Just as in specific cases of coping with the available, Dasein is absorbed in its activity in such a way that its experience does not have any self-referential intentional content, so, in general, Dasein is absorbed in the background coping that discloses the world as familiar in such a way that there is no separation between Dasein's disclosing comportment and the world disclosed. We define concerned being in the world as absorption in the world, being drawn in by it, HCT 196. Just as dealings with equipment subordinate themselves to the manifold assignments of the in order to, 98, 69, so Dasein, in so far as it is, has always submitted itself already to a world asterisk which shows up for it, and this submission belongs essentially to its being, 120 to 121, 8715. B. The identity and difference of disclosing and discovering. Heidegger stresses the interconnection between Dasein's disclosing and discovering comportments. On the one hand, disclosing as skillful dealing with ways of being of entities in whole situations is more basic than discovering. We must now manage to exhibit more precisely the interconnection between the discoveredness of a being and the disclosedness of its being, and to show how the disclosedness, a being founds, that is to say, gives the ground, the foundation, for the possibility of the discoveredness of entities. BP 72. In Being and Time, the related passage reads, a priori letting something be involved is the condition for the possibility of encountering anything available. 117, 85.15. Disclosing as letting something be involved is originary transcendence. Heidegger speaks of such transcendence in a passage that needs a lot of interpreting, my gloss is in brackets. We must hold that the intentional structure of comportments is not something which is immanent to the so-called subject and which would first of all be in need of transcendence. Rather, the intentional constitution of Dasein's comportments disclosing, originary transcendence is precisely the ontological condition of the possibility of every and any discovering, ontic transcendence. Ontic transcendence, transcending, belongs to the essential nature of the being that exists, on the basis of originary transcendence, as intentional, that is, exists in the manner of dwelling among the available and the occurrent. BP 65. But, on the other hand, originary transcendence, being in the world, disclosure, is not something radically different from ontic transcending, transparent coping with specific things, discovering. Rather, it is the same sort of coping functioning as the holistic background for all purposive comportment. The intentional constitution of Dasein's comportment is precisely the ontological condition of the possibility of every and any transcendence. BP 65. One needs to be finding one's way about in the world in order to use equipment, but finding one's way about is just more coping. Any specific activity of coping takes place on the background of more general coping. Being in the world is, indeed, ontologically prior in Heidegger's special sense, a priori as the ontological condition of the possibility of specific activities, yet being in the world is just more skilled activity. The previous disclosure of that on the basis of which what shows up within the world is subsequently freed, amounts to nothing else than understanding the world, that world towards which Dasein always comports itself. 118, 85 to 86. Our general background coping, then, our familiarity with the world, is our understanding of being. That wherein Dasein already understands itself, is always something with which it is primordially familiar. This familiarity with the world, goes to make up Dasein's understanding of being. 119, 86. Thus Heidegger conceptualizes the difference between specific coping, ontic transcendence, and world-disclosing background coping, originary transcendence, as the difference between our relation to beings and our understanding of being. This is presumably the original version of the famous ontological difference, which, according to the later Heidegger, the tradition sought mistakenly to capture in its various accounts of the being of beings. Now that we have described the world, rather than passing it over as the tradition has done, what implications do our results have for how we deal with traditional philosophical questions? So far we have seen the relevance of Heidegger's phenomenological description of coping with the available to the Cartesian epistemological account of a subject, residential cogitans, contemplating objects, residential extensa. Now we shall see the relevance of an account of worldliness to the other tradition that stems from Descartes, the ontological project of explaining everything in terms of some type of a current entity that is taken to be directly intelligible. In Descartes' ontology, the ultimate building blocks of the universe are the elements of nature, natura simplices, understood by natural science. But one could also try to account for everything in terms of sense data, monads, or, as in Husserl, relations among the predicate senses corresponding to relations among the primitive features of the world to which these basic elements purport to refer. Heidegger presumably has this last stage of the atomistic, rationalist tradition in mind when he speaks of understanding the world in terms of a system of relations first posited in an act of thinking, 122, 88. This Husserlian project culminates in recent attempts to understand the world and the objects in it as a complex combination of features, and the mind as containing symbolic representations of these features and rules or programs representing their relationships. Traditional ontology succeeds only if it can account for all modes of being, including Dasein's practical activity and the equipmental whole in which Dasein is absorbed, in terms of the law-like or rule-like combinations of occurrent elements. If it can be shown that the world is irreducible to occurrent elements, be they bits of matter, atomic facts, sense data, or bits of information, then an ontology based on the occurrent fails. Heidegger focuses on Descartes' attempt to understand everything in terms of nature. To follow Heidegger's critique, we must first understand Descartes' account of the relation of nature and world. The ontological status of nature. In his critique of naturalistic ontology, Heidegger does not want to deny that nature underlies and explains the functioning of equipment. We can hammer with iron and wood but not with rubber and ice. But the ontological significance of this seeming priority of nature turns out to be a complicated question. To begin with, Heidegger distinguishes at least 4 different ways nature can be encountered. Heidegger tells us, nature is itself an entity which shows up within the world and which can be discovered in various ways and at various stages, 92, 63. Nature shows up as available, unavailable, occurrent, and also, strangely, in some other way, which is none of the above. Let us now lay out these ways of being, noting at each stage the kind of concern involved. Our questions at this stage are, 1. Can Heidegger achieve his fundamental ontology, demonstrating that all modes of being, even the being of nature, can be made intelligible only in terms of Dasein's mode of being, and not vice versa? 2. Can he still leave a place for ontic, causal, scientific explanation? Nature as available. The entity which Descartes is trying to grasp ontologically, with his extensio, is, such as to become discoverable first of all by going through an intra-worldly entity which is proximally available nature. 128, 95. 1. Natural materials. Considered as the stuff out of which the available is made, the whereof of equipment nature is picked out as raw material, and thus is freed or made intelligible in terms of the function it serves in supporting equipment. In the environment certain entities become accessible which are always available, but which, in themselves, do not need to be produced. Hammer, tongs, and needle, refer in themselves to steel, iron, metal, mineral, wood, in that they consist of these. In equipment that is used, nature is discovered along with it, by that use the nature we find in natural products. 170. The properties of iron, its malleability, ductility, hardness, etc. make it moldable and able to withstand violent contact. Dasein, therefore, appropriates iron into its referential whole. It can be used in hammerheads, nails, anvils, chairs, statues, etc. Yet, of course, nature cannot be used in any way whatsoever. A current nature sets limits as to what can be done with equipment. Given iron's causal powers and determinate properties, it cannot be used for fuel or a nourishing meal. It seems that Dasein self-interpreting everyday activity and nature codetermine what can be available for what. If Dasein insists upon using equipment in a particular way, regardless of the properties of what it is made of, it will break. When something thus becomes unavailable, its recalcitrant properties or aspects announce themselves, as does nature's contribution to the equipment's serviceability. Anything available is, at the worst, appropriate for some purposes and inappropriate for others, and its properties are, as it were, still bound up in these ways in which it is appropriate or inappropriate, just as a currentness, as a possible kind of being for something available, is bound up in availableness. 115, 83. 2 Natural regularities. In Being and Time, Heidegger subscribes to the instrumental understanding of nature. The wood is a forest of timber, the mountain a quarry of rock, the river is water power, the wind is wind in the sails. 170. Later he criticizes the stance for treating nature as a gigantic filling station too. Environing nature can also be useful to us without being used as raw material. For example, when we look at the clock, we tacitly make use of the sun's position, in accordance with which the measurement of time gets regulated in the official astronomical manner. When we make use of the clock equipment, which is primarily and inconspicuously available, the environing nature is available along with it. 101, 71. 3 Nature taken up into history. We contend that what is primarily historical is Dasein. That which is secondarily historical, however, is what we encounter within the world, not only available equipment, in the widest sense, but also the environing nature as the very soil of history. 433, 381 Nature is historical as a countryside, as an area that has been colonized or exploited, as a battlefield, or as the site of a cult. 440, 388 to 389. B. Nature as unavailable, natural forces. We also encounter nature as not available but rather as a threat to our equipmental nexus. Here nature shows up and makes sense in terms of what it disturbs and how we protect ourselves against it. In roads, streets, bridges, buildings, our concern discovers nature as having some definite direction. A covered railway platform takes account of bad weather, an installation for public lighting takes account of the darkness, or rather of specific changes in the presence or absence of daylight. 100, 711. C. Nature as a current. Nature can appear in several different ways to disinterested contemplation. 1. Pure occurrentness. We have already seen that if nature as available and unavailable is disregarded, nature can appear in the privative mode of pure occurrence. If its kind of being as available is disregarded, this nature itself can be discovered and defined simply in its pure occurrence. 170. When recontextualized in a theory, this is the nature studied by natural science. 2. Natural science. We have seen in Chapter 4 that nature as studied by science is not revealed in passive contemplation but rather in a specific mode of concern, i.e., by depriving the world of its worldliness in a definite way. 94, 65. A way that makes possible recontextualization in a theory. Scientific observation can thus reveal a universe unrelated to human for the sake of which this is the nature whose causal powers underlie equipment and even Dasein itself insofar as it has a body. We shall come back to this topic in Chapter 15. D. The nature of primitive peoples and the Romantic poets. But when science studies nature, the nature which stirs and strives, which assails us and enthralls us as landscape, remains hidden. 170. In the case of poets, nature is not to be understood as that which is just a current, nor as the power of nature. The botanist's plants are not the flowers of the hedgerow, the source which the geographer establishes for a river is not the spring head in the dale. 170. Heidegger therefore notes, perhaps even availability and equipment have nothing to contribute as ontological clues in interpreting the primitive world, and certainly the ontology of thinghood does even less. 113, 82. Still, in Being and Time, Heidegger claims that even the phenomenon of nature, as it is conceived, for instance, in Romanticism, can be grasped ontologically in terms of the concept of the world, that is to say, in terms of the analytic of Dasein, 94, 65. In his later essays, however, Heidegger tries to show that this fourth way of being of nature, which the Greeks experienced as physis and which we still sometimes experience in a non-instrumental and yet non-contemplative relation to things, has been neglected by our tradition and cannot be understood by reference to Dasein's concerns. Point 3. Heidegger's critique of scientific reductionism. All of this has shown that nature does, indeed, show up as having each of the ways of being Heidegger has distinguished, but it has not answered the question, which is ontologically more basic, equipment or the material in nature whose causal powers enable equipment to function. This question must be taken seriously. At several points Heidegger calls attention to the phenomena that support the traditional naturalistic view. When our practical activity is disrupted, Heidegger points out, we then see that the occurrent has been there all along. Conspicuousness presents the available equipment as in a certain unavailableness. It shows itself as an equipmental thing which looks so, and which, in its availableness as looking that way, has constantly been occurrent too. 102 to 103, 731. It is presumably the underlying constant occurrent material that accounts for the equipment's reliability, or conversely, for its failure to function properly. The occurrent in the available makes possible its availability. Heidegger grants that only by reason of something occurrent, is there anything available. But he immediately asks, does it follow, however, granting this thesis for the nonce, that availableness is ontologically founded upon occurrence? 101, my italics, 71. It is contrary to Heidegger's main thesis to hold that occurrent properties are ontologically prior to available equipment and its aspects. Yet, in his lectures prior to Being and Time, Heidegger goes out of his way to show the plausibility of the view he opposes. The work world bears within itself references to an entity which in the end makes it clear that the work world, what is of concern, is not the primary entity after all. Precisely when we are led from an analysis of the work world, in following its references to the world of nature, finally to recognize and to define the world of nature as the fundamental stratum of the real, we see that it is not care which is the primary worldly presence, but rather the reality of nature. This conclusion, it seems, cannot be avoided. HCT 199. It is important to realize, however, that ontology, as the science of everything that is, must make a stronger claim than natural science. Natural science tells us how hammers work but not what hammers are. It does not have to account for the being of equipment such as hammers, but only for the causal powers of the natural kinds of material such as iron and wood out of which hammers are made. Heidegger contends that nature can explain only why the available works. It cannot make intelligible availableness as a way of being because nature cannot explain worldliness. Even if traditional ontology should itself succeed in explicating the being of nature in the very purest manner, in conformity with the basic assertions about this entity which the mathematical natural sciences provide, it will never reach the phenomenon that is the world. Asterisk. 92, 63. Heidegger will argue for two theses. 1. Worldliness cannot be understood in terms of nature. A glance at previous ontology shows that if one fails to see being in the world as the makeup of Dasein, the phenomenon of world likewise gets passed over. One tries instead to interpret the world in terms of the being of those beings which are occurrent within the world, namely, in terms of nature. Nature, as the categorical aggregate of those structures of being which a definite being encountered within the world may possess, can never make worldliness intelligible. 93-94, 65. 2. Nature can be made intelligible only on the basis of worldliness. The sense of worldliness cannot be read off from mere nature. The environmental references, in which nature is present primarily in a worldly way, tell us rather the reverse. Nature as reality can only be understood on the basis of worldliness. HCT 199. Heidegger begins to make his case by reminding us that whatever shows up for us as intelligible shows up on the background of significance as either in the way, threatening, or as something that can somehow be put to use. Things are not encountered as isolated occurrent entities to which we attach isolated function predicates. Heidegger offers as example the farmer's use of the south wind. For the farmer to use the wind as equipment, the wind must already show up as fitting into the everyday world, not as the meteorologist's stream of occurrent air molecules. If, for instance, the south wind is accepted by the farmer as a sign of rain, then this acceptance or the value with which the entity is invested is not a sort of bonus over and above what is already occurrent in itself, viz., the flow of air in a definite geographical direction. The south wind may be meteorologically accessible as something which just occurs, but it is never occurrent primarily in such a way as this, only occasionally taking over the function of a warning signal. On the contrary, only by the circumspection with which one takes account of things in farming is the south wind discovered in its being. 111-112, 80-81. Heidegger anticipates the traditional ontologist's objection. But, one will protest, that which gets taken as a sign must first have become accessible in itself and been apprehended before the sign gets established. 112, 81. He answers. Certainly it must in any case be such that in some way we can come across it. The question simply remains as to how entities are discovered in this previous encountering, whether as mere things which occur, or rather as equipment which has not been understood as something available with which we have hitherto not known how to begin, and which has accordingly kept itself veiled from the purview of circumspection. And here again, when the equipmental characters of the available are still circumspectively undiscovered, they are not to be interpreted as bare thinghood presented for an apprehension of what is just occurrent and no more. 112, 81. The argument for the ontological priority of worldliness and significance so far hinges on this claim that nothing is intelligible to us unless it first shows up as already integrated into our world, fitting into our coping practices. 3. Heidegger's critique of cognitivism. Granted that what shows up in the world, even nature, gets its intelligibility from its place in the world, does this demonstrate that the occurrent can never make worldliness intelligible? Heidegger begins his answer by pointing out that traditional ontology claims to explain all kinds of being in terms of one basic kind of being. Therefore such an ontology must be able to build up everything, including equipmentality, out of whatever basic elements it claims are the ultimate constituents of reality. Descartes laid the basis for characterizing ontologically that intraworldly entity upon which every other entity is founded, material nature. This would be the fundamental stratum upon which all the other strata of intraworldly actuality are built up. 131, 98. Nature by itself obviously cannot explain significance. Therefore, to account for the equipmental whole in terms of occurrent elements, traditional ontology, as developed by Descartes and still found in Husserlian phenomenology, information processing psychology, and artificial intelligence research, must supplement the bare things in nature that serve in the explanations provided by natural science, with function or value predicates. This amounts to taking the whole that Heidegger has just described as significance, which is prior to its parts, equipment, and analyzing it as a complex totality, built up out of occurrent elements. Heidegger gives an ironic paraphrase of the approach of which cognitivist theory is a special case that seeks to base all ways of being on the supposedly self-evident and directly intelligible way of being of occurrent nature plus occurrent mental predicates. The extended thing as such would provide the footing for such specific qualities as beautiful, ugly, in keeping, not in keeping, useful, useless. If one is oriented primarily by thinghood, these latter qualities must be taken as non-quantifiable value predicates, function predicates by which what is in the first instance just a material thing, gets stamped as something good for something. The Cartesian analysis of the world would thus enable us for the first time to build up securely the structure of what is primarily available. All it takes is to round out the thing of nature until it becomes a full-fledged thing of use, and this is easily done. 131 to 132, my additions in brackets, 98 to 99. Heidegger criticizes this position by claiming that there is no reason to think that one can arrive at an understanding of the available by adding together occurrent function predicates. The basic intuition behind Heidegger's critique of cognitivism is that one frees occurrent properties precisely by stripping away significance. Therefore it is highly implausible that one can reconstruct a meaningful whole by adding further meaningless elements. When we speak of material thinghood, have we not tacitly posited a kind of being the constant occurrence of things which is so far from having been rounded out ontologically by subsequently endowing entities with value predicates, that these value characters themselves are rather just ontical characteristics of those entities which have the kind of being possessed by things? Adding on value predicates cannot tell us anything at all new about the being of goods functions, but would merely presuppose again that goods functions have pure occurrentness as their kind of being. 132, my additions in brackets, 99. The Cartesian ontologist, like the modern cognitivist, would answer that it is not enough just to say, as Heidegger does, that such an ontology must fail in the attempt to put the whole together out of elements because the being of a piece of equipment is its role in the whole nexus of references and significance. The cognitivist would hold that he has merely patiently to spell out the relation of each type of equipment to other types of equipment and thus gradually build up a representation of the equipmental whole. For example, one can begin crudely with chairs, lamps, tables, etc. as items of equipment, each in isolation, then add predicates describing their relation to each other, and finally their relation to human skills and purposes. How can Heidegger argue against this claim? Since trying to explain our everyday understanding in terms of occurrent elements only seems plausible if one has a traditional account of the world as a set of objects and of daily activity as rule governed, the first step, as we have seen, is to show that traditional ontology passes over the world. For traditional ontologists and current cognitivists, the interpretation of the world begins with some intra-worldly entity, so that the phenomenon of the world in general no longer comes into view. 122, 89. Once we get our phenomenology of being in the world right, Heidegger would say, we see the impoverishment that occurs as we strip away significance to arrive at the pure occurrent and inhibit skilled coping to arrive at deliberation. Cognitivism then seems highly implausible. The burden of proof shifts to anyone who expects it to succeed. Heidegger could spell out his implausibility claim in two ways. First, there is the argument from holism. Just adding to the representation of a table the fact that it is to eat at or sit at barely scratches the surface of its involvement with other equipment and for the sake of which that define what it is to be a table. Such function predicates would not be sufficient to enable a person from tradition A Japan to cope with our kind of tables or even fully understand Western stories where tables played their normal part. All the propositions spelling out tableness would have cateris paribus conditions, and so would those conditions, etc. Second, there is a related argument from skills. Computers programmed as physical symbol systems, that is, using rules and features, do not have skills. They do not come into a situation with the readiness to deal with what normally shows up in that sort of situation. Such a computer can only process occurrent elements. So when we program it, we must feed it the data and the rules it needs in order to build up a model of the situation and deal with tables. Just as in Bourdieu's account, see page 258, the anthropologist must invent rules to try to capture the savoir-faire involved in exchanging gifts, knowing how much delay and how much difference is appropriate, so the cognitivist would try to capture in rules our savoir-faire concerning tables. These would of course be cateris paribus rules depending on background circumstances for their application, and this would in turn lead the cognitivist to search for strict rules to capture these background conditions, which would only reveal more savoir-faire. For AI researchers, as for Husserl, this promises to be an infinite task. For Heidegger, who claims our common sense understanding is a kind of knowing how, not a propositional knowing that, things look even more discouraging for cognitivism. Since our familiarity does not consist in a vast body of rules and facts, but rather consists of dispositions to respond to situations in appropriate ways, there is no body of common sense knowledge to formalize. The task is not infinite but hopelessly misguided. Both arguments implied in being and time can be put in the form of a dilemma. Facts and rules are, by themselves, meaningless. To capture what Heidegger calls significance or involvement, they must be assigned relevance. But the predicates that must be added to define relevance are just more meaningless facts, and paradoxically, the more facts the computer is given, the harder it is for it to compute what is relevant to the current situation. To compute relevance in a specific situation, a computer would have to search through all its facts following rules for finding those that could possibly be relevant, then apply further rules to determine which facts are usually relevant in this type of situation, and from all these facts deduce which facts were actually relevant in this particular situation. But in a large database, such a search would be hopelessly difficult and would get more difficult the more facts one added to guide the search. The program would thus get more and more bogged down as it executed the program designed to determine which of its vast database of meaningless facts and rules were currently meaningful. To use Heidegger's favorite example, to understand a hammer, a computer should not follow out all pointers in the database to nails, walls, houses, people, wood, iron, doorbells, strength testing machines in circuses, murder instruments, etc. It should access only facts possibly relevant in the current context. But how could the programmer define the current situation for a detached theoretical subject like a cognitivist mind or a digital computer? Since a computer is not in a situation, the AI researcher would have to try to represent being in a situation by some artificial restriction on what pointers to other facts should be followed out. Terry Winograd once attempted to work out just such an approach for story understanding. He noted, "The results of human reasoning are context-dependent. The structure of memory includes not only the long-term storage organization, what do I know, but also a current context, what is in focus at the moment. We believe that this is an important feature of human thought, not an inconvenient limitation." Winograd saw that the problem is to find a formal way of talking about current attention focus and goals. His solution was to limit the time that the computer could use to search the database in all directions from a given starting point. The idea was that this would enable the computer to call up only what was relevant to its current goals. But clearly one's current context is not defined by what one can think of, given a short time to think. What shows up as relevant in my current situation is determined by what I was just doing and what I am about to do. I move from being in one situation to being in the next by shifts in my readiness, which is itself shaped by years of experience with how situations typically evolve. Dasein is always already in a situation and is constantly moving into a new one with its past experience going before it, organizing what will next show up as relevant. The computer, by contrast, keeps having to come into some surrogate of the current situations de novo. Search limitation is no substitute for being already in an unfolding series of situations. As Heidegger's analysis would lead one to expect, Winograd's solution to the relevance problem did not work out. Winograd now recognizes the difficulty of formalizing the common sense background that determines which scripts, goals, and strategies are relevant and how they interact. 9. He has subsequently abandoned the search limitation approach and, having lost faith in AI, now teaches Heidegger in his Stanford Computer Sciences courses. Point 10. Having to program computers keeps one honest. There is no room for the armchair rationalist speculations. Thus AI research has called the Cartesian cognitivists bluff. It is easy to say that to account for the equipmental nexus one needs simply add more and more function predicates and rules describing what is to be done in typical situations, but actual difficulties in AI, its inability to make progress with what is called the common sense knowledge problem, on the one hand, and its inability to define the current situation, sometimes called the frame problem, on the other, suggest that Heidegger is right. It looks like one cannot build up the phenomenon of world out of meaningless elements. In the light of these difficulties, the legacy of Cartesian ontological assumptions, we can better appreciate Heidegger's injunction that we return to the phenomena. We have to know what we are trying to explain and whether the elements we are using are rich enough to explain it. If we are to reconstruct this thing of use, which supposedly comes to us in the first instance with its skin off, does not this require that we previously take a positive look at the phenomenon whose whole such a reconstruction is to restore? 132, 99. And once we describe the holistic nature of significance and of our familiarity with it, we are in a position to understand Heidegger's few explicit remarks concerning formal models. A formal model is an abstract structure, which must be fully specified independently of what it models and of dispositions for dealing with what is modeled. Heidegger holds that formal or abstract models therefore fail to capture the know-how in skills such as hammering with or sitting at, as well as the involvement structures of worldliness relationships in which concernful circumspection as such already dwells. 122, 88. Heidegger concludes. The context of assignments or references, which, as significance, is constitutive for worldliness, can be taken formally in the sense of a system of relations. But one must note that in such formalizations the phenomena get leveled off so much that their real phenomenal content may be lost, especially in the case of such simple relations as those which lurk in significance. The phenomenal content of those relations and relata the in order to, the for the sake of, and the with which of an involvement is such that they resist any sort of mathematical functionalization. 121 to 122, 88. Heidegger's statement is accurate and cautious. He knows that he cannot prove that formal models of everyday understanding must fail to capture the phenomena he has described, but he also knows that once the phenomena are correctly described, the cognitivist project looks highly implausible. A Heideggerian understanding of the tradition leads one to expect the optimism of the cognitive scientist. A Heideggerian description of the phenomenon leads one to expect just the impasse cognitivism faces today. Heidegger can now put both modern natural science and Cartesian ontology in their proper places. Science has a legitimate place in explaining the equipmental whole. The switch over to theory disconnects the available from the referential whole and from the for the sake of which. It leaves meaningless elements just the sort of elements that can be treated formally in covering laws and programs. When theory decontextualizes, it does not construct the occurrent, but, as Heidegger says, it reveals the occurrent which was already there in the available. For example, when we strip away a hammer's being too heavy for this job, we can reveal its weighing 500 grams. Science, then, can discover occurrent properties and the causal relations between these properties. That is, it discovers the physical properties of nature by leaving out all relevance to human purposes. See Chapter 15. The more the initially experienced world is deprived of its worldliness. That is, the more the initially experienced world becomes mere nature, the more we discover in it its mere naturality, for example, in terms of the objectivity of physics. HCT, 168. But traditional ontology failed to distinguish ontic, causal, explanations from ontological, phenomenological, accounts of significance. If we consider the work of Descartes in relation to the constitution of the mathematical sciences of nature and to the elaboration of mathematical physics in particular, these considerations then naturally assume a fundamentally positive significance. But if they are regarded in the context of a general theory of the reality of the world, it then becomes apparent that from this point on the fateful constriction of the inquiry into reality sets in, which to the present day has not yet been overcome. HCT, 184,185. For conclusion. The phenomenological account of how scientific facts are arrived at by leaving out significance shows why, Once we have stripped away all meaningful context to get the elements of theory, theory cannot give back meaning. Science cannot reconstruct what has been left out in arriving at theory, it cannot explain significance. For this reason, even though natural science can explain the causal basis of the referential whole, nature can never make worldliness intelligible. 94-65. At this point Heidegger writes in his copy of Being and Time, but just the reverse. 88. It is, therefore, important to see what for Heidegger the ontological priority of worldliness and the available amounts to, and how this priority is compatible with an explanatory, ontic, priority of nature and the occurrent. Although the occurrent is necessary for explaining the functioning of the available, Heidegger holds that the equipmental whole is a necessary condition for there being anything available to explain. To pick out, or, as Heidegger would say, free, anything as a piece of equipment, we must pick it out in terms of its purpose, in the contextual whole of equipment. As we have seen, no combination of properties can be used to pick out a chair, not even if we add the predicate for sitting on. But once we have picked out a chair, we can discover that it is made of wood or steel, etc., and that these natural kinds and their causal powers make possible the functioning of the chair. The same relationships are even clearer for lamps. There is no way a lamp has to look, no specific shape it must have, no specific materials it has to be made of, even no single job it must do to function as a lamp. It could be a night light, a street light, a reading light, or a traffic light. Only after we have picked out a lamp on the basis of its role can we abstract from its significance and use the occurrent properties that are revealed plus the laws of science to explain how it gives out light. In this sense, worldliness as significance has priority. The world itself is not an intra-worldly entity, and yet it is so determinative for such entities that only in so far as there is a world can they be encountered and show themselves, in their being, as entities which have been discovered. 102-72. Traditional ontology has always sought to understand the everyday world by finding something on the level of the occurrent, such as substance, sense data, or representations in transcendental consciousness, that is supposed to be intelligible without reference to anything else, and then sought to show how everything else can be seen to be intelligible because it is built up out of these self-sufficient elements. This would be to read Table 3 with an intelligibility arrow going from bottom to top. Heidegger has argued that the elements ontology starts with are too impoverished to explain worldliness, and therefore the attempt to draw the ontological arrow of intelligibility from the bottom to the top of Table 3 has never worked. There is no reason at all, except the success of the why in ontic scientific explanation, which is not a valid reason, to think that anything occurrent could make worldliness intelligible. Phenomenology, on the contrary, seeks to show that the everyday world is as self-sufficient and self-intelligible as the objects of theory. It cannot and need not be made intelligible in terms of anything else, rather, it can account for the possibility and place of theory. The world is what we directly understand and in terms of which one can see how nature, equipment, persons, etc. fit together and make sense. Thus worldliness and Dasein's correlative understanding of being are the proper themes for ontology. The description of world as revealed by Dasein's being in the world and of the ways of being revealed by Dasein's coping, Heidegger calls fundamental ontology. It is the only kind of foundationalism he defends. The kind of intelligibility arrived at by phenomenological investigation is not the same as the kind of intelligibility sought by traditional ontology, viz. building up the whole from elements, but Heidegger claims that it is the only kind of philosophical intelligibility we need and can hope to get. Thus, instead of shifting the burden of proof, as he did in answering the epistemologist, see Chapter 4, Heidegger shifts the question. Science can correctly explain the functioning of the available in terms of causal relations between occurrent elements. This ontic founding reads Table 3 from bottom to top. But this is not the ontological issue. The issue is understanding, not explanation, making sense of how things are, not explaining how they work. We understand a phenomenon when we see how it fits in with other phenomena. Since one cannot make availableness intelligible on the basis of some combination of occurrent elements, one must turn the question around and seek to account for occurrentness by showing that the occurrent is revealed by selectively leaving out the situational aspects of the unavailable. Nature is a limiting case of the being of possible intraworldly entities, 94, 65. In this way we can make sense of the three ways entities can be encountered by reading Table 3 from top to bottom. We can also see that the pure occurrent, which provides the basis of traditional ontology, is not intelligible in itself at all, but can be understood only as an illegitimate extrapolation of a legitimate series of transformations of the available, in which everyday intelligibility is progressively removed. Still, this is not the end of the argument. As in the case of Heidegger's critique of the Cartesian notion of self-sufficient subjects with their inner representations, the traditional ontologist can here claim that, although attempts to construct holistic significance out of meaningless elements seem extremely unpromising, still some such construction must be possible, since what is ultimately real are some sort of elements, and everything must be accounted for in terms of some the or why relating these elements or else remain unacceptably mysterious. To undermine this ontological imperative that prevents us from accepting the phenomenon at face value, one must show how the demand for an ontology based on occurrentness arose. Thus, in the promised Part 2 of Being and Time, Heidegger was going ask: why was the phenomenon of the world passed over at the beginning of the ontological tradition which has been decisive for us, explicitly in the case of Parmenides, and why has this passing over kept constantly recurring? 11, 133, 100. Heidegger adds: when our analytic of Dasein has given some perspicuousness to those main structures of Dasein which are of the most importance in the framework of this problematic, and when we have assigned to the concept of being in general the horizon within which its intelligibility becomes possible, so that availableness and occurrentness also become primordially intelligible ontologically for the first time, only then can our critique of the Cartesian ontology of the world, an ontology which, in principle, is still the usual one today, come philosophically into its own. 133, 100. He promises: in the answers to these questions a positive understanding of the problematic of the world will be reached for the first time, the sources of our failure to recognize it will be exhibited, and the ground for rejecting the traditional ontology of the world will have been demonstrated. 134, 100. I take this to mean that phenomenological critique must be complemented by what Heidegger in Basic Problems calls deconstruction, BP 22-23. He explains: we understand Th's task as one in which, by taking the question of being as our clue, we are to destroy the traditional content of ancient ontology until we arrive at those primordial experiences in which we achieved our first ways of determining the nature of being, the ways which have guided us ever since. 44, 22. Only when we understand the sources of our ontological assumption that intelligibility is achieved by having a theory of all domains of reality, i.e., when we see this assumption as historically determined rather than philosophically necessary, will it lose its grip on us. Of course, a traditional ontologist could still claim that Parmenides was simply the first to see what true intelligibility amounts to, and that a project does not become less sound simply by being shown to have arisen at some point in history. At that point one can only return to the phenomenon and argue that traditional ontology is prima facie implausible, and there is no independent reason to seek an ontology based on the constant presence of self-sufficient substances, or to think of such an ontology as an ahistorical necessity. It is characteristic of early Heidegger, i.e., Heidegger in Being and Time, to want to go even further and make what he considers a stronger argument. He wants to show that passing over the world and those entities which we primarily encounter is not accidental, not an oversight, but that it is grounded in a kind of being which belongs essentially to Dasein itself. 133, 100. That is, as we shall see in the appendix, Dasein not only needs to be absorbed in using objects to take a stand on itself but also interprets itself as having a fixed and self-sufficient nature like the occurrent in order to hide the inessentiality of the self, MFL, 140, and this in turn gives rise to an ontology based on the occurrent. Thus in Division 2 of Part 1, traditional ontology will be criticized as part of a systematic cover-up motivated by Dasein's intrinsic inability to face the truth about itself. Later Heidegger rejects this hermeneutics of suspicion, as well he might, rehabilitates Parmenides, and concludes that soon after the time of Parmenides, it simply happened that worldliness, which had been taken for granted by the pre-Socratics, was passed over by Plato as Heidegger later put it, with the pre-Socratics the essence of truth, appears, and then immediately disappears again. 1114 According to later Heidegger, there is no sense in looking for a cause of such profound events that determine what counts as being an intelligibility, one can only try to free oneself from them by recounting their history. That is one reason why later Heidegger turns from transcendental hermeneutic phenomenology to thinking being historically. 1115. We have seen that traditional ontology in its modern form begins when Descartes takes bits of objective space, residential extensa, as the elements in terms of which to explain everything in the world. Heidegger now turns explicitly to showing the limits of this ontology and also to giving it its legitimate place. There is some phenomenal justification for regarding the extensio as a basic characteristic of the world, even if by recourse to this neither the spatiality of the world nor that of the beings we encounter in our environment, can be conceived ontologically. 134, 1011. One must note Heidegger's quotation convention here. He is saying that extensio is the basic stuff of the world, i.e., the physical universe, but he will argue that it cannot explain the world, without quotation marks. In opposition to Descartes, Heidegger asserts the aroundness of the environment, the specific spatiality of beings encountered in the environment, is founded upon the worldliness of the world, while contrariwise the world, on its part, is not occurrent in space. 135, 101-102. How do Dasein's concerns enable it to reveal spatiality, and how is this existential spatiality related to physical space? One who is not yet convinced that the possibility of encountering every sort of entity, even rocks and sunsets, depends on Dasein's concernful dealings may be more inclined to believe it if Heidegger can demonstrate that everyday space and time are structured by Dasein's concerns while still preserving our conviction that physical space and time are independent of Dasein. We have already seen that Dasein is not in the world in the same way that an occurrent thing is in physical space. This is not to say that Dasein has no spatiality. There is a spatiality of involvement, even if we deny that Dasein has any insideness in a spatial receptacle. This does not in principle exclude it from having any spatiality at all, but merely keeps open the way for seeing the kind of spatiality which is constitutive for Dasein. This must now be set forth. 134, 101. Heidegger does not argue that space and time are synthesized from a here-now stream of inner experiences by the individual ego's meaning-giving activity as Husserl does, but rather that the structure of public space and time presupposes the structure of existence, the way of the being whose being is an issue for it. In his discussion of space, Heidegger, 1, shows that public space is a function of concern, 2, describes the type of spatiality peculiar to existence, and 3, shows that physical, disinterested, space can be understood as a privative, i.e., deworlded, mode of the space of everyday involvement. The discussion of spatiality is one of the most difficult in Beingant time, not because it is deeper than any other discussion but because it is fundamentally confused. Heidegger himself later came to realize that he had not clearly distinguished public space in which entities show up for human beings, from the centered spatiality of each individual human being. In the course of explicating the text I shall try to sort out this confusion. Public spatiality. In Chapter 3 I distinguished two senses of inclusion and involvement. These two ways of being in can now be related to the distinction between available equipment and occurrent objects. To begin with, equipment has its place. Th must be distinguished in principle from just occurring at random in some spatial position. When equipment for something or other has its place, Th's place defines itself as the place of this equipment as one place out of a whole totality of places, belonging to the nexus of equipment that is environmentally available. 136, 1021. For example, each tool has a specific place in a workshop. Here again the whole determines what counts as the parts. The workshop as a region makes possible places for the saw, the lathe, the workbench, etc. Something like a region must first be discovered if there is to be any possibility of allotting or coming across places for an equipmental whole that is circumspectively at one's disposal. 136, my italics, 103. Moreover, places are public and thus independent of the location of particular people. The regional orientation of the multiplicity of places belonging to the available goes to make up the aroundness, the roundabout us of those entities which we encounter as closest environmentally. The above is what is on the ceiling, the below is what is on the floor, the behind is what is at the door. All wheres are discovered and circumspectively interpreted as we go our ways in everyday dealings. 136 137, my italics, 103. Regions, in turn, are laid out in terms of Dasean's concerns, and so ultimately this aspect of spatiality refers back to the being whose being is an issue for it. As we shall see, this is as near as Heidegger comes to successfully grounding spatiality in care. Dasean, in its very being, has this being as an issue, and its concern discovers beforehand those regions in which some involvement is decisive. This discovery of regions beforehand is codetermined by the involvement whole for which the available, as something encountered, is freed. 137, 104. Spatiality as a function of existential concern. The spatiality of Dasean's encountering the available depends on Dasean's concernful being in the world. To encounter the available in its environmental space remains ontically possible only because Dasean itself is spatial with regard to its being in the world. Dasean is in the world in the sense that it deals with beings encountered within the world, and does so concernfully and with familiarity. So if spatiality belongs to it in any way, that is possible only because of this being in. 138, 104. To explain the role of Dasean's concern in the spatial way equipment shows up, Heidegger introduces the notion of what our translators call disseverance, Entfernung. The literal translation of Entfernung is remoteness or distance, but Heidegger uses the word with a hyphen which, given the negative sense of ent, would literally mean the abolishing of distance. He uses it this way to mean the establishing and overcoming of distance, that is, the opening up of a space in which things can be near and far. I will try to capture the wordplay by playing on the negative sense of dis and thus translating Entfernung as distance. Dasean brings things close in the sense of bringing them within the range of its concern, so that they can be experienced as near to or remote from a particular Dasean. Distance is an existential. Only to the extent that beings are revealed for Dasean in their distancedness, do remotenesses and distances with regard to other things become accessible in intraworldly beings themselves. 139, 105. We must distinguish distance from distance. Distance has no degrees, but makes it possible to encounter degrees of nearness and remoteness, accessibility and inaccessibility. Once an object has been brought into the referential nexus, distanced, it can be more or less available, i.e., more or less distant from particular individuals, more or less integrated into each individual's activities. The degree of availability is the nearness of concern. Here Heidegger actually uses the idea of being at hand in the German term Zuhandenheit, which we translate as availableness. What is available in our everyday dealings has the character of nearness. To be exact, this nearness of equipment has already been intimated in the term availableness, Zuhandenheit, which expresses the being of equipment. Every entity that is to hand, zur Hand, has a different nearness, which is not to be ascertained by measuring distances. This nearness regulates itself in terms of circumspectively calculative manipulating and using. 135, 102. In keeping with the difference between distance and distance, in describing space Heidegger has two separate tasks. 1. To show how a way of being called existence opens up a shared world in which things can be encountered as present, and therefore capable of being either near or far. 2. To explain how things can be experienced as near to or far from a particular Dasein. We must therefore be careful to distinguish the role of concern in opening up the possibility of nearness and remoteness, from the nearness and remoteness of a specific piece of equipment vis-a-vis a particular Dasein. Heidegger, however, blurs this distinction in passages such as the following. Distancing amounts to making the farness vanish, that is, making the remoteness of something disappear, bringing it near. Dasein is essentially distantial, it lets any being be encountered nearby as the being which it is. 139, 105. Here Heidegger fails to distinguish the general opening up of space as the field of presence, distance, that is the condition for things being near and far, from Dasein's pragmatic bringing things near by taking them up and using them. Such pragmatic bringing near as Heidegger uses the term can only be near to me, it is not a dimension of public space. Heidegger takes note of the mistake in the passage just quoted in a marginal comment. Nearness and presence, not the magnitude of separation, is what is essential. 140. That is to say, if one wants to understand how things show up for Dasein as spatial, what is essential is how they show up as present at all. Distance as an existential is prior to a particular Dasein's distance from particular objects. How far away an object is in each case must be understood on the basis of presence. For example, a table can be present in a classroom without its having to be present to, and therefore near or far from, any particular person. Only because it thus shows up as present can such a table serve my purposes by supporting my papers and thus be near, i.e., available to, me. We can now understand why next to the passage in Dasein there lies an essential tendency to nearness. 140, 105, Heidegger writes in the margin, how much and why. Being as constant presence has priority, making present. 141. To make Heidegger's chapter consistent, one would have to stick to the priority of the presence of equipment in public workshop space which Dasein is always in and which has its regions, its places, and its accessibility to anyone over the nearness or farness of specific equipment from a particular Dasein. Only then could Heidegger avoid the Cartesian/Husserlian traditional move of giving priority to my world of closeness and farness over the world with its public regions and places, and only then could Heidegger derive the occurrent world space by progressive decontextualization of the public space of the world. But in being and time to give an ontological account of presence means to show how presence is grounded in Dasein as the being whose being is an issue for it. This is what misleads Heidegger into giving priority to the nearness and farness of things as defined by the degree of concernful coping with them. This amounts to giving priority to the spatiality of the individual Dasein. Heidegger tries to get out of this difficulty by arguing in section 70 that space is grounded in temporality, and so only indirectly grounded in Dasein's being an issue for itself. But he later admits that this move does not work. 2 Later Heidegger accepts that spatiality cannot be grounded directly or indirectly in the individual Dasein's concern about its own being. The problems of this chapter can be seen as the sort of difficulties that led Heidegger to abandon the project of a fundamental ontology, i.e., an ontology that grounds all ways of being in Dasein's way of being. Eli. Dasein's location. Heidegger stresses that in understanding distance from a particular individual, Dasein must be thought of as pure concern, not as a physical body located at a certain point in objective space. If Dasein, in its concern, brings something nearby, this does not signify that it fixes something at a spatial position with a minimal distance from some point of the body. Bringing near is not oriented towards the thing encumbered with the body, but towards concernful being in the world. 142, 107. If distance from Dasein is not to be defined with respect to the location of Dasein's body, how is distance from Dasein to be thought of? Heidegger answers, circumspective concern decides as to the nearness and farness of what is primarily available environmentally. Whatever this concern dwells with beforehand is what is nearest. 142, 107. Things in the world show up as having a certain accessibility, that is, a certain nearness or farness according to my ability to grasp or procure them. That which is presumably nearest is by no means that which is at the smallest distance from us. It lies in that which is distanced to an average extent when we reach for it, grasp it, or look at it. 141, 106 to 107. A thing is near to me when I am able to get a maximal grip on it. When something is nearby, this means that it is within the range of what is primarily available for circumspection. 142, 107. So nearness is correlated with a different physical distance, for example, in the case of a picture on the wall and a postage stamp. Another determining characteristic of nearness is interest. One feels the touch of the street at every step as one walks. It is seemingly the nearest and realest of all that is available, and it slides itself, as it were, along certain portions of one's body, the solace of one's feet. And yet it is farther remote than the acquaintance whom one encounters on the street at a remoteness of 20 paces when one is taking such a walk. 141 to 142, 107. It seems that for Heidegger, for something to be near, it must be both something I am coping with and something absorbing my attention. It cannot be just the street under my feet, nor can it be a friend far away in Paris, no matter how intense my concern. What is near is that with which I am currently absorbedly coping. An individual Dasein is located in the referential whole of equipment by occupying a position from which some equipment is easily available and some is out of reach. The here of Dasein's current factical situation never signifies a position in space, but signifies rather the leeway of the range of that equipmental whole with which it is most closely concerned. 420, 369. The degree of accessibility of all things yonder defines my centered, lived space, my here. Dasein, in accordance with its spatiality, is primarily never here but yonder. From this yonder it comes back to its here, and it comes back to its here only in the way in which it interprets its concernful being towards in terms of what is available yonder. 142, 107 to 108. Because the equipment yonder is public, the here is public too. The boundary between my own environing world and a public one can be defined by modes of a varied disposability, HCT, 192. Thus Heidegger can do justice to the fact that each Dasein has its own here without his account falling prey to the Cartesian/Husserlian claim that each Dasein has or is a private perspective on the world. The idea that my consciousness contains a stream of perspectival experiences, or Leibniz, as if my mind were a movie camera or a moving geometrical point, is a distortion of everyday coping experience, Erfahrung. It is a possible description of my experience when I am no longer engaged in coping but reflect on myself and my relation to the occurrent, but that interpretation should not be read back into my experience of coping with the available. Painters did not paint the world from a perspectival viewpoint until the 14th century. Before then, they painted larger what was more important, what they were involved with. Heidegger revives this naive experience of absorbed openness, but he gives it a modern, pragmatic twist by adding that each Dasein is involved in coping with things more or less accessible, and that the systematically shifting accessibility of things is their changing existential nearness and farness. But here again Heidegger confuses distance as an existential structure with the nearness and farness of things from a particular Dasein. This leads to an especially murky passage. As being in the world, Dasein maintains itself essentially in a distance. This distance, the farness of the available from Dasein itself, is something that Dasein can never cross over. So little has Dasein crossed over its distance that it has rather taken it along with it and keeps doing so constantly. 142, 108. So far Heidegger seems to be saying that the public presence of accessible things is a constant characteristic of everyday experience. But he goes on. Dasein cannot wander about within the current range of its distances, it can never do more than change them. 143, my italics, 108. Heidegger here fails to distinguish ontic distance, which constantly changes, from ontological distance, which does not. Thus distance is confused with the shifting distance of specific things from an individual Dasein. But if each Dasein had its own distance which it took with it, and this distance were both the ontological opening up of presence and the changing accessibility of things from a center, there could be no public space. We would have a number of monads each with its own centered experience of presence, and public space would be a construct. Heidegger, of course, wants to resist this Husserlian and Sartrean subjectivist treatment of space. Space is not to be found in the subject, nor does the subject observe the world as if that world were in a space, but the subject, Dasein, if well understood ontologically, is spatial. 146, 111. But the above murky passage can be saved from a subject-centered account of spatiality only if we distinguish, as Heidegger later admits he has not, the way Dasein in general opens public distance and a particular Dasein takes with it this opening of presence, on the one hand, from the way particular Daseins take their centered range of pragmatic activity with them as they deal with equipment, on the other. To avoid subjectivism, Heidegger should have stressed that my centered space depends on and is located in a public field of presence, that my here does not mean a private, subjective perspective but is located vis-a-vis public equipment in a public world. Thus, my pragmatic perspective is not private. The equipment directly accessible to me is what anyone would have accessible if he or she were in my place. In this way Heidegger could have done justice to the fact that each Dasein carries with it the center of its activity and yet have avoided seeming to make public space depend upon a plurality of individual perspectives. Orientation. Spatiality is not only organized into places and regions but it has directions right/left, front/back and up/down. Dasein orients itself in terms of these directions. Heidegger discusses only right/left orientation and his discussion is rather obscure. He acknowledges that both orientation and distance, as modes of being in the world, are guided beforehand by the circumspection of concern. Out of this orientation arise the fixed directions of right and left. Dasein constantly takes these directions along with it, just as it does its distances. 143, 108. Dasein takes its orientation with it in the sense that its coping skills are correlated with equipment that is to the right or to the left. Left and right are not something subjective for which the subject has a feeling, they are directions of one's directedness into a world that is available already. 143, 109. When I am familiar with a room, I am already set to reach for some things on my right and some on my left. If the position of all the objects in the room were systematically reversed, my readiness would no longer mesh with the referential whole and I would immediately sense something was wrong. Heidegger presumably has this in mind when he criticizes as half-right but still too subjective Kant's argument against Leibniz that right/left directionality cannot be analyzed merely in terms of relations among objects but requires memories of where things were. Suppose I step into a room which is familiar to me but dark, and which has been rearranged during my absence so that everything which used to be at my right is now at my left. If I am to orient myself, the mere feeling of the difference between my two sides will be of no help at all as long as I fail to apprehend some definite object whose position, as Kant remarks casually, I have in mind. But what does this signify except that whenever this happens, I necessarily orient myself both in and from my being already amidst a world which is familiar. The psychological interpretation according to which the I has something in memory is at bottom a way of alluding to the existential makeup of being in the world. 144, 109 to 110. Right and left would seem to depend upon having a body. But Heidegger again holds that the body is not essential. He mentions it only in parentheses. This bodily nature of Dasein hides a whole problematic of its own, though we shall not treat it here. 143, 108 Heidegger must therefore separate the issue of Dasein's embodiment from the issue of orientation. He seems to hold that orientation is a result of the fact that not all equipment is accessible at the same time. I can turn to one thing or another but not both at once. These incompatible fields of action group simultaneously accessible things together in opposed regions called right/left, and also front/back. But still without the body there could be no account of why there are just these regions. We would not be able to understand, for example, why the accessibility of right and left is not symmetrical, or why we must always face things in order to cope with them. On Heidegger's account these would just remain unexplained asymmetries in the practical field. This is not inconsistent, but it is unsatisfying. The derivation of physical space from existential spatiality. Heidegger has now shown that in our interested dealings in the world we disclose pragmatic spatiality, but our familiarity with this spatiality has not yet disclosed physical space. The space which is thus disclosed with the worldliness of the world still lacks the pure multiplicity of the three dimensions. In this disclosedness which is closest to us, space, as the pure wherein in which positions are ordered by measurement and the situations of things are determined, still remains hidden. 145, 110. In Heidegger's derivation of physical space from existential spatiality, we will notice some close parallels to his derivation of the occurrent from the available. The derivation consists again in a move from everyday coping, to practical deliberation, followed by a move to theoretical reflection. Heidegger describes these moves with surprising brevity, perhaps because they should be familiar from the previous derivation. Let us follow his steps carefully. They are summarized in Table 4. To begin with, places and regions are noticed only when there is some sort of disturbance and they become unavailable. The availableness which belongs to any region beforehand has the character of inconspicuous familiarity, and it has it in an even more primordial sense than does the being of the available. The region itself becomes visible in a conspicuous manner only when one discovers the available, in the deficient modes of concern. 137 to 138, 104. Likewise, practical distances between me and accessible things, if they become problematic, are noticed and a thing's accessibility assessed. Difficulty reveals aspects such as nearness and remoteness. A pathway which is long objectively can be much shorter than one which is objectively shorter still but which is perhaps hard going and comes before us as interminably long. The objective distances of occurrent things do not coincide with the remoteness and nearness of what is available within the world. 140 to 141, 106. As in the case of the functionality of equipment, Heidegger here claims that pragmatic estimates reveal space as it is in itself. He continues. When one is oriented beforehand towards nature and objectively measured distances of things, one is inclined to pass off such estimates and interpretations of distance as subjective. Yet this subjectivity perhaps uncovers the reality of the world at its most real. It has nothing to do with subjective arbitrariness or subjectivistic ways of taking an entity which in itself is otherwise. The circumspective distancing of Dasein's everydayness reveals the being in itself of the true world. 141, 106 to 107. Normally, we do not notice that things are accessible, we just transparently use them, or notice the difficulty of access to them, but go on anyway. But if there is an obstacle I may have to stop and think about how to reach my goal. In designing something or in a dispute, I may have to measure distances. But even then, as in dealing with the unavailable, I do so on a transparent background of places and accessibilities. Still such a move begins to reveal a current space underlying the spatiality of the available. Table 4. The spatiality of what we proximally encounter in circumspection can become a theme for circumspection itself, as well as a task for calculation and measurement, as in building and surveying. Such thematization of the spatiality of the environment is still predominantly an act of circumspection by which space in itself already comes into view in a certain way. 146, 111 to 112. Now comes the move to reflection and theory from unavailable spatiality to a current space. In special cases I can leave out my interest altogether. I can ignore the accessibility of things, and even the context of places and directions. When space is discovered non-circumspectively by just looking at it, the environmental regions get neutralized to pure dimensions. Places and indeed the whole circumspectively oriented whole of places belonging to available equipment get reduced to a multiplicity of positions for random things. The world, as a whole of available equipment, becomes spatialized to a nexus of extended things which are just a current and no more. The homogeneous space of nature shows itself only when the entities we encounter are discovered in such a way that the worldly character of the available gets specifically deprived of its worldliness. 147, 112. Heidegger spells out this deworlding later in the book in his phenomenological derivation of the way of being of the entities revealed by science. In the physical assertion that the hammer is heavy, we overlook not only the tool character of the entity we encounter, but also something that belongs to any available equipment, its place. Its place becomes a matter of indifference. This does not mean that what is a current loses its location altogether. But its place becomes a spatio-temporal position, a world point, which is in no way distinguished from any other. The multiplicity of places of available equipment within the confines of the environment becomes modified to a pure multiplicity of positions. 413, 361 to 362. Thus a current space is revealed as having been there all along. One can see this from Heidegger's remark, a three-dimensional multiplicity of possible positions which gets filled up with things a current is never primarily given. This dimensionality of space is still veiled in the spatiality of the available, 136, my italics, 103. The physical space revealed by theory plays a legitimate and important role in explanatory natural science. It should again be clear, however, that Heidegger is no physicalist. Once we see that everyday spatiality with its places and regions must be overlooked to reveal objective space, we see that we cannot hope to understand the everyday world of places and regions in terms of pure extension, and that therefore, as far as intelligibility is concerned, Dasein's pragmatic spatiality is ontologically primary. L being in the world as being with. We have seen that Dasein, in its familiarity with significance, is the ontical condition for the possibility of discovering entities, 120, i.e., that all entities can show up directly or indirectly by virtue of an entity's, i.e., Dasein's, readiness to cope with them. This is clearly a rejection of Husserl's attempt to ground all forms of intentionality in the meaning-giving activity of a detached transcendental subject, but it still has a decidedly Husserlian ring. It is as if Heidegger has substituted one absolute source for another, replacing the constituting activity of detached transcendental consciousness with the constituting activity of involved existential Dasein. The magnitude of such a move should not be underestimated. For Husserl, the intentional content of individual transcendental consciousness was self-sufficient, intelligible, immediately and indubitably given to phenomenological reflection, and could be made completely explicit. The skills of Dasein, on the other hand, have been shown to be neither self-sufficient, since they are not analyzable in terms of intentional content, nor intelligible apart from the world, which is not directly given but necessarily stays in the background, nor explicitable, since they do not involve conscious or unconscious beliefs and rules. So the phenomenological description of coping skills has freed us from the idea of a self-contained, a current subject a la Husserl, and even from the universality of the mind/world representational relation defended by Searle. Still, Someone like the Sartre of being and nothingness could stay half within the tradition by holding that the individual, through his practical activities, first gives practical meaning to the human organisms in his own world and through them gives meaning to the shared public world. Heidegger makes a much more radical departure from Husserl. He rejects the Husserlian and Sartrean claim that philosophy must start with a separate sphere of ownness, a self-contained source of intentionality that first gives meaning to transcendental intersubjectivity and finally to a common world. On the contrary, Heidegger seeks to show that while there are a plurality of centered disclosing activities, these activities presuppose the disclosure of one shared world. As Heidegger says in his earlier lectures, in order to give a more accurate portrayal of the phenomenal structure of the world as it shows itself in everyday dealings, it must be noted that what matters in these dealings with the world is not so much anyone's own particular world, but that right in our natural dealings with the world we are moving in a common environmental whole. HCT 188. If Heidegger can show that the source of meaning does not reside in each particular Dasein, he will have taken the last step toward overcoming the illusion fostered by the Cartesian tradition. This illusion is maximally reinforced by philosophy through the latter's setting up the dogma that the single and separate human being is single and separate in his own eyes and that the single and separate I is, with its first personal domain, that which is initially and most certainly given to him. Thereby, the opinion is philosophically sanctioned that would make being with one another something that had originally to be created out of this solipsistic isolation. Frederick Olofsson, in his helpful account of the project of being and time, sees that Heidegger was trying to avoid a Husserlian account which started with my world and then moved to the world. He even finds striking formulations of Heidegger's view on this matter. For example, insofar as a human being exists, he is transposed into other human beings. The ability to transpose oneself into other human beings, understood as a going with them and with the Dasein in them, has always already occurred on the basis of the Dasein in man. For Dasein means, being with others and this in the mode of Dasein, that is, of existence. Point 2. But Olofsson thinks that, despite such descriptions, Heidegger has no basis for his claim that he has avoided the transcendental solipsism Husserl embraced. Although it is understood that it is an essential feature of Dasein that the entities it uncovers are, at least in principle, the same entities in the same world that other like entities uncover, there is no real account of the way in which my uncovering an entity depends on someone else's doing so as well. As a result, the uncovering of entities as entities by one Dasein comes to seem quite distinct from their uncovering by others, even though it is stipulated that each such Dasein understands that its uncovering is not unique and that the entities uncovered are the same from one case to another. At no point is there any definite indication of why uncovering must be joint and convergent. If Heidegger cannot make this case, his whole project fails, so we must now turn to Heidegger's chapter N, where he introduces the missing piece of his phenomenological account. Olofsson is clear about what Heidegger should have held. If a theory that does justice to mitsane being with were to be developed, it would have to take into account such facts as that what I uncover as a hammer, say, has been previously used, and thus uncovered, as a hammer by others, and that it is normally from these others that I have learned what a hammer is and how to use one. But Olofsson does not realize that, as I shall now marshal texts to show, Heidegger holds precisely this position. That careful readers like Olofsson and Sartre have missed Heidegger's point here is mostly his own fault. In many ways Heidegger's chapter on what the translation calls the they, and what I, for reasons to be given in a moment, prefer to call the one, is not only one of the most basic in the book, it is also the most confused. Heidegger is influenced by Kierkegaard and Dilthey, both of whom had a great deal to say about the importance of the social world. But, whereas Dilthey emphasized the positive function of social phenomena, which he called the objectifications of life, Kierkegaard focused on the negative effects of the conformism and banality of what he called the public. Heidegger takes up and extends the Dilthean insight that intelligibility and truth arise only in the context of public, historical practices, but he is also deeply influenced by the Kierkegaardian view that the truth is never in the crowd. If Heidegger had explicitly distinguished these opposed views and then integrated them, this could have been a rich and coherent chapter. Indeed, he does distinguish them in an earlier lecture by separating two questions. The structure of Dasein must now be displayed in terms of how such a being with one another determined by the world and the common understanding given with it are constituted in Dasein. The question is, who is it really who first of all understands himself in being with only another? Upon this basis we can then ask a further question. How is it that Dasein does not come to a genuine understanding precisely because there is always already an understanding of one another? HCT 243-244. But unfortunately, in Being and Time Heidegger does not distinguish these two issues but jumps back and forth between them, sometimes even in the same paragraph. This is not only confusing, it prevents the chapter from having the centrality it should have in an understanding of being and time. As it stands, Heidegger's chapter 4 seems just a short chapter on the problem of other minds and the evils of conformism, whereas, it is in fact, the last nail in the coffin of the Cartesian tradition. Indeed, the discussion of the way public norms are established makes this in many ways the pivotal chapter of the book. In laying out the chapter, I shall try to sort out and integrate the two strains in Heidegger's thought, highlighting the line of thought that leads from Hegel's notion of ethical practice or Sittlichkeit, to Dilthey on the objectifications of life, to Heidegger and on to the later Wittgenstein's forms of life. Up to this point in my commentary, my Wittgensteinian interpretation of being in the world in terms of shared background practices may seem an alien imposition on Heidegger. In this chapter, however, my interpretation and Heidegger's statements converge. The existential interpretation of the human being as shared social activity. Heidegger will now draw out the implications of what he has already shown, viz. that Dasein's familiarity with significance depends on Dasein's taking over for the sake of which is provided by society. Heidegger's basic point is that the background familiarity that underlies all coping and all intentional states is not a plurality of subjective belief systems including mutual beliefs about each other's beliefs, but rather an agreement in ways of acting and judging into which human beings, by the time they have Dasein in them, are always already socialized. Such agreement is not conscious thematic agreement but is prior to and presupposed by the intentionalistic sort of agreement arrived at between subjects. On Heidegger's account, then, a plurality of Daseins each with its own background skills and for the sake of which must uncover a single shared world because background familiarity and ways of being Dasein are not a matter of private experiences but are acquired from society. Heidegger does not usually speak of Dasein genetically, but at one illuminating point in his lectures he remarks, "This common world, which is there primarily and into which every maturing Dasein first grows, as the public world governs every interpretation of the world and of Dasein." HCT 246. This is a good first approximation, but talk about Dasein growing into a common world could be misleading. One cannot ask, at what age does Dasein get socialized? Babies get socialized, but they do not Dasein verb until they are already socialized. Public skills and for the sake of which must be taken over, presumably by imitation, before there can be any Dasein with thoughts and activities at all. Society is the ontological source of the familiarity and readiness that makes the ontical discovering of entities, of others, and even of myself possible. Heidegger sets out to answer objections like Olafsson's by demonstrating his case. He begins by reminding us of our starting point. The answer to the question of who Dasein is one that was seemingly given in section 9, where we indicated formally the basic characteristics of Dasein. Dasein is an entity which is in each case I myself, its being is in each case mine. 150, 114. But whatever mineness means, we can already be sure it does not mean what Husserl called the sphere of ownness, the private world of each person's inner experiences. Rather it must mean that each Dasein is owned the way comportment is owned. I can speak of your comportment and my comportment, and the understanding of being in your activities and in my activities, but that should not lead me to think that your comportment is in your world and my comportment is in my world, or thought you have your understanding of being and I have mine. So we should not be surprised when Heidegger undercuts the seemingly subjectivist implications of Dasein's mindness. The assertion that it is I who in each case Dasein is ontically obvious, but this must not mislead us into supposing that the route for an ontological interpretation of what is given in this way has thus been unmistakably prescribed. It could be that the who of everyday Dasein is not the I myself. 150, 115. Heidegger proposes an existential approach to the question. If the I is an essential characteristic of Dasein, then it is one which must be interpreted existentially. In that case the who is to be answered only by exhibiting phenomenally a definite kind of being which Dasein possesses. 152, 117. But to the tradition the answer is obvious. Descartes started with the givenness of the I, and Husserl posited transcendental subjectivity. Heidegger, like Wittgenstein, imagines a traditional interlocutor who defends the self-evidence of this private starting point. What is more indubitable than the givenness of the I? And does not this givenness tell us that if we aim to work this out primordially, we must disregard everything else that is given, not only a world asterisk that is, but even the being of other is? 151, 115. Heidegger, however, questions whether such a procedure can disclose Dasein in its everydayness or at all. What if the aforementioned approach, starting with the givenness of the I to Dasein itself, and with a rather patent self-interpretation of Dasein, should lead the existential analytic, as it were, into a pitfall? 151, 116. The pitfall is, of course, once more succumbing to the traditional tendency to interpret all ways of being as modes of occurrentness. Even if one rejects the soul substance and the thinghood of consciousness, or denies that a person is an object, ontologically one is still positing something whose being retains the meaning of occurrentness, whether it does so explicitly or not. 150, 114. The conception of Dasein as an occurrent subject isolates Dasein. It implies that each of us can know only our own experiences and leads us to ask skeptical questions concerning how I could ever know that others exist. But, as we have seen, Heidegger claims to have avoided this difficulty. In clarifying being in the world we have shown that a bare subject without a world never is firstly, nor is it ever given. And so in the end an isolated I without others is just as far from being firstly given. 152, 116. In opposition to the interpretation of man as essentially a subject, Heidegger reminds us that as being in the world Dasein must take a stand on itself and must be understood in what it does, uses, expects, avoids in the environmentally available with which it is primarily concerned. 155, 119. In Basic Problems, Heidegger puts it more colloquially. Dasein finds itself primarily and usually in things because, tending them, distressed by them, it always in some way or other rests in things. Each one of us is what he pursues and cares for. In everyday terms, we understand ourselves and our existence by way of the activities we pursue and the things we take care of. BP 159. Or to put it even more starkly, one is what one does. 283, 239. This can be viewed as a sort of behaviorism, the sort found in Wittgenstein, and perhaps in Gilbert Ryle, as long as one remembers that the behavior in question is not meaningless physical movements of some object, but the directed, significant, concernful comportment of human beings going about their business in a meaningful social world. Still, a Cartesian interlocutor might say, even with this qualification, Heidegger's behaviorism has gone too far. A third-person description of behavior does not get at what is essential. What about Dasein's consciousness and its private mental states? If the self is conceived only as a way of being of this entity, this seems tantamount to volatilizing the real core of Dasein. 153, 117. It is important at this point to remember that Heidegger, like Wittgenstein, is not denying conscious experiences. Like Wittgenstein, he is trying to get rid of a certain picture of the self as containing a self-contained stream of experiences that are its essential content. What Heidegger denies is the foundational significance of mental states. He points out that what is given to reflection does not have the priority in everyday life that it has in Cartesian philosophy. As we have seen, Dasein encounters itself for the most part in the transparent coping that occupies most of its day, not in practical deliberation followed by purposive actions guided by self-referential intentions in action. Even one's own Dasein becomes something that it can itself firstly come across only when it looks away from experiences or Leibnizian and the center of its actions as a subject deliberately dealing with the unavailable, or does not as yet see them at all as in pure coping with the available. 155, my gloss in brackets, 119. So, Heidegger is not saying there are no contents of consciousness, he is merely calling our attention to the fact that in our everyday activities inner experiences play a decidedly secondary role. Making them basic is a perverse assumption amounting to the claim that the subject is a self-sufficient substance. Any apprehensiveness, which one may have about ignoring the inner self gets its nourishment from the perverse assumption that the entity in question has at bottom the kind of being which belongs to something occurrent, even if one is far from attributing to it the solidity of an occurrent corporeal thing. 153, 117. Heidegger adds, man's substance is not spirit as a synthesis of soul and body, it is rather existence. 153, 117. That is, as Kierkegaard says in Sickness unto Death, the self is not a synthesis of soul and body, inner and outer, experiences and movements, the self is the stand a certain way off being takes on itself. See Appendix. For Heidegger, moreover, this stand takes place in everyday activity. Dasein is always interpreting its being in term of its for the Sache of which's, and since one's role, say that of being a professor, makes no sense without other roles, like that of being a student, as well as meshing with still other roles such as being a teaching assistant, librarian, advisor, registrar, etc. We cannot even make sense of a non-social Dasein. Being with. To appreciate Heidegger's account of our relation to others, it helps to distinguish two views of shared intentionality. The Husserlian view, that begins with Descartes and is still carried on by Paul Grice and Stephen Schiffer, is that we must begin our analysis of meaning with our own individual intentional states and then derive shared public meaning from our beliefs that others have beliefs about our beliefs about their beliefs, etc. This mutual knowledge, to use Schiffer's term, provides the basis of what Husserl calls intersubjectivity. Heidegger, on the contrary, starts with our normal social way of being, which he calls being with. Heidegger would not deny that in cases of breakdown we may form beliefs about others' beliefs, etc. This is the way being with appears in the mode of unavailableness. Most of the time, however, Heidegger points out, we just work with and deal with others skillfully without having any beliefs about them or their beliefs at all. By others we do not mean everyone else but me, those over against whom the I stands out. They are rather those from whom, for the most part, one does not distinguish oneself, those among whom one is too. This being there too with them does not have the ontological character of a being occurrent along with them. This with is something of the character of Dasein, the two means a sameness of being as circumspectively concernful being in the world. With and to are to be understood existentially, not categorially. By reason of this with like being in the world is always the one that I share with others. The world of Dasein is a with world. Being in is being with others. 154,155, 118. Searle has recently come close to this conclusion. He has criticized mutual knowledge based on individual intentional states, arguing that such an analysis misses the phenomenon of we intentionality. 5. Searle points out that my pushing a car as part of the activity of our pushing the car is a different activity than my pushing the car plus my believing that you are also pushing the car. Heidegger focuses on the familiarity in our background practices that makes the VE intentionality described by Searle possible. Whether there is any particular other there or not, when I perceive or use tools or speak, I'm always already involved in a shared world. According to Heidegger, being with is a basic structure of Daseins being, more basic than relating to particular others. Even when I am not encountering others nor using equipment, others are there for me. I have a readiness for dealing with them along with my readiness for dealing with equipment. Being with would still be a structure of my Daseining even if all other Daseins had been wiped out. The phenomenological assertion that Dasein is essentially being with has an existential ontological meaning. It does not seek to establish ontically that factically I am not occurrent alone, and that others of my kind occur. Being with is an existential characteristic of Dasein even when factically no other is occurrent or perceived. 156, 120. Being with is an aspect of being in the world that makes possible all encountering of particular others whose way of being Heidegger calls Dasein with. We use the term Dasein with to designate that being by virtue of which the others who are freed within the world. 156, 120. Thus familiarity with the world not only allows particular things to show up as available or occurrent, as being with it also makes possible the encountering of others as Dasein with. See Heidegger on Other Minds. Heidegger's existential analysis of the who has important implications for the traditional question, how can we know other minds? To begin with, Heidegger points out that normally other minds are directly accessible to us in our shared transparent activity of coping with equipment, concern, and coping with people, solicitude, in just the same way we are accessible to ourselves through our daily activity. Knowing oneself operates primarily in accordance with the kind of being which is closest to us being in the world as being with, and it does so by an acquaintance with that which Dasein, along with others, comes across in its environmental circumspection and concerns itself with. Thus the other is primarily disclosed in concernful solicitude. 161-124. Others do not normally show up as minds, and we do not normally have beliefs about them. Heidegger must therefore account for how the problem of other minds can arise. His answer is that in special situations of breakdown we hold back, or disguise, our activities. Then, in effect, our relation to others becomes unavailable. When one's knowing oneself gets lost in such ways as aloofness, hiding oneself away, or putting on a disguise, being with one another must follow special routes of its own in order to come close to others. 161, 124. If this disturbance becomes too extreme, it can lead to a detached attitude and the theoretical problematic of understanding the psychical life of others. 161, 124. Then philosophers come up with explanations such as the theory of empathy, a variation of which was held by Skeeler and by Husserl, which tries to account for how we get to know another person's conscious experiences behind his behavior. But, as usual, Heidegger argues that such problems, based on reflection and on private experiences, always presuppose the public world as background. Empathy does not first constitute being with, only on the basis of being with does empathy become possible, it gets its motivation from the unsociability of the dominant modes of being with. 162, 125. Thus the question of other minds, rather than remaining a basic philosophical problem, as it is for Descartes, Husserl, and Sartre, is dissolved by Heidegger, in a way familiar in Wittgenstein, by converting it into a question of determining in what special derivative circumstances our everyday familiarity breaks down and leads to the separation between psychic life and behavior, so that the problem of other minds can first arise. The special hermeneutic of empathy will have to show how being with one another and Dasein's knowing of itself are led astray and obstructed by the various possibilities of being which Dasein itself possesses, so that a genuine understanding gets suppressed, and Dasein takes refuge in substitutes. 163, 125. Heidegger, like Wittgenstein, holds that the background of shared concerns and activities against which the special problem of knowing others arises is constitutive of worldliness and intelligibility. Our analysis has shown that being with is an existential constituent of being in the world. 163, 125. Therefore this background cannot be meaningfully called into question by these special cases. The traditional problem of other minds, then, is diagnosed as having arisen, 1. By taking the self as an isolable occurrent entity rather than a pattern of public comportment, and, 2. By generalizing a problem that arises in special cases into a problem about every case. This second move seems plausible only if one has overlooked the shared background practices, i.e., has passed over the phenomenon of world. 2. The one as existential. The public character of equipment. There are two important ways in which equipment is public. Equipment displays generality and obeys norms. First, a piece of equipment is the equipment it is no matter who uses it. Hammers, typewriters, and buses are not just for me to use but for others too. Equipment is for anybody a general user. Second, there is a normal, appropriate, way to use any piece of equipment. This norm is expressed by saying what one does, as in one eats one's peas with a fork. To refer to the normal user, Heidegger coins the term das Man, which our translators call the they. This translation is misleading, however, since it suggests that I am distinguished from them, whereas Heidegger's whole point is that the equipment and roles of a society are defined by norms that apply to anyone. But even, translating das Man by Eve or by anyone does not capture the normative character of the expression. We or anyone might try to cheat the Internal Revenue Service, but still, one pays one's taxes. To preserve a feel for the appeal to normativity in statements about what one does and does not do, we must stay close to Heidegger's German and translate das Man be the one. I shall retranslate all quotations accordingly. It is important at the outset to be clear about this important and original insight of Heidegger's. Remember that one does not understand a chair by standing on it, but by knowing how to sit on it or by knowing that it is normally used for sitting. One sits on a chair. In this sense even equipment that only a single person can use, like prescription glasses and false teeth, are defined by the one, even if they cannot be used by just anybody. One uses glasses to help failing vision, etc. This use of one does not mean that glasses are designed for failing vision, although that is true. It tells us how glasses are normally or appropriately used. It is the same use of one as in one pronounces Gloucester with 2 syllables, even though it looks like it should have 3, although the pronunciation of Gloucester is not designed for anything. Norms tell us right and wrong but do not require any justification. As Heidegger says, the common sense of the one knows only the satisfying of public norms and the failure to satisfy them. 334, 288. The pronunciation example also enables us to distinguish social norms from both maxims of morality and prudence. The power of norms simply leads us to try to pronounce words correctly. Or better, we do not even try. If I pronounce a word or name incorrectly, others will pronounce the word correctly with a subtle stress on what I have mispronounced, and often I shape up without even noticing. We certainly do not notice how we are shaped into standing the distance from others one is supposed to stand. Nor is our tendency to conform to the norm prudential. Up to a certain point I could be understood equally well even if I had deviant pronunciation. Still, I automatically conform. As Heidegger stresses, none of these phenomena this is characteristic precisely of the onus in any way conscious or intentional. The obviousness, the matter-of-course way in which this movement of Dasein comes to pass also belongs to the manner of being of the one. HCT, 282. Only when there is some problem with the norms do I realize that I have all along been doing what one normally does. If my deviation from the norm is explicitly pointed out, I feel I am in the wrong. Why this feeling of embarrassment when we fail to conform? It seems we just are norm-following creatures, and it makes us uneasy if our behavior is too distant from the norm. In one's concern with what one has taken hold of, whether with, for, or against, the others, there is constant care as to the way one differs from them. 163, 126. Heidegger calls this concern with one's distance from the others distentiality. If we may express this existentially, such being with one another has the character of distentiality. The more inconspicuous this kind of being is to everyday Dasein itself, all the more stubbornly and primordially does it work itself out. 164, 126. Heidegger will later link this uneasiness with our deviation from norms to anxiety, and will interpret our eagerness to conform as a flight from our unsettledness, an attempt to get ourselves and everyone else to believe, or better, to act as if, there is a right way of doing each thing. See Appendix. Heidegger calls the customary or normal comportment that we acquire along with our general familiarity with things and people, averageness. When beings are encountered, Dasein's world frees them for an involvement whole with which the one is familiar, and within the limits which have been established with the one's averageness. 167, 129. Averageness is not merely statistical. As we have seen, what Heidegger is getting at is the tendency to conform our behavior to a norm, even if that norm is frequently violated. To be told that 90% of the population does X, exerts pressure only on conformists, while norms gently influence everyone. Norms and the averageness they sustain perform a crucial function. Without them the referential whole could not exist. In the West one eats with a knife and fork, in the Far East one eats with chopsticks. The important thing is that in each culture there are equipmental norms and thus an average way to do things. There must be, for without such averageness there could be no equipmental whole. It would not matter if each chimpanzee used a different stick in a different way to reach bananas, and, indeed, there is no right way to do it. But for the functioning of the referential whole, everyone must, at least most of the time, eat the normal way. If some ate with forks, others with chopsticks, and still others used their right hands, the way food was cut up, and whether one got a washcloth with dinner, whether there was bread or rice, plates or bowls, etc. would be undecided, and the whole equipmental nexus involved in cooking and eating a meal could not exist. For eating equipment to work, how one eats, when one eats, where one eats, what one eats, and what one eats with must be already determined. Thus the very functioning of equipment is dependent upon social norms. Indeed, norms define the in-order-tos that define the being of equipment, and also the for the sake of which that give equipment its significance. The positive and negative functions of the one. Now we can see how Heidegger would answer objections such as Olafsson's. The one preserves averageness, which in turn is necessary for the functioning of the referential whole, and it is thanks to the one that there is a single shared public world rather than a plurality of individual worlds. The one as that which forms everyday being with one another, constitutes what we call the public in the strict sense of the word. It implies that the world is always already primarily given as the common world. It is not the case that on the one hand there are first individual subjects which at any given time have their own world, and that the task would then arise of putting together, by virtue of some sort of an arrangement, the various particular worlds of the individuals and of agreeing how one would have a common world. This is how philosophers imagine these things when they ask about the constitution of the intersubjective world. We say instead that the first thing that is given is the common world, the one. HCT 246. Unfortunately, Heidegger does not distinguish this constitutive conformity from the evils of conformism. Indeed, Heidegger, influenced by Kierkegaard's attack on the public in the present age, does everything he can to blur this important distinction. In order to appreciate what Heidegger is trying to say both about the importance of norms and the dangers of conformism, we must sort out on our own the positive and negative effects of the one. 1. The positive function of the one. Conformity as the source of intelligibility. On the positive side, Heidegger is clear that the one is an existential, and as an originary phenomenon, it belongs to Dasein's positive constitution, 167, 129. Language provides the best example of the positive importance of averageness. In the language which is spoken when one expresses oneself, there lies an average intelligibility, 212, 168. This intelligibility, resulting from Dasein's tendency to fall in with public norms, is the basis of everyday understanding. We have the same thing in view, because it is in the same averageness that we have a common understanding of what is said, 212, 168. Indeed, as Wittgenstein stressed and we have already noted, in explaining most simple and basic things we finally have to say, this is what one does. In this sense publicness primarily controls every way in which the world and Dasein get interpreted, and it is always right, 165, 127. Wittgenstein answers an objector's question just as Heidegger would. So you are saying that human agreement decides what is true and what is false. It is what human beings say that is true and false, and they agree in the language they use. That is not agreement in opinions intentional states but in form of life background practices. Point 7. For both Heidegger and Wittgenstein, then, the source of the intelligibility of the world is the average public practices through which alone there can be any understanding at all. What is shared is not a conceptual scheme, i.e., not a belief system that can be made explicit and justified. Not that we share a belief system that is always implicit and arbitrary. That is just the Sartrean version of the same mistake. What we share is simply our average comportment. Once a practice has been explained by appealing to what one does, no more basic explanation is possible. As Wittgenstein puts it in Uncertainty, giving grounds must come to an end sometime. But the end is not an ungrounded presupposition, it is an ungrounded way of acting. 8. This view is entirely antithetical to the philosophical ideal of total clarity and ultimate intelligibility. Heidegger in an introduction to metaphysics suggests that there can be no such metaphysical grounding. It remains to be seen whether the ground arrived at is really a ground, that is, whether it provides a foundation, whether it is an ultimate ground or grund, or whether it fails to provide a foundation and is an abyss of grund, or whether the ground is neither one nor the other but presents only a perhaps necessary appearance of foundation. In other words, it is a non-ground ungrund. Point 9. Philosophers seek an ultimate ground. When they discover there is none, even modern philosophers like Sartre and Derrida seem to think that they have fallen into an abyss, that the lack of an ultimate ground has catastrophic consequences for human activity. Whereas Wittgenstein, and Heidegger in Division I, see that the non-ground is not an abyss. Counting on the shared agreement in our practices, we can do anything we want to do, understand the world, understand each other, have language, have families, have science, etc. But Heidegger seeks some deeper understanding than that revealed in everydayness. Like Kierkegaard in the present age and unlike Wittgenstein, he holds that everyday intelligibility is a pseudo-clarity achieved at the expense of a genuine clarity that is covered up. By publicness everything gets obscured, and what has thus been covered up gets passed off as something familiar and accessible to everyone. 165, 127. In Division 2 Heidegger's claim that in language there lies an average intelligibility comes to suggest that there could be an above-average intelligibility, if not of equipment then at least of Dasein and worldliness. But why say that in everyday life intelligibility gets obscured, rather than that in public practice everything gets whatever intelligibility it has? Is there a higher intelligibility? Even in Division 2 Heidegger never denies that all significance and intelligibility is the product of the one, so what could this better intelligibility be? It cannot be the sort of higher intelligibility that the tradition claims to have found, which substitutes a different substantive account of the world and human beings for the one given in everyday understanding. Heidegger does not claim that all perception is confused, Descartes, or that in spite of appearances all everyday skills are really produced by unconscious theories, Leibniz, or that society is exclusively structured by class struggle, Marx, etc. This, according to Heidegger, is not the sort of truth or intelligibility that has been obscured, otherwise there would be no point in his constantly returning philosophical questions to the way Dasein and the world are given in everydayness. There is, however, something that average everyday intelligibility obscures, viz., that it is merely average everyday intelligibility. It takes for granted that the everyday for the sake of which and the equipment that serves them are based upon God's goodness, human nature, or at least solid good sense. This is what Heidegger called the perhaps necessary appearance of foundation. One cannot help thinking that the right, healthy, civilized, rational, natural, etc., way to sit, for example, is on chairs, at tables, etc., not on the floor. Our way seems to make intrinsic sense, a sense not captured in saying, this is what we in the West happen to do. What gets covered up in everyday understanding is not some deep intelligibility as the tradition has always held, it is that the ultimate ground of intelligibility is simply shared practices. There is no right interpretation. Average intelligibility is not inferior intelligibility, it simply obscures its own groundlessness. This is the last stage of the hermeneutics of suspicion. The only deep interpretation left is that there is no deep interpretation. Even when Dasein becomes authentic, it does not arrive at totally unique ways of manifesting its self-interpretation. It must take over the average for the sake of which one has in one's culture just like everyone else, it just takes them over differently. This difference is described in the discussion of resoluteness in Division 2. See Appendix. So Heidegger can conclude his discussion of how understanding in general comes about with the important statement that authentic self-being does not rest upon an extracted condition of a subject that has been detached from the one, it is rather an existential modification of the one as an essential existential. 168, 130. 2. The negative function of the one, conformism as leveling. Heidegger's account of how understanding can be obstructed and misled, how conformity degenerates into conformism, brings out an extremely subtle relationship between the averageness constitutive of intelligibility and the temptation to use norms to cover up the essential unintelligibility of Dasein itself. Averageness hides Dasein's unsettledness by suppressing all differences of depth or importance. Averageness is an existential determination of the one, it is that around which everything turns for the one, what is essentially at issue for it. This polished averageness of the everyday interpretation of Dasein, of the assessment of the world, and the similar averageness of customs and manners watches over every exception which thrusts itself to the fore. Every exception is short-lived and quietly suppressed. HCT, 246. Like Kierkegaard, Heidegger calls this suppression of all meaningful differences leveling. Distentiality, averageness, and leveling down, as ways of being for the one, constitute what we know as publicness. By publicness everything gets obscured, and what has thus been covered up gets passed off as something familiar and accessible to everyone. 165, 127. I shall return to leveling in Chapter 13 and in the Appendix. The one as the realist subject of everydayness. We must now return to the question of the who of everyday Dasein and the final demonstration that the individual person is not the source of everyday significance. We shall now see that the one's way of being is existence, that the one takes the place of the individual subject as the source of significance, and that this blocks the Cartesian claim that meaning is grounded in the activity of an individual subject and thereby undermines the traditional claim that meaning is grounded in an absolute source. The one as a substitute Dasein. As we have already seen, the for the sake of which available to Dasein are not first created by you or me, but rather are public possibilities provided by society. They make no essential reference to you or me. Society, whatever its activity, is certainly not an occurrent subject, but then, according to Heidegger, neither is a human being. This raises the question, is the social organization of roles and equipment a sort of activity at all, and if so, is it the sort of activity whose way of being is existence? It seems it must be, since we already know that existence is the way of being that makes possible the intelligibility of the world. We have already seen that Dasein, besides being characterized as in each case mine, is also characterized as making an issue of its being, i.e., as existing. The public too behaves in a way that manifests a concern about its being. It embodies in its roles and norms a certain interpretation of what it is to be human, and it tends to preserve these norms by dealing with any deviation by inviting conformity or by cooptation. The one has its own ways in which to be. That tendency of being with which we have called distentiality is grounded in the fact that being with one another concerns itself as such with averageness, which is an existential characteristic of the one. The one, in its being, essentially makes an issue of this. 164 to 165, my italics, 127. Like a particular Dasein, the one in its being makes an issue of preserving a certain understanding of what it is to be a human being, and what it is to be in general. The one as the who of everyday Dasein. We now have all the elements to answer the question, who is everyday Dasein? We must first recall that Dasein is a way of being that is concerned about its own being, and yet must get its meaning by assigning itself to the occupations, including roles and equipment, provided by the one. Dasein, in so far as it is, has always submitted itself already to a world * which it encounters, and this submission belongs essentially to its being. 120 to 121, 87. In Hegelian terminology, Dasein must objectify itself through its activities. But Heidegger avoids this way of talking because it implies that Dasein is first something immanent and subjective that needs to become public and objective. Dasein is always already outside. In fact, as it now turns out, Dasein just is a more or less coherent pattern of the comportment required by public roles and activities, an embodiment of the one. So Heidegger can conclude, the one is the realist subject of everydayness. 166, 128. Each person grows up in norms that are already there. One takes over or develops a shared readiness to deal appropriately with things like rooms, tables, and chairs, the things one deals with in this culture, and with people as autonomous, gracious, suspicious, etc., the ways people are in our world. One is what one takes over. There would be no norms without people, but there could be no people without norms. It is as if, to use the metaphor of the selfish gene, patterns of norms use people as means to their perpetuation. Pierre Bourdieu makes this point forcibly from the side of anthropology, by means of his notion of habitus. But, of course, Bourdieu's talk of objective structures, organisms, and dispositions would be too naturalistic for Heidegger. Habitus is the product of the work of inculcation and appropriation necessary in order for those products of collective history, the objective structures, example of language, economy, etc., to succeed in reproducing themselves more or less completely, in the form of durable dispositions, in the organisms, which one can, if one wishes, call individuals, lastingly subjected to the same conditionings. 10. Bourdieu also sees the sense in which, thanks to the habitus, the world is prior to my world. Since the history of the individual is never anything other than a certain specification of the collective history of his group or class, each individual system of dispositions may be seen as a structural variant of all the other group or class habitus. So when we raise the question of Dasein's particularity existentially, i.e., in terms of its activities, we find that the one is not nothing, but it is also not a worldly thing which I can see, grasp, and weigh. The more public this one is, the less comprehensible it is, and the less it is nothing, so little that it really constitutes the who of one's own Dasein in each instance of everydayness. HCT, 247. Primarily, it is not I, in the sense of my own self, that am, but rather the others, whose way is that of the one. In terms of the one, and as the one, I am primarily given to myself. Primarily Dasein is one, and for the most part it remains so. 167, 129. Thus, The who is not this one, not that one, not oneself, not some people, and not the sum of them all. The who is the neuter, the one. 164, 126. So Heidegger can conclude. The self of everyday Dasein is a oneself. As a oneself, the particular Dasein has been dispersed into the one, and must first find itself. 167, 129. This conclusion will seem strange to us unless we remember that Dasein is not an organism and not an ego containing a stream of private experiences, but rather is a mode of comportment. We have now found the source of the signifying in which Dasein gives itself beforehand its being in the world as something to be understood. 120, 80. Anonymous public practice has already decided on the roles, standards, norms, etc., for the sake of which Dasein engages in its everyday activities. Careful description of the way of being of Dasein shows that what is given in everydayness is not the meaning-giving activity of a plurality of transcendental subjects, as in Husserl, nor even active consciousness, as in Sartre, entities that first give meaning to their own world and then to a shared world. We cannot even say that individuals take over everyday meanings by deciphering them and incorporating them into their belief systems. A particular Dasein can get its role and even its moods only by being socialized into the stock available in its society. Even an authentic Dasein must manifest its unsettledness through these everyday possibilities. This need not mean, however, that the roles, norms, etc., available to Dasein are fixed once and for all. New technological and social developments are constantly changing specific ways for Dasein to be. Nor does it mean that there is no room for an individual or political group to develop new possibilities, which could then become available to the society. But it does mean that such creativity always takes place on a background of what one does of accepted for the sake of which that cannot all be called into question at once because they are not presuppositions and in any case must remain in the background to lend intelligibility to criticism and change. Just as it is possible to find something a current and then give it a use, but only on the background of shared practical activities, so here too we have a case where ontic activity can create a new role or meaning, but only against an ontological background that is not subject to will change. This socio-cultural background too can change gradually, as does a language, but never all at once and never as the result of the conscious decision of groups or individuals. See. The one as the source of significance and intelligibility. As we have noted, the constant control the one exerts over each Dasein makes a coherent referential whole, shared for the sake of which, and thus, ultimately, significance and intelligibility possible. It is indicative of Heidegger's ambivalent attitude towards this original and important point that his crucial formulation of it occurs, as if in passing, in the middle of a paragraph. Dasein is for the sake of the one in an everyday manner, i.e., all for the sake of which are supplied by the one and the one itself articulates the referential nexus of significance. 167, my italics and my gloss in brackets, 129. There is certainly something unsettling about Heidegger's discovery. Traditionally all meanings have been traced back to some final self-intelligible, most real, a current source, e.g. the good, God, or the transcendental ego. The one as ultimate reality ends realissimum, 166, 128, a philosophical version of God cannot supply this sort of intelligibility. It can never be made completely explicit and justified. It contains an understanding of being and accounts for all intelligibility, yet it is no sort of intelligible thing at all. The traditional response to this puzzling situation is to posit a source for the one, either in the activity of a pre-existent Hegelian spirit that expresses itself in the world or in the conscious meaning-giving activity of an individual subject. But the phenomena Heidegger has uncovered cannot be accounted for in terms of either of these alternatives. On the one hand, cultural norms are not given in such a way that their intelligibility can be traced back to lucid absolute consciousness. The one is not something like a universal subject which a plurality of subjects have hovering above them, 166, 128. On the other hand, since a human being is socialized by other human beings trained to comply with norms that are not fully available to consciousness, the result is misdescribed if we call it intersubjectivity. Point 12. One may neither decree prematurely that this one is really nothing, nor profess the opinion that one can interpret this phenomenon ontologically by somehow explaining it as what results from taking the being occurrent together of several subjects and then fitting them together. 166, 128. That even the traditional logic fails us when confronted with these phenomena is not surprising. 166, 129. Yet the one is surely something. As Heidegger says, the more openly the one behaves, the harder it is to grasp, and the sleeker it is, but the less is it nothing at all. 166, 128. What could be more open yet more sly than the inculcation of the norms governing distance-standing practices, for example? What is important is that, although norming activity depends on the existence of human beings, it does not depend on the existence of any particular human being but rather produces particular human beings. When faced with such strange phenomena, all one can do is describe what is going on. In working out concepts of being, one must direct one's course by these phenomena, which cannot be pushed aside. 166, 128. Before words, before expressions, always the phenomena first, and then the concepts. HCT, 248, we can only describe the phenomena as they show themselves and show how they fit with the rest of human existence. This is precisely the job of hermeneutic phenomenology. Heidegger has told us from the start that Dasein is being in the world. Chapters 3 and 4 have laid out the structure of worldliness, the referential whole and significance, all as articulated by the one. But human beings are never directly in the world. We are always in the world by way of being in some specific circumstances. This situated way of being in is the subject of Chapter V. Heidegger calls the situation a Lichtung. The word Lichtung means literally a clearing in the forest. We can capture some of the sense of clearing by calling Dasein a field of disclosedness. For Heidegger, this suggests an open space in which one can encounter objects. Licht also means light. Things show up in the light of our understanding of being. Heidegger thus relates Dasein's openness to the tradition which extends from Plato to the Enlightenment of equating intelligibility with illumination. Heidegger reminds us that Dasein is not a subject related to an object, nor does it help to say, as Martin Buber does, that Dasein is between subject and object, since this still assumes there are entities between which Dasein is supposed to be. Rather, Dasein, as being in the world, is always already outside itself, formed by shared practices, and absorbed in active coping. But current, Juelages, Dasein, as Heidegger calls it, is only absorbed in one activity and so practices only a few practices at a time. The term current Dasein would make no sense if Dasein were a current like a table. We have to remember Dasein is a way of acting, and think of current Daseining. Current Dasein then is always in the world by way of being in a situation dealing with something specific in a context of things and people, directed towards some specific end, doing what it does for the sake of being Dasein in some specific way. Heidegger calls Dasein's activity of opening a clearing its being cleared, its being in, or its being its there. When we talk in an ontically figurative way of the lumen natural light in man, we have in mind nothing other than the existential ontological structure of this being, that it is in such a way as to be its there. To say that it is illuminated means that as being in the world it is cleared in itself, not through any other being, but in such a way that it is itself the clearing. 171, 133. Note that Heidegger speaks of its there, de, and of the clearing. Being its there is Dasein's opening onto the clearing. De in German means both here and there, yonder, or rather it doesn't distinguish these two meanings. It might help to think of our use of there in expressions such as there I was, in trouble again. Heidegger uses being its there to express the centered way a particular Dasein is in the clearing. Thus here and yonder are possible only in a there, 171, 132. That the there, in the phrase it's there, is the existential version of an individual perspective on the shared situation or clearing can be seen from a careful reading of the following quotations. First, Heidegger allows something like a spatial perspective. In the term situation, there is an overtone of a signification that is spatial. We shall not try to eliminate this from the existential conception, for such an overtone is also implied in the there of Dasein. 346, 299 2. Then he reminds us that, as he showed in his discussion of spatiality, a spatial perspective is to be understood as a centered coping. The here of Dasein's current factical situation never signifies a position in space, but signifies rather the leeway of the range of that equipmental whole with which Dasein is most closely concerned. 420, 369. We have already been prepared in the spatiality discussion to understand that Dasein brings its there along with it, 171, 133. That is, although Dasein's there is not a geometrical perspective, it is a moving center of pragmatic activity in the midst of a shared world. Since Dasein is not a mind but is absorbed in and defined by what it does, Heidegger can say that Dasein is its there. Dasein is its disclosedness means, that the being which is an issue for this entity in its very being is to be its there, 171, 133. A way to understand all these new terms, although this interpretation does not fit every passage, is as follows. First, as we have seen, the world is the whole of which all subworlds are elaborations. Now we add that subworlds are lived in by a particular Dasein by being in a situation. Each Dasein's there is the situation as organized around its activity. The shared situation is called the clearing, being in the clearing is being there. Dasein opens a clearing because its being is an issue for it. That by which this entity is essentially cleared, in other words, that which makes it both open for itself and bright for itself, is what we have defined as care. In care is grounded the full disclosedness of the there, 401 to 402, 350. Persons, if they are Daseining, are, in caring, performing an activity of clearing, both of themselves and of their situation. Yet, although each Dasein does its own caring and thus is its own there, the result is one shared situation. We can thus distinguish clearing as an activity from the clearing that results from that activity. Think of a group of people all working together to clear a field in a forest. There is a plurality of activities of clearing, but all this activity results in only one cleared field. The surrounding world is different in a certain way for each of us, and notwithstanding that we move about in a common world, BP 164. Thus Heidegger can say, Dasein is cleared in itself, in such a way that it is itself the clearing, 171, 133. Heidegger makes a similar point explicitly with respect to the now. Although each one of us utters his own now, it is nevertheless the now for everyone, BP 264. A way to see that several activities of clearing, verb, can produce one clearing, noun, is to think about the logic of being in a situation. Whereas it belongs to the essence of a mental state or experience, or loveness, to be private. I cannot share your headache, since if I experience it, it becomes my headache. Situations by their very nature can be shared. If I share your situation, it becomes not my situation but our situation. As in a situation, Dasein has always already stepped out beyond itself, ex sistera, it is in a world. Consequently, it is never anything like a subjective inner sphere, BP 170. Indeed, consciousness is only possible on the ground of the there, as a derivative mode of it. That Dasein's current situation can always in principle be shared with others is a consequence of the fact that its intelligibility depends upon shared practices. So each Dasein's there is a shareable grasp of an already shared world. This entity carries in its own most being the character of not being closed off, 171, 1321. Heidegger stresses that the individual activity of being in or clearing, verb, is correlative with the shared clearing, noun. Dasein exhibits itself as an entity which is in its world but at the same time is by virtue of the world in which it is, HCT, 202, my italics. An activity of clearing that is produced by the clearing, noun, it produces makes no sense for ontic activities, yet an entity for which, as being in the world, its being itself is an issue, has, ontologically, a circular structure, 195, 153. This circular structure is not something logic can deal with, but it is nonetheless the structure of the unique ontological phenomenon called being in the world. Heidegger's interest in the contribution of individual activity to there being a world is his debt to Husserlian phenomenology. In his later work and in a marginal note in Being and Time, Heidegger reacts against this debt and stresses the priority of the clearing, noun, to individual-centered Daseins, as well as re-emphasizing that Daseins' activity cannot be understood in terms of mental representations. Where the text speaks of Daseins' circular being, Heidegger later writes, but this its being itself is determined by the understanding of being, i.e., by standing in the clearing of presence. Moreover, neither the clearing as such nor presence as such becomes themes of representing 204. Up to now in Being and Time Heidegger has been laying out the world side of Daseins' circular structure, with its in-order tos, referential whole, significance, and for the sake of which's, all organized by the one. Now we shift to the structure of the activity of being in Daseins being its there. This is Heidegger's hardest phenomenological task, since being in as the disclosive activity of the individual Dasein is what the tradition has always found easy to interpret as the activity of a monadic, transcendental subject, a windowless perspective that is precisely closed off. This activity has now to be reinterpreted as the activity of a being that presupposes and produces a shared clearing. As a situated activity, each Dasein has a threefold structure. When the there has been completely disclosed, its disclosedness is constituted by understanding, affectedness, and falling. 400, 349. Each aspect of this structure is an existential, and no one is understandable without the others. As Heidegger puts it, all are equiprimordial. In the next 3 chapters I shall discuss in detail these 3 basic aspects of Daseins' involvement: understanding, affectedness, and falling, and show how they structure a Daseins' current situation. Heidegger's term for the receptive aspect of Daseins' way of being, that it just finds things and ways of acting mattering to it, is Befindlichkeit. This is not a word in ordinary German, but is constructed from an everyday greeting, wie befinden Sie bitch, which literally asks how do you find yourself? Something like our greeting how are you doing? To translate this term we certainly cannot use the translator's term, state of mind, which suggests, at least to philosophers, a mental state, a determinate condition of an isolable, a current subject. Heidegger is at pains to show that the sense we have of how things are going is precisely not a private mental state. And just as state of mind can be heard as too inner, another term I have tried, disposition, because of its use by behaviorists as disposition to behave, can be heard as too outer. I also once tried situatedness, but, as we have seen, situation is another name for the clearing. Out of desperation I then turned to an expression as strange as Heidegger's Befindlichkeit, namely where Uriatness, but this leaves out the sensitivity to the situation. What one needs is an English word that conveys being found in a situation where things and options already matter. Since no word I know of conveys all this, I shall settle for affectedness, which at least captures our being already affected by things, as in the following. To be affected by the unserviceable, resistant, or threatening character of that which is available, becomes ontologically possible only in so far as being in as such has been determined existentially beforehand in such a manner that what it encounters within the world can matter to it in this way. The fact that this sort of thing can matter to it is grounded in one's affectedness, and as affectedness it has already disclosed the world as something by which it can be threatened. For instance, Dasein's openness to the world is constituted existentially by the attunement of affectedness. 176, 137. One also has to decide how to translate Stimmung, which is the normal German word for mood. What we indicate ontologically by the term affectedness is ontically the most familiar and everyday sort of thing, our Stimmung, our being attuned. 172, 134. I shall stick to mood, although for Heidegger, Stimmung has a broader range than mood. Fear, for example, is a Stimmung for Heidegger, but it is clearly an affect, not a mood. Stimmung seems to name any of the ways Dasein can be affected. Heidegger suggests that moods or attunements manifest the tone of being there. As Heidegger uses the term, mood can refer to the sensibility of an age, such as romantic, the culture of a company, such as aggressive, the temper of the times, such as revolutionary, as well as the mood in a current situation, such as the eager mood in the classroom, and, of course, the mood of an individual. These are all ways of finding that things matter. Thus they are all ontic specifications of affectedness, the ontological existential condition that things always already matter. Heidegger turns first to mood. This strategy has serious pedagogical drawbacks. Of the three aspects of being in, affectedness, especially as manifested in individual moods, is the most dangerously close to Cartesianism. How can you and I be said to be open to the same situation if what each of us is in is threatening to me and exhilarating to you? At best our different moods seem to be subjective colorings projected onto a shared neutral scene. Worse, since the situation includes how it matters to me as one of its constitutive aspects, Heidegger runs the risk of making my personal situation, colored by my mood, into a private world cut off from and more fundamental than, the public world, just as by focusing on closeness rather than presence, he ran the risk of making my spatiality seem more primordial than public spatiality. But we are supposed to see that individual closeness and individual moods require a public clearing and that they reveal the situation and the things in it under some public aspect, i.e., an aspect available to others too. If Heidegger had started his discussion of affectedness with cultural sensibility rather than individual mood, he could have avoided this possible Cartesian misunderstanding. Cultural sensibility is a mode of affectedness that is public and is prior to mood in that it governs the range of available moods. But Heidegger does not even mention cultural sensibility in Being and Time. He does, however, stress it in his lectures a few years later. There he says that the fundamental mood, Grundstimmung, at the Greek beginning of philosophy was wonder, Erstaunen, and the modern cultural mood is alarm, Erschreckens. In his 1931 lectures Heidegger gives an important place to these cultural sensibilities. Indeed, they play a role in opening up a world parallel to that which familiarity plays in Being and Time. It is only on the basis of a certain suppression and pushing aside of mood, that one arrives at that which we call the simple representation of things. For representation is not primary, as if a world were to be constructed by layers by the heaping up of a bunch of represented objects. A world is never stuck together from a multiplicity of perceived things collected after the fact, but it is what is the most primordially and the most properly manifest, within which we are able to encounter this or that thing. The movement of the opening of the world happens in the fundamental mood, Grundstimmung. The fundamental mood determines for our Dasein the place and the time which are open to its being. Point 2. Why does Heidegger not mention cultural sensibilities in Being and Time? Perhaps because by discussing it he would blur the point that, as he is introducing it here, affectedness is not a structure of the world, but rather a structure of the there, one of the three structural aspects of Dasein's way of disclosing a current situation. Moods vary with the current situation, but cultural sensibilities do not. What Heidegger should have done, I suggest, is distinguish three types of affectedness: a world type, cultural sensibility, a situation or current world type, mood, and the specific directedness mood makes possible, affect, See Table 9 on page 240. A similar architectonic problem arises when Heidegger deals with understanding, but in that case he does allow a world type, a situational type, and a personal, directed, intentional type, see chapter 11. Mood. Moods are public. Heidegger first recounts and rejects the traditional view that moods are private feelings that we project on the world and that we discover by reflecting on our experience. While moods, of course, are ontically well known to us, they are not recognized in their primordial existential function. They are regarded as fleeting experiences which color one's whole psychical condition. 390, 340. But affectedness is very remote from anything like coming across a psychical condition by the kind of apprehending which first turns round and then back. Indeed, it is so far from this, that only because the there has already been disclosed in affectedness can immanent reflection come across experiences at all. 175, 136. Heidegger would no doubt appreciate the fact that we ordinarily say we are in a mood, not that a mood is an experience in us. If it seems difficult to divorce moods from feelings coloring my world, it is helpful to recall, as Heidegger points out, that the public too can have moods. Publicness, as the kind of being which belongs to the one, not only has in general its own way of having a mood, but needs moods and makes them for itself. 178, 138. Public moods would presumably include shock, frivolity, outrage, mourning, etc. Moods can also be social. Heidegger discusses social moods as ways of being with one another in his 1929 lectures. As we say, well-disposed person brings a good mood to a group. In this case, does he produce in himself a psychic experience, in order then to transfer it to the others, like the way infectious germs wander from one organism to others? Or another person is in a group that in its manner of being dampens and depresses ever youthing, no one is outgoing. What do we learn from this? Moods are not accompanying phenomena, rather, they are the sort of thing that determines being with one another in advance. It seems as if, so to speak, a mood is in each case already there, like an atmosphere, in which we are steeped and by which we are thoroughly determined. It not only seems as if this were so, it is so, and in light of these facts, it is necessary to dispense with the psychology of feelings and experiences and consciousness. Moreover, if it were not for the way the one has moods, individuals could not have moods at all. The dominance of the public way in which things have been interpreted has already been decisive even for the possibilities of having a mood, that is, for the basic way in which Dasein lets the world matter to it. 213, 169 to 170. Shame over losing face, for example, is something one can feel only in Japan, while the exhilaration of romantic love was for a long time the exclusive property of the West. Let us sum up the reasons why moods cannot be properly described as fleeting private feelings projected upon the world but must be understood as specifications of a dimension of existence, i.e., of affectedness as a way of being in the world. One cultures have long-standing sensibilities. In one culture things show up as occasions for celebrating the sacred, while in another everything shows up as a threat to survival. Two moods depend on the norms of the one. I can have only the sort of moods one can have in my culture, thus the public is the condition of the possibility of personal moods. 3. There are social moods. For my mood, while possibly at a given time mine alone, is not essentially private, another person in my culture could share the same mood. But if a mood is not a first-person, subjective state, our Cartesian tradition has prepared us to think that it must then be some kind of third-person, objective behavior. The behaviorist approach, which tries to reduce all psychological states to physical movements, however, is unable to account for the intentionality of moods. Gilbert Ryle and Ludwig Wittgenstein have therefore suggested a modified behaviorist approach. Wittgenstein points out that expecting, for example, is neither a feeling, nor a set of objective movements. It is a certain unified style of activity in an appropriate situation. For example, When one is afraid, one does not merely feel fearful, nor is fear merely the movement of cringing, fear is cringing in an appropriate context. Heidegger seems to agree that moods cannot be inner states but are a kind of comportment when he says, a mood is not related to the psychical, and is not itself an inner condition which then reaches forth in an enigmatical way and puts its mark on things and persons. It comes neither from outside nor from inside, but arises out of being in the world, as a way of such being. 176, my italics, 137, 136. But Heidegger would not endorse Wittgenstein's view, for, like crude behaviorism, it does not do justice to the phenomenon. Moods determine not just what we do but how things show up for us. How can we account for this basic function of mood as a kind of disclosing? As in the case of the one, we must simply describe the phenomenon of mood and resist all philosophical categories, both subjective and objective, inner and outer, that the tradition, and even its recent variations, presses upon us. When we stay with the phenomenon, we find mood, as a kind of affectedness, is neither a feeling projected on the world nor merely a kind of comportment, but rather a unique component of the activity of clearing. Existentially, affectedness implies a disclosive submission to the world, out of which we can encounter something that matters to us. 177, 137, 1381. Mood reveals thrownness. Another important characteristic of mood is that it is pervasive, often so pervasive as to be transparent. The most powerful moods are those that we do not at all attend to and examine even less, those moods that attune us as if there were no moods there at all. It is perhaps because of this pervasiveness that traditional philosophy has overlooked mood. Mood also contradicts the traditional assumption that one can always know something best by gaining a reflective and detached clarity about it. Moods reveal Dasein in a primordial way only when Dasein is not reflecting on them. Moreover, they cannot be placed fully before the mind even in reflection. Ontologically, mood is a primordial kind of being for Dasein, in which Dasein is disclosed to itself prior to all cognition and volition, and beyond their range of disclosure. 175, 136. As Heidegger points out, we cannot get behind our moods, we cannot get clear about them, and we cannot get clear of them. Dasein always has some mood. 173, 134. I am always already surrounded by objects that matter in some specific way. Dasein is thus always already given and then needs to take a stand on what it is. It is a self-interpreting foundness. Heidegger calls this foundness or givenness thrownness. This characteristic of Dasein's being this, that it is veiled in its whence and whither, yet disclosed in itself all the more unveiledly, we call it the thrownness of this entity into its there. The expression thrownness is meant to suggest the facticity of its being delivered over. The that it is and has to be which is disclosed in Dasein's affectedness. 174, 135. See mood as originary transcendence. Moods provide the background on the basis of which specific events can affect us. If I am in a frightened mood, every particular thing shows up as fearsome. 5 Mood colors the whole world and everything that comes into it, so that even what I remember, anticipate, and imagine is bright or drab, reassuring or, in the above example, frightening, depending on my current mood. In this way, moods are like the weather. On a sunny day, not only are all present objects bright, but it is difficult to imagine a drab world, and, conversely, on dull days everything that can show up is dull, and so is everything one can envisage. Indeed, far from being fleeting as the tradition has supposed, moods settle in like the weather and tend to perpetuate themselves. For example, when I am annoyed, new events, even those which when I am joyful show up as challenging or amusing, show up as grounds for further annoyance. As Heidegger puts the general point, the bare mood discloses the there more primordially, but correspondingly it closes it off more stubbornly than any not perceiving. 175, 136. As the annoyance case makes clear, moods do not just let things show up as mattering, they also show you how things are going with you. One comes back from the yonder of annoying things and events to a realization that one is annoyed. This sort of reflection from the world, rather than introspection, is the way we find ourselves. A being of the character of Dasein is its there in such a way that, whether explicitly or not, it finds itself in its thrownness. In affectedness Dasein is always brought before itself, and has always found itself, not in the sense of coming across itself by perceiving itself, but in the sense of finding itself in the mood that it has. 174, 135. Heidegger wants as usual to stress that moods provide the background for intentionality, i.e., for the specific ways things and possibilities show up as mattering. Mood has already disclosed, in every case, being in the world as a whole, and makes it possible first of all to direct oneself towards something. 176, 137. Things are always encountered in some specific way, as attractive, threatening, interesting, boring, frustrating, etc. Possible actions are always enticing, frightening, intriguing, etc. We care when a piece of equipment breaks down and whether or not we achieve our goals. Affectedness is the condition of the possibility of specific things showing up as mattering. Affectedness is therefore a dimension of Dasein's disclosing an aspect of originary transcendence. Affective intentionality as ontic transcendence. Heidegger does not map out the various levels of intentionality that affectedness makes possible, but we can guess what he would say. Encountering something as threatening is a kind of intentionality, which, like coping with the available, requires no mental content. But if I find my situation disturbing, if for example something or someone shows up as both attractive and threatening, I may be led to reflect on my experience. Then I am on the level of the unavailable. Fear, for example, then shows up as an intentional state. Far from being transparent, it has distinguishable feeling and behavioral components. One feels palpitations and one cringes. Philosophers from Hobbes to Spinoza to John Searle have tried to define such affects in terms of subjective feelings, such as agitation, depression, etc., plus some intentional content. As usual, such mentalistic philosophy begins one stage too late. It cannot take account of mood's role in opening up a world or of the transparent directedness of affects. Finally, on the occurrent level, a behaviorist reduces moods to movements, or a cognitivist like Paul Erckman decontextualizes effects and looks for objective defining features. He finds coding and decoding, display rules, appraisal mechanisms, etc. In these cases mattering is left out altogether and cannot be reconstructed from these impoverished elements no matter how complex or holistic their interrelations. Fear and anxiety. Heidegger works out a specific example of how affectedness, made concrete in a world-defining mood, makes intentional directedness towards entities possible. He also uses this occasion to contrast two basic modes of affectedness, fear and anxiety, and their respective objects. 1. Fear. Borrowing heavily from Kierkegaard's concept of anxiety, Heidegger develops a detailed description of fear in order to contrast it with anxiety. In the case of fear we can distinguish three aspects. A. The fearing as such. This is the mood that lets something matter to us as fearsome. B. That which is feared. Something specific coming at us, in some specific way, from some specific sector of the environment. C. That which is feared for. Dasein itself as threatened in some specific respect. This need not be some part of the body. Fear can threaten Dasein's self-interpretation by threatening its projects. Primarily and usually, Dasein is in terms of what it is concerned with. When this is endangered, being amidst is threatened. 180 to 181, 141. Fear discloses Dasein predominantly in a privative way. 181, 141. When Dasein is severely frightened it becomes paralyzed. When concern is afraid, it leaps from next to next, because it forgets itself and therefore does not take hold of any definite possibility. A person's environment does not disappear, but it is encountered without his knowing his way about in it any longer. 392, 342. Note that panic parallels the breakdown caused by a missing tool. It makes the world obtrusive. Fear closes off our endangered being in, and yet at the same time lets us see it. 181, 141. This description of fear as a mood in which one is afraid, an intentional directedness towards something fearsome, and Dasein's sense of being threatened prepares us for a discussion of anxiety as a privileged way in which Dasein is disclosed. 228, 1851. 2. Anxiety. Heidegger discusses anxiety at great length because, in order to do fundamental ontology, to trace back all modes of being to Dasein's mode of being, he needs to find a special method for revealing Dasein's total structure. If the existential analytic of Dasein is to retain clarity in principle as to its function in fundamental ontology, then in order to master its provisional task of exhibiting Dasein's being, it must seek for one of the most far-reaching and most primordial possibilities of disclosure, one that lies in Dasein itself. With what is thus disclosed, the structural whole of the being we seek must then come to light in an elemental way. 226, 182. This would be Heidegger's existential equivalent of Husserl's transcendental reduction. Heidegger, in preparing this existential reduction, rejects the apparent self-evidence both of what Husserl calls the natural attitude and of private experiences. Our everyday environmental experiencing Erfahren, which remains directed both ontically and ontologically towards intraworldly entities, is not the sort of thing which can present Dasein in an ontically primordial manner for ontological analysis. Similarly, our immanent perception of experiences or Leibniz fails to provide a clue which is ontologically adequate. 226, 181 to 182. To reveal Dasein simple and whole, Heidegger chooses anxiety. Just as the breakdown of a piece of equipment reveals the nature both of equipmentality and of the referential whole, so anxiety serves as a breakdown that reveals the nature of Dasein and its world. But as one might expect, what is revealed in anxiety is precisely the opposite of what is revealed in Husserl's transcendental reduction. While both reductions isolate Dasein as a solus ipse, and both reveal to the natural attitude that takes intelligibility for granted that intelligibility must be produced, Husserl's reduction reveals the transcendental ego as the absolute source of all intelligibility, while anxiety reveals Dasein as dependent upon a public system of significances that it did not produce. Heidegger never makes this point explicitly, but it seems to lie behind the following claim. Anxiety individualizes Dasein and thus discloses it as solus ipse. But this existential solipsism is so far from the displacement of putting an isolated subject thing into the innocuous emptiness of a worldless occurring, that in an extreme sense what it does is precisely to bring Dasein face to face with its world as world, and thus bring it face to face with itself as being in the world. 233, 188. Dasein has to define itself in terms of the public world. It has to accept the fact that in order to make sense of itself, it must already dwell in the meanings given by the one. Dasein is not itself the basis of its being in the sense that this basis first arises from its own projection. 330 to 331, 285. Dasein is alone in the sense that no meanings in the world refer to any individual Dasein or make a place for it qua individual, so no role, no way of being has intrinsic meaning for it. A. What anxiety reveals. Heidegger begins by contrasting anxiety and fear. What is the difference phenomenally between that in the face of which anxiety is anxious and that in the face of which fear is afraid? That in the face of which one has anxiety is not an intraworldly entity. This threatening does not have the character of a definite detrimentality which reaches what is threatened, and which reaches it with definite regard to a specific factical ability to be. That in the face of which one is anxious is completely indefinite. Intraworldly entities are not relevant at all. 230 to 231, 186. Since no for the sake of which is relevant either, significance disappears. The involvement whole of the available and the occurrent discovered within the world is, as such, of no consequence, it collapses into itself, the world has the character of completely lacking significance. 231, 186. Yet worldliness obtrudes itself. Intra-worldly beings are of so little importance in themselves that on the basis of this insignificance of the intra-worldly, the world in its worldliness is all that still obtrudes itself. 231, 187. How can these remarks be reconciled? How can the world both lose significance and stand out? The clue is Heidegger's remark that worldliness obtrudes. This is the same term that described the way the referential whole stands out when a tool is missing. Remember, when we notice what is unavailable, that which is available enters the mode of obtrusiveness. 103, 73. When something available is found missing, circumspection comes up against emptiness, and now sees for the first time what the missing article was available with, and what it was available for. 105, 75. In effect, the world has been like a tool for inauthentic Dasein. Dasein has taken up the equipment provided by the one, example hammers for building houses to feel at home in, and for the sock of which like being a carpenter to know who one is, all this to turn away from its pre-ontological sense of unsettledness. When Dasein understands unsettledness in the everyday manner, it does so by turning away from it. In this turning away, the not at home gets dimmed down. 234, 189. In anxiety, inauthentic Dasein experiences the world as an instrument that has failed to do its job. Anxiety brings Dasein back from its absorption in the world. * 6. Everyday familiarity collapses. 233, 189. The world can offer nothing more, and neither can Dasein with others. Anxiety thus takes away from Dasein the possibility of understanding itself, in terms of the world * and the way things have been publicly interpreted. 232, 187. Dasein's fundamental not being at home breaks through. In anxiety one feels unsettled. Here the peculiar indefiniteness of that amidst which Dasein finds itself in anxiety comes primarily to expression, the nothing and nowhere. But here unsettledness, Unheimlichkeit, also means not being at home. 233, 188. But unlike ordinary equipmental breakdown, anxiety is a total disturbance. Rather than revealing some part of the workshop world from the inside, it reveals the whole world as if from outside. It reveals the groundlessness of the world and of Dasein's being in the world. That in the face of which one has anxiety is being in the world as such. 230, 186. If this is the right way to understand what Heidegger is saying, then we must be clear that in revealing itself as insignificant the world does not cease to be a referential whole. It does not collapse into an unstructured, viscous mass as it does for Raquentin in Sartre's Nausea. That could happen only if each individual Dasein gave the things in its own world their meaning and structure. Rather the world collapses away from the anxious Dasein, it withdraws. No possibilities solicit Dasein. Instead of Dasein's transparently pressing into the future using some equipment towards some end, absorption simply ceases. Anxiety is not conceptual. Being anxious discloses, primordially and directly, the world as world. This does not signify, however, that in anxiety the worldliness of the world gets conceptualized. 232, 187. One can, however, suggest a reflective reconstruction of it. When anxious Dasein is drawn away from the roles and equipment it has taken up, the for the sake of which is provided by the one and the whole referential nexus appear as constructs a cultural conspiracy to provide the illusion of some ultimate meaning motivating action. Social action now appears as a game which there is no point in playing since it has no intrinsic meaning. Serious involvement is revealed as illugio, Bourdieu would say. The anxious Dacian can still see that there is a whole system of roles and equipment that can be used by anyone, but, just for that very reason, this system has no essential relation to it. Equipment is still present with its in-order TOS, but Dacian no longer experiences itself as assigned to a for the sake of which and so lacks a reason for using it. The threatening does not come from what is available or a current, but rather from the fact that neither of these says anything any longer. The world in which I exist has sunk into insignificance, and the world which is thus disclosed is one in which beings can be freed only in the character of having no involvement. 393, 343. In anxiety one knows, for example, that the telephone is for calling people, but instead of simply taking action one wonders why anyone would do that. If one stands back and looks for intrinsic reasons for one's actions, one discovers there are none. Anxiety is thus the disclosure accompanying a Dacian's pre-ontological sense that it is not the source of the meanings it uses to understand itself, that the public world makes no intrinsic sense for it and would go on whether that particular Dacian existed or not. In anxiety Dacian discovers that it has no meaning or content of its own, nothing individualizes it but its empty thrownness. Anxiety is anxious about naked Dacian as something that has been thrown into unsettledness. It brings one back to the pure that it is of one's own most individualized thrownness. 393 to 394, 343. In anxiety, as in fear, Dacian is inhibited and bewildered, 395, 344. At the limit Dacian is completely paralyzed. Indeed, at this limit, there is no Dacian at all, since Dacian is its concerns and activity. That is why, when he is consistent, Heidegger does not say Dacian is anxious, but rather anxiety is anxious. Anxiety is not necessarily accompanied by sweating, crying, or wringing of the hands. Heidegger says in What is Metaphysics? That anxiety can be serene. To get a feel for what Heidegger is trying to describe, it helps to turn to Antonioni's movies, especially The Eclipse and The Red Desert. The Red Desert portrays the heroine as walking around in a perpetual fog, while in The Eclipse, which seems closer to Heidegger's account, objects are seen in stark clarity, with a kind of cold mysteriousness. They have lost their significance for the heroine who drifts past them unable to act, while other people go on busily using them. In The Eclipse the heroine tries to get back in touch with the world of everydayness by getting involved with a man absorbed in the frantic activity of the stock market. In The Red Desert the first thing the woman does is grab a sandwich as if she were desperately hungry. She takes one bite, then drops it and forgets it. Heidegger says of anxiety, our concernful awaiting finds nothing in terms of which it might be able to understand itself, it clutches at the nothing of the world. 393, 343. The eclipse scenes in an actual eclipse in which everything gradually becomes dark. The heroine seems more normal as the world becomes more strange. Heidegger notes that anxiety is like darkness, since in the dark one is surrounded by equipment with its in-order relations and yet is unable to use it. In the dark there is emphatically nothing to see, though the very world itself is still there, and there more obtrusively. 234, 189. When an anxiety attack subsides, inauthentic Dacian lets itself be absorbed back into making itself at home in the familiar world as if the anxiety had been nothing. But that kind of being in the world which is tranquilized and familiar is a mode of Dacian's unsettledness, not the reverse. From an existential ontological point of view, the not at home must be conceived as the more primordial phenomenon. 234, 189. b. Fleeing anxiety. Freud thought that anxiety arises from repressed fear and frustration. Heidegger reverses Freud. Fear is anxiety, fallen into the world, inauthentic, and, as such, hidden from itself. 234, 189. For example, rather than face anxiety, one can develop a phobia about taking plane trips and then take reassuring precautions to avoid this specific danger. If fear is a way of avoiding anxiety, as Heidegger claims, it follows, as we shall see in the appendix, that if one accepts anxiety, one becomes fearless. In general, accepting anxiety would be a positive version of an existential reduction, i.e., it would reveal Dasein and its world, not by breaking down Dasein's cover-up but by lighting up the world and Dasein in their full functioning while revealing their groundlessness. See Table 5. But the average response to anxiety is to flee more actively. Rather than simply letting the cover-up in the one take me over, I can actively plunge into the world. I identify myself with those for the sake of which to which I am already assigned, and eagerly press into the possibilities that solicit me. I try to become so involved in what I am doing that I cannot stand back and ask myself why I am doing it. These strategies of fleeing suggest to Heidegger that the everyday world is organized precisely to provide Dasein with ways to cover up its unsettledness. For more on fleeing, see Appendix. Table 5. Ways of relating to anxiety and their resultant disclosures. Affectedness and understanding are two correlative aspects of Dasein's disclosing of its current world, two aspects of Dasein's openness. Affectedness is one of the existential structures in which the being of the there maintains itself. Equiprimordial with it in constituting this being is understanding. Affectedness always has its understanding. Understanding is always attuned. 182, 142 to 143. To get the right approach to understanding, it is essential at the outset not to think of understanding as a cognitive phenomenon. With the term understanding we have in mind a fundamental existential, which is neither a definite species of cognition distinguished, let us say, from explaining and conceiving, nor any cognition at all in the sense of grasping something thematically. 385, 336. For Heidegger, primordial understanding is know-how. When we are talking ontically, we sometimes use the expression understanding something with the signification of being able to manage something, being a match for it, being competent to do something. 183, 143. In ordinary language, we say he understands how to handle men, he knows how to talk. Understanding here means knowing how, being capable of. HCT 298. To understand a hammer, for example, does not mean to know that hammers have such and such properties and that they are used for certain purposes, or that in order to hammer one follows a certain procedure, i.e., that one grasps the hammer in one's hand, etc. Rather, understanding a hammer at its most primordial means knowing how to hammer. Heidegger puts it even more clearly in the basic problems of phenomenology, with a little help from the translator. In German we say that someone can vorstehen something literally, stand in front of or ahead of it, that is, stand at its head, administer, manage, preside over it. This is equivalent to saying that he versteht sich darauf understands in the sense of being skilled or expert at it, has the know-how of it. The meaning of the term understanding is intended to go back to this usage in ordinary language. BP 276, phrases in brackets added by translator. This know-how that makes possible skillful coping is more basic than the distinction between thought and action. It is the condition of possibility for all kinds of comportment, not only practical but also cognitive. BP 276. We have a skilled, everyday mastery of equipment and of ourselves. We know how to hammer and the point of our hammering. More generally, each of us knows how to be that particular for the Sache of which each of us is father, professor, etc. We are skilled at existing. In understanding, as an existential, that which we have such competence over is not a what, but being as existing. 183, 143. Moreover, we are such skills. Dasein is not something occurrent which possesses its competence for something by way of an extra, it is primarily its ability to be. Dasein is in every case what it can be. 183, 143. but skillful coping cannot be exactly what Heidegger wants to call attention to with the existential called understanding, since coping covers all aspects of our activity in the current situation. What Heidegger wants to distinguish as understanding is one out of three aspects of what makes the current activity of dealing with things possible. He has so far introduced effectiveness, what I am doing matters. Now he adds understanding. I know how to go about what I am doing, I am able to do what is appropriate in each situation. And just as effectiveness reveals things as threatening, or interesting, and possibilities as indifferent, attractive, etc., understanding reveals some actions as doable, as making sense, and others as not, or, better, it does not reveal these other possibilities as possibilities at all. In chapter 13 we shall see that falling, the third structural condition of my current activity, singles out my absorption in what I am doing. I point three levels of understanding. We must now turn to specific coping activities and their conditions of possibility. Paralleling the way mood as atmosphere allows specific affects, we would expect the background to allow specific local coping. Thus what Heidegger calls room for maneuver, Spielraum, permits particular coping activities to show up as possible in the current world. See Table 9 on page 240. We would further expect an even more fundamental background, corresponding to sensibility, that makes the understanding aspect of the current world possible. This most fundamental understanding is the intelligibility provided by our familiarity with significance. The disclosedness of understanding, as the disclosedness of the for the sake of which and of significance equiprimordially, pertains to the entirety of being in the world. 182, 143. Heidegger is here referring back to his treatment of understanding in section 18, see chapter 5, where he said, in understanding, which we shall analyze more thoroughly later, compare section 31, the relations of Daseins assigning itself must have been previously disclosed, understanding holds them in this disclosedness. 120, 87. The for the sake of which signifies an in order to, this in turn, a towards this. These relationships are bound up with one another as a primordial whole, they are what they are as the signifying in which Dasein gives itself beforehand its being in the world as something to be understood. 120, 87. In order to comprehend this chapter, then, we must distinguish each of the three levels of understanding or know-how just mentioned: directed coping, local background, and general background. Remember that each level makes the next more specific level possible but is also dependent on the more specific level. I shall start with the most local and specific. Current coping as pressing into possibilities. My understanding activity is directed toward bringing something about. Coping with the available proceeds by pressing into possibilities. Such coping always has a point. The way my coping is organized by a for the sake of which Heidegger calls projection. Why does the understanding always press forward into possibilities? It is because the understanding has in itself the existential structure which we call projection. 184 to 185, 145. A for the sake of which, such as being a father as a way of understanding myself, is not a goal I can strive to achieve, like having a child. Projecting has nothing to do with comporting oneself towards a plan that has been thought out. On the contrary, any Dasein has, as Dasein, already projected itself, and as long as it is projecting. 185, 145. The character of understanding as projection is such that the understanding does not grasp thematically that upon which it projects, that is to say, possibilities. 185, 145. Even my goals need not be aimed at. I have already noted, in discussing master-level chess in chapter 4, that in skilled activity planning is not necessary as long as everything is going in its customary way. In that case one simply responds to the solicitations of the situation, doing what worked last time the brain can handle that without thought, and this sets up the next situation, which in turn only requires its appropriate response, and so on. This purposive ongoing activity will look purposeful, i.e., it will bring about long-range results that can be described in terms of goals, but no conscious or unconscious goals need play any role in producing the activity. One might reasonably ask, how can Dasein have always already projected? Must it not begin sometime? By now, however, it should be clear what Heidegger's answer to this question would be. Of course, the human organism must at some time begin to take a stand on itself by pressing into human possibilities. It cannot do this just by reflex action or even by animal directedness. Before it can humanly cope, the baby must be socialized into shared, ongoing activities by imitating people and accumulating the necessary experiences until it begins to do what one does for the sake of whatever it is one is. As soon as the baby is seen as up to something, i.e., its activity can be seen as making sense, then it can be seen as Daseining, i.e., as already projecting on possibilities. We have seen the same argument, that Dasein is always already Xing, applied to moods and to being with others, and we shall see it again when we come to falling and telling. Of course, the whole Dasein structure does not suddenly take over the baby. The organism starts Daseining gradually. As Wittgenstein says in a similar context concerning language, light dawns gradually over the whole. But to be said to have Dasein in it, the organism must already be pressing into social possibilities that matter to it. It follows that one cannot give a genetic account of the development of Dasein, but Heidegger would not deny that one could give a genetic account of how Dasein comes into human organisms. It makes sense to ask, when and how do infants acquire language? When do they start to have moods, rather than just reflex crying and laughing? When does a baby's thrashing about start to be purposive? But before one begins such empirical investigations, one had better be clear what one is asking about. Therefore, as Heidegger would say, the existential analytic of Dasein is prior to any empirical investigation. Heidegger further claims that the whole system of existentials that structure the there are equiprimordial. They cannot come one at a time. This does not seem to be an empirical claim but a transcendental claim similar to the claim Kant makes concerning the categories that the existentials are interdefined. Heidegger would argue that his claim is supported in Division 2 by the way the structure of the clearing maps onto the structure of temporality. Returning to projection, I note that what I am currently doing makes sense in terms of my self-interpretation. I am thus defined not by my current projects or goals but by the possibility of being a father, teacher, etc. As projecting, understanding is the kind of being of Dasein in which it is its possibilities as possibilities. 185, 145. I am my for the sake of which these organize and give sense to whatever specific possibilities I am pressing into. If I am currently building a house, understanding who I am requires understanding what is going on, which in turn brings in my towards which, a finished house, and ultimately my for the sake of which, being a homemaker, let us say. This means that Dasein can never be characterized essentially by a set of factual features, like its current goals and accomplishments. It is always taking a stand on its factual features in its activity, and it is the stand it takes. For example, masculine Dasein is defined by its interpretation of its maleness, not by the factual features of its anatomy. Yet Dasein is never more than it factically is, because factically it is precisely its stand on itself, as manifest in its unreflective current action. Because of the kind of being which is constituted by the existential of projection, Dasein is constantly more than it factually is, supposing that one might want to make an inventory of it as something occurrent. But Dasein is never more than it factually is, for to its facticity its ability to be belongs essentially. So Dasein is existentially that which, in its ability to be, it is not yet. 185 to 186, first two italics added, 145. A factical self-interpretation, such as being a conscientious carpenter, is never understandable in terms of past and present achievements, but rather in terms of the possibilities opened by a Dasein as it takes a stand on itself by pressing into the future. Since for the sake of which that define who we are not goals, they cannot be grasped explicitly. Grasping that upon which it projects would take away from what is projected its very character as a possibility, and would reduce it to the given contents which we have in mind, whereas projection, in throwing, throws before itself the possibility as possibility, and lets it be as such. 185, 145. Choosing one's self-interpretation and all one's values would be absurd. If there were no difference between that which we choose and that on the basis of which we choose, if everything were up for choice, there would be no basis left for choosing one thing rather than another, and free choice would amount to absurdity. Fortunately, since our self-interpretation is not a specific goal but has to be worked out as we go along, we cannot get it before our mind. b. Room for maneuver, the range of possibilities available in the current world. Dasein also projects its possibilities on the basis of the local background in terms of which particular actions make sense. With equal primordiality, the understanding projects Dasein's being both upon its for the sake of which and upon significance, as the worldliness of its current world. Projection is the existential being make-up by which Dasein's factical ability to be gets its room for maneuver. 185, my italics, 145. Heidegger thus introduces the idea of a space of possibilities that constrains Dasein's range of possible actions without in any way determining what Dasein does. The clearing both limits and opens up what it makes sense to do. When Heidegger speaks of Dasein's possibilities, he might seem to be referring to physical possibilities such as being capable of swimming but not flying. What Heidegger is getting at here, however, is some subset of all the things that are logically or physically possible in a situation. He is interested in those activities that are existentially possible, i.e., that are actually open in a situation, what William James calls live options. This important idea of existential possibilities needs an illustration. If Heidegger's carpenter sees that it is lunchtime, it is logically possible for him to eat rocks, and physically possible for him to eat acorns. He could also arbitrarily choose not to eat at all and go fishing. However, given his cultural background, his current mood of, let's say, professional seriousness, by way of having a mood, Dasein sees possibilities, in terms of which it is, 188, 148, and his current involvement in his work, only a certain range of possibilities, say knackwurst or bratwurst, are actually available to him. Or, to take a case closer to home, if a student's paper is not ready on time, he can work all night or get an extension or get drunk or leave town, etc., but he cannot commit harakiri. For one thing, the idea would never occur to an American student, it is not something it makes sense for him to do. Moreover, given our world of equipment and norms, even if he plunged a knife into his guts with exactly the right motion, it still would not be harakiri. The range of possibilities that Dasein knows without reflection, sets up the room for maneuver in the current situation. This is the common sense background of circumspection. The circumspection of concern is understanding as common sense, 187, 147. Thus the existential possibilities open in any specific situation can be viewed as a subset of the general possibilities making up significance. They reveal what in a specific situation it makes sense to do. Existential possibilities, then, show up within a room for maneuver, and differ from both the intentionalistic, first-person possibilities entertained by a subject and third-person, objective, logical, and physical possibilities. First-person possibility comprises all the actions that, looked at from a detached perspective, I could initiate, everything I can think of doing. The carpenter could in principle step back and freely choose to eat anything from chocolate-covered ants to sauerkraut. But possibility, as an existential, does not signify a free-floating ability to be in the sense of the liberty of indifference, libertas indifferentia, 183, 144. From an objective, third-person point of view, possibility includes what is logically possible, and what, contingently, is physically possible. but the being possible which Dasein is existentially in every case, is to be sharply distinguished both from empty logical possibility and from the contingency of something occurrent. 183, 143. Correlatively, existential or governing causality does not make things happen in the way choosing to do something does, nor in the way physical causality does. It does not determine anything. It in no way interferes with first-person choice or with physical causation. But where involved active beings are concerned, existential causality crucially both enables and constrains action. In a later work Heidegger calls the unnoticed way that the clearing governs activity, its unobtrusive governance. Walton's, if one wants to understand human actions, one has to take into account this governing causality as well as intentional, subjective, and physical, objective, causality. Michel Foucault devoted the order of things to describing the space of possibilities governing serious thought in each age, and Pierre Bourdieu's concept of the social field highlights the way social practices govern which actions show up as possible, i.e., as making sense to do. Room for maneuver is the condition of the possibility of specific occasions of non-cognitive intentionality, of specific pressings into possibilities. The phenomenal basis for seeing existential possibilities is provided by the understanding as a disclosive ability. Tobe, 183, 144. It is not some specific skill but rather the readiness to cope correlative with the whole current situation. Thus the room for maneuver is a version of originary transcendence. To sum up, just as the sensibility of a culture allows only certain moods, so the for the sake of which, the norms, and the equipmental whole in which I am always already involved, i.e., understanding a significance, allows in any specific situation an open-ended but limited range of possible activities to show up as sensible. This is understanding as room for maneuver. And just as a mood makes possible specific ways things can show up as mattering, thanks to this understanding I can press into specific ways of acting, i.e., understanding as pressing into possibilities. Moreover, just as mood, not sensibility, is treated in the section on affectedness because the subject of discussion is being in, so, in this section on understanding, room for maneuver refers to the range of possible actions available in this current situation, not to the full range of possibilities available in the culture, which, as significance, has already been discussed under worldliness. See significance, worldliness, and the background understanding of being. We have seen that the existential possibilities that make sense to someone involved in the current situation must be distinguished from the whole range of possibilities opened by the world, all the ways of acting that make sense. But as the Harakiri example shows, understanding at the world level, like sensibility at the world level, must be limited to the possibilities that make sense in a particular culture. Early Heidegger, however, is not interested in this cultural, historical level of analysis. He is interested only in the ahistorical structure of being in the world, which in being and time he equates with Dasein's taking a stand on itself and significance. Dasein's consequent familiarity with the three basic ways of being: existence, availableness, and occurrentness he equates with Dasein's understanding of being in general. In the way in which Dasein's being is projected both upon the for the sake of which and upon significance, the world, there lies the disclosedness of being in general. Understanding of being has already been taken for granted in projecting upon possibilities. An entity whose kind of being is the essential projection of being in the world has understanding of being, and has this as constitutive for its being. 187,188, 147. Authentic and inauthentic understanding. In understanding the world, being in is always also understood, while understanding of existence as such is always an understanding of the world. 186, 146. In understanding, a particular Dasein takes a stand on itself in a local situation by appropriating a for the sake of which and some in order tos from the world, the nexus of equipment organized by the one. In a difficult paragraph Heidegger relates this two-sided character of understanding to authenticity and to inauthenticity. It may seem as if Dasein can understand itself either in terms of the public world or in terms of its own individual situation. Dasein can, primarily and usually, understand itself in terms of its world. Or else understanding throws itself primarily into the for the sake of which, that is, Dasein exists as itself. 186, 146. But these are not separable. To be genuine, a Dasein's activity must express being in the world as a whole. The in-dash of inauthentic does not mean that Dasein cuts itself off from itself and understands only the world. The world belongs to being gone self as being in the world. Likewise, authentic understanding, no less than that which is inauthentic, can be either genuine or not genuine. 186, 146. That is, even authentic Dasein can manifest its whole structure in its activity, or it can omit some aspect of what it is. This distinction between genuine and non-genuine understanding suggests Heidegger is working with a five-fold classification of existential understanding. A. Inauthentic. 1. Non-genuine. A. By way of being lost in the world. One can try to embrace the world by treating everything, even other cultures, as something to be taken over and integrated into a syncretic worldview. The opinion may arise that understanding the most alien cultures and synthesizing them with one's own may lead to Dasein's becoming for the first time thoroughly and genuinely enlightened about itself. Versatile curiosity and restlessly knowing it all masquerade as a universal understanding of Dasein. 222, 178. Thus non-genuine inauthentic existence can take the form of a spiritual trying to be saved in every possible way by, for example, practicing yoga, transcendental meditation, Greek bodybuilding, and Christian love all at once. B. By way of being lost in the self. This alienation drives Dasein into a kind of being which borders on the most exaggerated self-dissection, tempting itself with all possibilities of explanation, so that the very characterologies and typologies which it has brought about are themselves already becoming something that cannot be surveyed at a glance. 222, 178. Examples of getting lost in the self might include Jungians, whom Heidegger seems to be referring to with his talk of typologies, but also the human potential movement's idea of getting in touch with your feelings, or trying, through Freudian therapy, to find the deep truth hidden in your desires. 2. Genuine. Being in the world by manifesting oneself in an everyday occupation is the normal, positive, and thus genuine way both undifferentiated and inauthentic Dasein goes about making itself at home in the world. This inauthentic self-understanding, by no means signifies an ungenuine self-understanding. On the contrary, this everyday having of self within our factical, existent, passionate merging into things can surely be genuine, whereas all extravagant grubbing about in one's soul can be in the highest degree counterfeit or even pathologically eccentric. Dasein's inauthentic understanding of itself via things is neither ungenuine nor illusory, as though what is understood by it is not the self but something else. BP 160. B. Authentic. 1. Non-genuine. It is hard to think of a way that authentic Dasein's self-understanding could be non-genuine, since authenticity is, precisely, owning up to what Dasein essentially is. Perhaps the best candidate for non-genuine authenticity is holding on to anxiety and thus being totally without a world and unable to act. See Appendix. 2. Genuine. This is the self-understanding of resolute Dasein, acting in the world for the sake of its soundmost possibility, death. See Appendix. This activity is perspicuous in Heidegger's, and Kierkegaard's, technical sense that the activity manifests fully what it is to be Dasein. The side which is related primarily and on the whole to existence we call perspicuity. We choose this term to designate knowledge of the self, so as to indicate that here it is not a matter of perceptually tracking down and inspecting a point called the self, but rather one of seizing upon the full disclosedness of being in the world throughout all the constitutive items which are essential to it, and doing so with understanding. 186 187, 1461. Such perspicuity is a style of absorbed activity. It is the furthest thing from lucid, reflective self-awareness. Hi. 3 types of understanding. Coping, interpreting, asserting. Following the basic method of being and time, we would expect Heidegger to derive the 2 basic types of understanding distinguished by contemporary philosophers: understanding as interpreting in the human sciences, and understanding as explaining in the natural sciences, as transformations of the understanding of everyday coping. This is just what he proposes to do. If we interpret understanding as a fundamental existential, Th indicates that this phenomenon is conceived as a basic mode of Dasein being. On the other hand, understanding in the sense of one possible kind of cognizing among others, as distinguished, for instance, from explaining, must, like explaining, be interpreted as an existential derivative of that primary understanding which is one of the constituents of the being of the there in general. 182, last italics added, 143. The derivation implicitly follows the now familiar steps from the available, to the unavailable, to the occurrent. Briefly, understanding, i.e., unreflective, everyday, projective activity such as hammering, becomes explicit in the practical deliberation necessitated when a skill fails to suffice, and what thus becomes thematic can be expressed in speech acts such as "this hammer is too heavy." That which is laid out as the unavailable, in what Heidegger calls interpretation, Auslegung, can then be privatively, selectively, thematized as a current by means of assertions stating propositions assigning predicates to subjects, such as "this hammer weighs 1 pound." Laying out is a literal rendition of the German Auslegung, translated as interpretation with a lowercase I. The German term interpretation translated as interpretation with an uppercase I refers to academic interpreting of texts and to the theory of interpretation itself, as in Being and Time. Interpretation, Auslegung, and its subtype, hermeneutics, is a derivative but not a deficient mode of understanding. Rather, it enriches our understanding by working out possibilities projected in understanding. 189, 148. In interpretation, understanding does not become something different. It becomes itself. 188, 148. But propositional assertions, which the tradition misunderstands as expressing a passive registering of the way things present themselves to pure intuition, and mistakenly supposes get at the objective, explanatory basis of everything, do express a deficient mode of understanding. A. Derivation of interpretation. Now to the first step of the derivation. When we are no longer able simply to cope, understanding may develop a new form. The projecting of the understanding has its own possibility, that of developing itself. This development of the understanding we call interpretation. In it the understanding appropriates understandingly that which is understood by it. 188, 148. This means that interpretation as such does not actually disclose, for that is what understanding or Dasein itself takes care of. Interpretation always only takes care of bringing out what is disclosed as a cultivation of the possibilities inherent in an understanding. HCT, 260. When things are not functioning smoothly, we have to pay attention to them and act deliberately. The world * which has already been understood comes to be interpreted literally, laid out. The available comes explicitly into the sight which understands. All preparing, putting to rights, repairing, improving, rounding out, are accomplished in the following way: we take a part in its in order to that which is circumspectively available, and we concern ourselves with it in accordance with what becomes visible through this process. 189, 148 to 149. With such an interpretation, this thing only now actually enters the environing world as something present and understandable, even though only provisionally, for it is truly understood only when it is taken up into the referential relations it has with environmental things. HCT, 261. In attentively taking care we first notice things as having certain functions. For example, when deciding what kind of doorknob to install or when the doorknob sticks, circumspection discovers what the doorknob is for, although it only fully understands it in using it. We have already been using something as something, using doorknobs for opening doors, but now we see it as something for something, see the doorknob as something for opening doors. The interpretation brings to prominence as what the encountered thing can be taken, how it is to be understood. The primary form of all interpretation as the cultivation of understanding is the consideration of something in terms of its as what, considering something as something. HCT 261. That which has been circumspectively taken apart with regard to its in order to. That which is explicitly understood has the structure of something as something. The circumspective question as to what this particular thing that is available may be, receives the circumspectively interpretative answer that it is for such and such a purpose. 189, 149. Heidegger does not make the mistake, criticized by Wittgenstein, of supposing that some uninterpreted matter is used as or seen as equipment. He asks rhetorically, if such perception lets us circumspectively encounter something as something, does this not mean that in the first instance we have experienced something purely occurrent, and then taken it as a door, as a house? 190, 149 to 150. And he answers that this would be a misunderstanding of the specific way in which interpretation functions as disclosure. 190, 1501. Rather, in the mere encountering of something, it is understood in terms of an involvement whole. 189, 149. Heidegger is clear that things are always already understood, although we only subsequently see them explicitly as something. That which is disclosed in understanding that which is understood is already accessible in such a way that its as which can be made to stand out explicitly. The as makes up the structure of the explicitness of something that is understood. It constitutes the interpretation. 189, my italics, 149. Seeing a mere physical thing, which Husserl holds is basic, Cartesian Meditations, 78, is for Heidegger a privative form of seeing, which itself presupposes everyday coping, which in turn gets laid out in interpretation. In interpreting, we do not, so to speak, throw a signification over some naked thing which is occurrent, we do not stick a value on it, but when something within the world shows up as such, the thing in question already has an involvement which is disclosed in our understanding of the world, and this involvement is one which gets laid out by the interpretation. 190 to 191, 152. For Heidegger, in the final step of the derivation, the bare object is derived by leaving out the contextual meaning of everyday activity. Heidegger contrasts the everyday coping he ironically calls mere seeing and mere understanding with merely staring and its resultant privative seeing. When we have to do with anything, the mere seeing of the things which are closest to us bears in itself the structure of interpretation, and in so primordial a manner that just to grasp something free, as it were, of the as, requires a certain readjustment. When we merely stare at something, our just having it before us lies before us as a failure to understand it any more. This grasping which is free of the as, is a privation of the kind of seeing in which one merely understands. It is not more primordial than that kind of seeing, but is derived from it. 190, 149. Such privative seeing can be caused by psychosis. In Sartre's Nausea, Quentin experiences a doorknob he is grasping as a round metal object sticking to the palm of his hand, drugs, constant repetition of a word, extreme fatigue, etc. It is always a breakdown of normal activity. The three types of understanding we have been considering can be illuminated by a simple example. If one has the linguistic abilities of an average American plus a smattering of German, then one understands English, i.e., can use it transparently. One can interpret German, i.e., use it in a deliberate but still context-dependent way, but one must decipher Japanese, i.e., treat it as a meaningless code. To do its job of letting things show up as interpretable, the referential whole must remain in the background. Here Heidegger actually uses the term. The available is always understood in terms of an involvement whole. This whole need not be grasped explicitly by a thematic interpretation. Even if it has undergone such an interpretation, it recedes into an understanding which does not stand out from the background. And this is the very mode in which it is the essential foundation for everyday circumspective interpretation. 191, 150. B. The threefold structure of interpretation. We have so far discussed everyday interpretation, i.e., laying out the S structure in some local, practical context when there is some sort of problem. Heidegger now gives an account of the structure of interpretation that covers both the everyday way of laying things out in a specific context and the more general use of interpretation outside of some local practical context, as in the so-called hermeneutic versions of anthropology, sociology, and political science. An interpretation always presupposes a shared understanding and so always has a threefold structure which Heidegger calls the four-structure. 1. All interpretation must start with a Vorhabe for having a taken for granted background. In every case, interpretation is grounded in something we have in advance in a forehaving. As the appropriation of understanding, the interpretation operates in an involvement whole which is already understood. 191, 150. The background already circumscribes the domain in question and thus already determines possible ways of questioning. 2. There needs to be some sense of how to approach the problem, some perspective from which to undertake the interpretation. A point of view, which fixes that with regard to which what is understood is to be interpreted. In every case interpretation is grounded in something we see in advance in a foresight. 191, 150. 3. The investigator already has expectations as to what he will find out. The interpretation has already decided for a definite way of conceiving the entity to be interpreted. Either with finality or with reservations, it is grounded in something we grasp in advance in a foreconception. 191, 150. Being and time, as an ontological interpretation, is a special case of the sort of interpretative approach Heidegger is describing, so we would expect it to exhibit the above four-structure, and indeed it does. A. To ask the question about the meaning of being presupposes a forehaving, viz. our pre-ontological understanding of being. B. Heidegger chooses, as his method of approaching the problem, asking about Dasein, the being whose way of being, existence, is to take a stand on its own being. Originary existentiality is something we see in advance, and this assures us that we are coining the appropriate existential concepts. 364, my italics, 316. This is not the only approach one could have, and in fact may be too close to the subjectivist tradition. Later Heidegger prefers to start with asking about things rather than people. See, Heidegger tells us from the start that we can expect our answer to have something to do with time. His foreconception is that one can make sense of the system of existentials in terms of temporality. When applied to hermeneutic disciplines, Heidegger's account of the four-structure of interpretation raises the problem of the hermeneutic circle. If all interpreting takes place on a background understanding that it presupposes a background, moreover, that conditions from the start what questions can be formulated and what counts as a satisfactory interpretation, yet that can never be made completely explicit and called into question, all interpreting is necessarily circular. Heidegger acknowledges this, but he insists that if we see the circle as a vicious one and look out for ways of avoiding it, even if we just sense it as an inevitable imperfection, then understanding has been misunderstood from the ground up. 194, 153. How, then, one might ask, can there be a responsible investigation? Heidegger answers, what is decisive is not to get out of the circle but to come into it in the right way. 195, 153. Only much later, when he discusses the meaning of primordia, for does it become a bit clearer what this might mean. Heidegger uses the term in two senses. A. Primordial evidence. As Heidegger uses the term, primordial evidence arises from our most direct or revealing kinds of encounters with entities. Thus hammering gives us the most primordial understanding we can have of what it is to be a hammer, and living in anxiety is the most primordial way of disclosing human being. This is what Heidegger has in mind when he says we must turn to the things themselves, not to our everyday conceptions, let alone the philosophical tradition. Our first, last, and constant task is never to allow our forehaving, foresight, and foreconception to be presented to us by fancies and popular conceptions, but rather to make the scientific theme secure by working out these four structures in terms of the things themselves. 195, 153. B. Primordial interpretation. In this sense of primordial, one interpretation is more primordial than another if it is more complete, i.e., detailed, and more unified, i.e., all the aspects are interconnected. Thus, for example, the interpretation of Dasein as temporality in Division 2, which interconnects all the existentialia as aspects of temporality, is more primordial than the account in Division I. In beginning an interpretation, one must start with the most immediate and comprehensive phenomenon available, primordial in both senses above. Thus in interpreting Dasein, for example, we must endeavor to leap into the circle, primordially and wholly, so that even at the start of the analysis of Dasein we make sure that we have a full view of Dasein's circular being. If, in the ontology of Dasein, we take our departure from a worldless I in order to provide this I with an object and an ontologically baseless relation to that object, then we have presupposed not too much, but too little. 363, my italics, 315 to 316. But the talk of leaping into the circle in the right way, especially in connection with the interpretative approach of being and time, raises a new problem. If we are already in the hermeneutic circle thanks to our forehaving, why talk of leaping into it at all? Heidegger is none too clear about this, but the best way to make sense of what he is saying is to distinguish the circularity of being and time, where one is laying out the circular structure of Dasein from the inside, so to speak, from the circularity of other types of interpretation of texts, epochs, and cultures in which one does not already dwell. In the first case Heidegger tells us, the circle in understanding belongs to the structure of sense, and the latter phenomenon is rooted in the existential makeup of Dasein, that is, in the understanding which interprets. A being for which, as being in the world, its being is itself an issue, has, ontologically, a circular structure. 195, 153. In the second case, one approaches the subject matter from outside, so to speak, and so one has to take up a perspective which will in turn determine what one finds. Here the problem is, indeed, one of leaping into the circle, i.e., into a foresight, in the right, i.e., primordial, way. Of course, even in the second case one chooses one's approach on the basis of an already given background understanding, forehaving. It is precisely this necessity of dwelling in a background understanding that makes possible an account of interpretation that avoids the traditional opposition between the claim that interpretation is about facts, viz. intentional states, E.D. Hirsch, and the claim that interpretation is based on convention or arbitrary decision, Rorty. For Heidegger, like Wittgenstein, meaning is grounded neither in some mental reality nor in an arbitrary decision, but is based upon a form of life in which we necessarily dwell, and which, therefore, is neither immediately given nor merely a matter of choice. This is the essential character of interpretation. C. Levels of interpretation. Thus far the kinds of interpreting Heidegger has been discussing have been on the level of the unavailable, but all levels of understanding have some sort of forestructure. 1. Everyday coping with the available. A. Everyday coping with the available has its kind of forehaving. Forehaving is, in fact, a misleading term. Dasein dwells in its background familiarity with the available. Our skills have us rather than our having them. In a later marginal note, Heidegger remarks with regard to the passage where he speaks of Dasein having a world, that it would have been better to speak of a world being given to Dasein. Dasein never has a world. 78. For the same reason it would have been more accurate to speak of our basic ontological skills as forgiven. b. Foresight on this basic level would be what Dasein is pressing towards in the current situation, the towards which, and, c. The basic foreconception, Vorgriff can mean anticipation, would be the final point of Dasein's activity, the for the sake of which, as long as this is not thought of as an intentionalistic expectation of an outcome. 2. Theory of the occurrent. a. At the other extreme, even scientific theory has a kind of forehaving. Scientists need shared theoretical and technical assumptions, explicitly entertained as well as embodied in shared laboratory practices. Kuhn calls this the scientist's disciplinary matrix. b. Scientists also need some plan or foresight to organize their research. Heidegger calls this the science's projection. Only in the light of a nature which has been projected, can anything like a fact be found and set up for an experiment regulated and delimited in terms of this projection. The grounding of factual science was possible only because the researchers understood that in principle there are no bare facts. 414, 362. c. Finally, scientists do not collect random data, rather, they have a specific hypothesis or foreconception they are trying to confirm or refute. d. Interpretive understanding versus theoretical explanation. If the hermeneutic circle merely meant, as interpreters from Schleiermacher to F.T. still have held, that the meaning of the elements depends on the meaning of the whole and vice versa, one would not be able to distinguish the hermeneutic disciplines that study human beings from within the human world from the non-hermeneutic but holistic disciplines such as natural science that, as Thomas Nagel says, study nature as if from nowhere. One must be clear that the theoretical force structures are not like the force structures of everyday coping, nor like the force structure of everyday interpretation, nor even like the force structures of interpretation in the social sciences. Natural science, like any mode of existence, cannot make entirely explicit its projections, i.e., the basic assumptions and practical background skills in which the scientists dwell. The disciplinary matrix, as Kuhn says, cannot be rationalized, but rather is passed on through apprenticeship and shared exemplars. Still, Heidegger would hold, the background forehaving does not play the same role in the theory it makes possible in natural science as it does in the interpretations it makes possible in the human sciences. To argue this controversial claim requires getting clearer about the difference between the force structure of interpretation, understanding, and the force structure of scientific theory, explanation. To understand getting into the circle in the right way in each case, we must be clear what sort of ontological understanding is appropriate to the way of being of each subject matter. We must show that studying human beings as self-interpreting beings requires interpretation within the full hermeneutic circle of shared significance, whereas to have a science of any object including human beings as objects requires only the circularity of working within a theoretical projection. A striking example of what it would be like to study human beings as objects was given inadvertently by a psychologist who explained that his science had shown that, although people classify some people as talkative and others as not, and although there is general agreement among participants in the everyday world as to which people belong in each class, the concept of talkativeness is unfounded. If I count the number of words uttered by an individual in a day, the scientist explained, you find that there is no significant difference in the quantity of words uttered by so-called normal and by so-called talkative people. The objective psychologist could not allow himself to consider the possibility that what makes a person count as talkative may be the meaning of what is said and the situation in which it is said. Talkative people say little of importance and say it during other people's lectures, with their mouths full, at funerals, etc. The general agreement among participants in the everyday world as to who is talkative is no illusion. Rather, the evidence for being talkative presupposes the background understanding of what it is to be talkative. One would like to find some objective features that correlate with being talkative, but there is no reason to suppose that there are any such features. Thus the surprising conclusion that there is no such characteristic as being talkative. What really follows, however, is that the sort of projection appropriate in the natural sciences, where one is studying objects emitting noises, is inappropriate in the study of human beings' understanding of themselves and other human beings. People making judgments such as who is talkative agree because they dwell in a shared background of meaningful practices. In the human sciences, an interpreter, if he is to understand what is going on, must share the general human background understanding of the person or group being studied. Everyday objectivity disappears as soon as the meaning of the situation is bracketed out in a mistaken attempt to attain the sort of objectivity appropriate to natural science. This important thesis can be further illustrated by the sort of difficulties that, according to Pierre Bourdieu, confront Claude Lévi-Strauss's structuralist theory of gift exchange. In Outline of a Theory of Practice, Bourdieu argues that Lévi-Strauss's formal, reversible rules for the exchange of gifts abstracted as they are from everyday gift-giving cannot account for and predict actual exchanges. His point is not that theory leaves out the subjective, so-called phenomenological, qualities of gift exchange. That would not be a valid objection. The natural sciences legitimately abstract from subject relative properties. Bourdieu's point is that Lévi-Strauss's abstraction of pure objects of exchange leaves out something essential: the tempo of the event that actually determines what counts as a gift. In every society it may be observed that, if it is not to constitute an insult, the counter-gift must be deferred and different, because the immediate return of an exactly identical object clearly amounts to a refusal. Predictions based only on formal principles fail in those cases in which what formally counts as a gift in the theory is rejected because it is reciprocated too soon or too late to count as a gift in everyday practice. It is all a question of style, which means in this case timing and choice of occasion. For the same act, giving in return, offering one's services, paying a visit, etc., can have completely different meanings at different times. Thus the sense of the situation plays an essential role in determining what counts as an object or event, yet it is precisely this contextual sense that theory must ignore. John Searle, like Bourdieu, argues that formal and causal accounts in the social sciences must fail, but he, like Husserl, holds that the problem is that intentional mental states play a causal role in human behavior and so must be taken account of in any science of human beings. But since, as Heidegger and Bourdieu emphasize, much of human behavior could and does take place as ongoing skillful coping without the need for mental states, i.e., beliefs, desires, intentions, etc., intentional causation does not seem to be the right place to start to look for an essential limit on prediction in the human sciences. What is crucial is that, even when no intentional states are involved, what human beings pick out as specific sorts of objects depends on background skills that are not representable. Up to the 1970s, the human sciences were trying to imitate the natural sciences, and it was important for Heidegger to point out that they could not and should not. But recently it has become fashionable in some quarters to deny there is any important difference between the natural and human sciences, since both are holistic and thus circular. Heidegger, however, for good reasons, holds the now old-fashioned view that there is an essential difference between the human sciences and the natural sciences. He makes this point cryptically in his discussion of understanding. Natural science, he says, is a subspecies of understanding which has strayed into the legitimate task of grasping the occurrent in its essential incomprehensibility. 194, 153. He spells out in one of his lectures the sense in which nature as studied by natural science is incomprehensible. Every explanation, when we speak of an explanation of nature, is distinguished by its involvement in the incomprehensible unverstandlich. Nature is what is in principle explainable and to be explained because it is in principle incomprehensible. And it is incomprehensible because it is the de-worlded world, insofar as we take nature, as it is discovered in physics. HCT, 217 to 218. To say that physical nature is incomprehensible is to say that the nature studied by physics is abstracted from the everyday world, i.e., does not fit into the referential whole and connect up with our purposes and for the sake of which it therefore has no significance in Heidegger's sense of the term. Of course, scientific theories of nature are not incomprehensible since they do have a purpose and so fit into our world. Indeed, Heidegger thinks that the purpose of theories is to arrive at truth, to discover the occurrent. The kind of discovering which belongs to science awaits solely the discoveredness of the occurrent. This projection is possible because being in the truth makes up a definite way in which Dasein may exist. 415, 363. Thus, unlike Nietzsche, Heidegger does not think of the pursuit of disinterested, objective truth as a self-deceptive activity arising from disguised psychological motivations. Disinterested inquiry is pursued for its own sake by the authentic theorist. Science has its source in authentic existence, 415, 363. Nature, because it is deworlded and thus incomprehensible, can, at least in principle, be described in theoretical terms, i.e., in terms of context-free features to which strict laws unambiguously apply. In another context, Heidegger notes that you look theoretically at what is just occurrent, 177, 138. Scientific theory frees its pure objects by means of agreed-upon methods for matching meaningless data to explicit concepts defined in terms of meaningless formal marks and features. Theoretical behavior is just looking, without circumspection. But the fact that this looking is non-circumspective does not mean that it follows no rules, it constructs a canon for itself in the form of method. 99, 69. Thus the pure objects of theory can be recognized without appeal to our everyday background understanding. But Nancy Cartwright has pointed out that scientists must share background practices that enable them to pick out events in the everyday world that count as instances of the events and objects referred to in their theories, cases of force or of absorption, for example. Still, there is an essential difference between the natural and the human sciences. What in everyday scientific practice counts as a force must be compatible with the way forces behave under ideal conditions such as weightlessness or in a vacuum. Since the everyday world can be transformed by degrees into an artificial world, the scientists can discover that they have been wrong about what in the everyday world they have been picking out as an instance of some theoretical entity such as a force. But the natives cannot be wrong about what, in the everyday world, is a gift, because a gift is defined by the practices of picking it out. Still, as we have noted, scientists do not stop dwelling in everyday human practices, and they also dwell in special scientific practices, Kuhn's disciplinary matrices, which have their own history. It is only on the basis of understandability that there is a possible access to something which is in principle incomprehensible, that is, to nature. Something like nature can be discovered only because there is history, because Dasein is itself the primarily historical being. And only because of this are there natural sciences. HCT, 258. So, then, it looks like Forrestal and Rorty are right after all. The natural sciences are locked into their forehaving and so are caught in the hermeneutic circle just like the human sciences. How could there be any essential difference in the way the natural and the human scientists relate to their background practices? Heidegger has already given his answer. In the natural sciences, shared scientific background skills are necessary for deworlding nature and for testing theories, but these skills do not determine what is to count as the objects of the theory. The scientist's background skills function precisely to free the science's objects from dependence on all practices, including the practices that reveal them. They thus reveal incomprehensible nature. Physics has, in the course of its development, progressively left behind our shared everyday understanding of space, time, objects, and causality. There is no in principle limit to how far this deworlding can go. This is why we can make sense of the idea of an ideal natural science getting the correct view of natural kinds and their causal powers, a view a Martian could accept, but there is no equivalent idea of an ideal social science converging on the context-free truth about a practice like gift-giving or comportment like being talkative. In short, since scientific theories state de-worlded relations between de-worlded data, the fact that such theories are arrived at by worldly practices is in principle irrelevant. Thus, in spite of the fact that scientific practice, like all practice, is based on a forehaving in which the practitioner dwells, and in spite of the absence of bare facts in natural science is not subject to the sort of interpretive circularity definitive of the social and human sciences. In Heideggerian terms, one could say that the hermeneutic circle plays an essential and positive role in the human sciences, but that in the natural sciences it is, indeed, a sign of imperfection. Assertion, a derivative mode of interpretation. Heidegger next offers his version of a phenomenological derivation of logic. In Experiencientenant, Husserl had sought to derive logical functions such as negation, and logical forms such as subject and predicate, by showing how they were already implicitly in the propositional content of perception. Heidegger, in opposition, derives logic by means of progressive abstraction from situated practical activity and seeks to show that Husserl's attempt to find a basis for logical form in passive perception is still caught in the tradition. Heidegger begins with the practical function of language. Language is often used transparently in situations where there is no disturbance, such as when I say "see you at 6." But Heidegger does not discuss this use of language. He begins at the level of interpretation with its thematizing assertions. Assertion, as Heidegger uses the term, presupposes that there has been some sort of disturbance, and therefore that understanding has already been explicitly laid out. The connectedness of things when made explicit is called by Heidegger articulation with an uppercase A to distinguish it from everyday connectedness, which he calls articulation. See Chapter 12. That which is understood gets articulated when the entity to be understood is brought close interpretatively by taking as our clue the something as something, and this articulation lies before our making any thematic assertion about it. In such an assertion the as does not turn up for the first time, it just gets expressed for the first time, and this is possible only in that it lies before us as something expressible. 190, my italics, 149. To begin with, when local activity is disturbed it can be interpreted without using words at all. Interpretation is carried out primordially, in an action of circumspective concern, laying aside the unsuitable tool, or exchanging it, without wasting words. From the facts that words are absent, it may not be concluded that interpretation is absent. 200, 157. In more difficult situations words may be used along with the tools. Interpreting may take some such form as "the hammer is too heavy," or rather just too heavy, "hand me the other hammer." 200, p.157. Heidegger discusses this use of language under the rather misleading rubric of assertion, in quotation marks, on pages 196 and 197, 154 to 155. His point is that the hermeneutic assertion, since it is context-dependent, must be sharply distinguished from the privative theoretical assertion, assigning a predicate to a subject, which has been singled out by the tradition. Thus in my table 6, assertion in quotes appears above the double line as a mode of the unavailable, while assertion without quotes appears below the double line as a deficient mode. The move from interpretative assertion to theoretical assertion corresponds to the move from practical deliberation to theoretical reflection, i.e., from the unavailable to the occurrent. It also supplies the basis for the final move to propositions expressed in the predicate calculus. To begin with, however, we must study the interpretative use of language, or assertion in quotes. Heidegger focuses on asserting as a speech act 10, laying out three aspects of the unified structure of asserting. The important thing to bear in mind in the description of each of the three is that in assertions language functions as equipment, doing its job in a context of practical activity, although what is talked about can become more and more remote from the immediate context. The three aspects are ordered with respect to their increasing capacity to contribute to this remoteness. 1. Pointing out. If, in a shared context, something needs attention, language can be used to point out characteristics of the work in progress. Thus, while involved, I can point out, the hammer is too heavy. Clearly, it is not too heavy in isolation, but it is too heavy for this specific job, and I point this out to someone on the job with me. What I let him/her see is the shared problem, not some representation or meaning I have in mind. The assertion is apophantic in the Greek, but not in the traditional sense of the word, i.e., it makes something manifest. In telling, apophansis, so far as it is genuine, what is said is drawn from what the talk is about, so that telling communication, in what it says, makes manifest what it is talking about, and thus makes this accessible to the other party. This is the structure of logos as apophansis. 56, 32. Table 6. Modes of understanding. The double line indicates where working out switches over to leaving out. 2. Predication. In pointing out the characteristic of the hammer that needs attention, I can take a step back from the immediate activity and attribute a predicate, too heavy, to the hammer as subject. This singles out the hammer and selects the difficulty of the hammering from a lot of other characteristics, such as its being too loud, thus narrowing our attention to this specific aspect of the total activity. This is the foresight. Here predicate in quotes is used in its grammatical sense but not yet as attributing an abstractable property to a subject. When we give the hammer such a character, our seeing gets restricted to it. So that by this explicit restriction of our view, that which is already manifest may be made explicitly manifest in its definite character. We dim entities down to focus in on that hammer there, so that by thus dimming them down we may let that which is manifest be seen in its own definite character as a character that can be determined. 197, 155. 3. Communication. Communication takes place in the course of shared activity. That which is shared is our being towards what has been pointed out, a being in which we see it in common. 197, 155. It can also be shared with those who are not directly involved in the activity in question. Others can share with the person making the assertion, even though the entity which he has pointed out and to which he has given a definite character is not close enough for them to grasp and see it. That which is put forward in the assertion is something which can be passed along in further retelling. 197, 155. This can have the positive function of giving others the information they need to contribute to the total job. There is a widening of the range of that mutual sharing which sees, 197, 155. However, it also makes possible the privative passing the word along in the glibness of hearsay. But at the same time, what has been pointed out may become veiled again in this further retelling, 197, 155. To review section 3 thus far, we can sum up the levels of dependence of our three types of understanding as follows. Addressing of something as something is possible only insofar as there is interpreting, interpretation in turn is only insofar as there is understanding, and understanding is only insofar as Dasein has the being make up of discoveredness, which means that Dasein itself is defined as being in the world. HCT 261. F. Apophantic assertion, a deficient mode of hermeneutic assertion. The familiar movement from primordial to positive to privative, in which an assertion is finally cut off from the context within which it refers, makes possible the move to the sort of assertion studied by traditional ontology. Heidegger first reminds us. Interpretative assertion is not a free-floating kind of behavior which, in its own right, might be capable of disclosing entities in general in a primary way. On the contrary, it always maintains itself on the basis of being in the world. 199, 156. But this dependence of everyday asserting on the background is overlooked in the examples of assertion studied in logic, which concentrate on the limiting case, 200, 157, in which our concern has switched over into theoretical reflection. Here the practical background is ignored, as are aspects which depend upon the context. The remaining predicates can then be treated as properties. The categorical statement, for instance, the hammer is heavy, is to be taken as, this thing a hammer has the property of heaviness, 200, 157. This is not wrong, it is merely partial, but it can be deceptive, suggesting that the predicate calculus is sufficient for describing the human world. In summary, Heidegger asks, by what existential ontological modifications does assertion arise from circumspective interpretation? 200, 157. In his answer he first describes the move from the available to the unavailable. The being which is held in our forehaving, for instance, the hammer, is primarily available as equipment. If this being becomes the object of an assertion, there is already a changeover in the forehaving. Something available with which we have to do or perform something, turns into something about which the assertion that points it out is made. Our foresight is aimed at something occurrent in what is available. 200, 157 to 158. This sets up the possibility of a further step, from pointing out aspects of equipment to isolating properties of objects. Within this discovering of occurrentness, which is at the same time a covering up of availableness, something occurrent which we encounter is given a definite character in its being occurrent in such an manner. Only now are we given any access to properties or the like. 200, 158. The object and its aspects are thus cut off from their context, and the properties cut off from the object. The S-structure of interpretation has undergone a modification. In its function of appropriating what is understood, the as no longer reaches out into an involvement whole. As regards its possibilities for articulating reference relations, it has been cut off from that significance which, as such, constitutes environmentality. 200, 158. Once the hammer is isolated, the use of the hammer in hammering can be construed only as a function predicate. However, as we saw in Chapter 6, such function predicates cannot capture what it is to be a hammer. Heidegger then completes his account of what has to be left out for there to be a predicate calculus. Once subject and predicate are isolated, the tradition since Aristotle assumes they must be bound together in a judgment. This leads to modern logic and makes possible computational formalization. Binding and separating may be formalized still further to relating. The judgment gets dissolved logistically into a system in which things are coordinated with one another, it becomes the object of a calculus. 202, 159. But modern logic lacks an ontological understanding of its foundation and, therefore, of the range of its appropriate application. This leads to the current assumption that all discourse, and for some in artificial intelligence, such as John McCarthy, all aspects of human activity, can be formalized in the predicate calculus. Of course, Heidegger would not claim that his derivation of the predicate calculus shows that one cannot represent everyday intelligibility in this or some other calculus. What he would claim is that once one sees that symbolic logic is the result of the progressive decontextualization and impoverishment of our everyday language for pointing out equipment and its aspects, one will no longer be inclined to believe that logic, although a universal and unambiguous medium, is an appropriate form in which to express all meaning. Heidegger's analysis, in effect, shifts the burden of proof to those who, like McCarthy, think that logic is the obvious form of representation for capturing human intelligence. Finally, all this leads again to a critique of traditional ontology. Assertion cannot disown its ontological origin from an interpretation which understands. 201, 158. If it does disown its origin, we arrive at the idea of mere uninterpretative looking as our access to truth. Indeed, this leveling of the primordial as of circumspective interpretation to the as with which occurrentness is given a definite character is the specialty of assertion. Only so does it obtain the possibility of exhibiting something in such a way that we just look at it. 201, 158. This final stage of leaving out or covering up the practical context leads one to believe in the special kind of pure intuition of essences which has fascinated philosophers from Plato to Husserl. Heidegger suggests that if such passive, detached seeing reveals anything at all, it is because it is remotely related to practical activities which have already interpretively selected what is meaningful and relevant. By showing how all sight is grounded primarily in understanding, the circumspection of concern is understanding as handiness, we have deprived pure intuition of its priority, which corresponds noetically to the priority of the occurrent in traditional ontology. Intuition and thinking are both derivatives of understanding, and already rather remote ones. Even the phenomenological intuition of essences is grounded in existential understanding. 187, 147. Telling as an existential. Read ordinarily means talk, but for Heidegger reading is not necessarily linguistic, i.e., made up of words. So I shall translate read by telling, keeping in mind the sense of telling as in being able to tell the time, or tell the difference between kinds of nails. We can make sense of Heidegger's use of both a linguistic and a non-linguistic sense of telling if we first see that both require a prior structural articulation. To be articulated can simply mean having natural joints. Heidegger's word for th is gliedern, articulation, with lowercase a. In this sense a skeleton is articulated, and so is the referential whole. The joints in this structure are significations. They signify or refer to other joints, hammers to nails, etc. One manifests the already articulated structure of the referential whole in the most basic way simply by telling things apart in using them. Heidegger calls this articulation. Telling is the articulation of intelligibility, 203 to 204, 1611. Thus, when I pick up a hammer and hammer with it, I pick out or articulate one of its significations, i.e., the fact that it is used to pound in nails. If I use it to pull nails, I articulate another. This does not mean that the joints of a skill domain need have names. They usually do not. In complex domains one does not have words for the subtle actions one performs and the subtle significations one articulates in performing them. A surgeon does not have words for all the ways he cuts, or a chess master for all the patterns he can tell apart and the types of moves he makes in response. Articulation is logos as that which lets us see something from the very thing which the telling is about. 56, 32. Spoken articulation can belong to the logos, but it does not have to. BP 207. Still, our most general skill for making manifest is our use of language. Then, the intelligibility of being in the world expresses itself as telling. The significations whole of intelligibility is put into words. 204, 161. Factically, telling expresses itself for the most part in language, and speaks proximally in the way of addressing itself to the environment by talking about things concernfully. 400, 349. When what is pointoutable is pointed out, and the sayable is actually said, then telling becomes concrete. When fully concrete, telling has the character of speaking vocal proclamation in words. 56, 32. Yet we must bear in mind that all picking out and pointing out is dependent upon structural articulation. The referential whole plus the for the sake of which's significance, as articulated, can be used without any pointing out or speaking taking place, but there cannot be any pointing out without the articulated referential whole already being in place. Heidegger spells out this dependency relation as follows. In significance itself, with which Dasein is always familiar, there lurks the ontological condition which makes it possible for Dasein, as something which understands and interprets, to disclose such things as significations. Upon these, in turn, is founded the being of words and of language. 121, 87. Or, perhaps a bit more clearly, language makes manifest. It does not produce discoveredness. Rather, discoveredness and its enactment of being understanding as well as interpretation being grounded in the basic makeup of being in, are conditions of possibility for something becoming manifest. As conditions of being, they enter into the definition of the essence of language, since they are conditions of possibility for such manifestation. HCT 262, see Table 7. The existential ontological foundation of language is telling. 203, 160. Heidegger often uses the term for X to name the condition of the possibility of X. Here he is introducing an ontological sense of telling as what makes possible everyday telling. Just as primordial understanding is not cognitive but makes cognition possible, telling in the ontological sense is not linguistic but gives us something to point out and talk about and so makes language possible. Ontological telling refers to everyday coping as manifesting the articulations already in the referential whole which are by nature manifestable. Table 7. Levels of dependence of types of telling. Ontological telling, i.e., the articulation of the joints of the significance whole which in turn makes pre-linguistic acid linguistic telling possible, is equiprimordial with affectedness and understanding. The fundamental existentialia which constitute the being of the there, the disclosedness of being in the world, are affectedness and understanding. Telling is existentially equiprimordial with affectedness and understanding. 203, 160 to 161. But telling is not on a par with the other two aspects of Dasein's openness. Rather, telling refers to the way the whole current situation is articulated by coping so as to be linguistically expressible. When the there has been completely disclosed, its disclosedness is constituted by understanding, affectedness, and falling, and this disclosedness becomes articulated by telling. 400, 349. Language. The way in which telling gets expressed is language, 207, 161. Language has all the ways of being Heidegger has discussed so far. Words are things that can be used as available. Language is a totality of words. As an intra-worldly entity, this totality becomes something which we may come across as available, 204, 161. It can also be studied as a current. Language can be broken up into word things which are a current, 204, 1611. And since it reflects Dasein's self-interpreting being iti the world, language also has Dasein's way of being, existence. Language is not identical with the sum total of all the words printed in a dictionary, instead, language is as Dasein is, it exists. BP 208. Language and sense. Throughout his discussion of telling, Heidegger opposes the traditional account of language found in both Husserl and Searle that language consists of occurrent noises or marks that are given meaning, either by minds that are the source of what Searle calls intrinsic meaning or, as in Husserl, by being paired with abstract entities similar to Phrygian senses. Heidegger would also oppose the idea that language can be rationally reconstructed as marks and noises given a holistic interpretation in relation to the speaker's behavior and the salient objects in the vicinity, as Davidson holds. According to Heidegger, all such accounts address a pseudo-problem because their starting point is ontologically inadequate. The logos gets experienced as something occurrent and interpreted as such, 203, 160. Heidegger begins his own account with a description of hearing that parallels his discussion of seeing as. Just as we do not see pure meaningless sense data which then must be interpreted, so we do not hear pure meaningless sounds. What we first hear is never noises or complexes of sounds, but the creaking wagon, the motorcycle. It requires a very artificial and complicated frame of mind to hear a pure noise. The fact that motorcycles and wagons are what we proximally hear is the phenomenal evidence that in every case Dasein, as being in the world, already dwells amidst what is available within the world, it certainly does not dwell primarily amidst sensations. 207, 164. In the case of language, this suggests that we do not first hear meaningless noises, acoustic blasts, as Searle calls them, and then use internal phonetic, syntactic, and semantic rules to interpret these sounds as expressing the intentional states of others. One way to see this is to recite a word over and over to oneself until it becomes a senseless noise. Then one realizes that while one was using it normally and transparently in context, it was something quite different from a noise that required interpretation. Heidegger points out that when we are explicitly hearing the telling of another, we immediately understand what is said, or to put it more exactly, we are already with him, in advance, among the entities which the telling is about. What we primarily do not hear is the pronunciation of the sounds. 207, 164. When we stop dwelling in it and listen to it as a current, language, indeed, appears to us as a stream of mere sounds. It is then practically impossible to reconstruct the meaning from these meaningless units. This does not mean that the brain does not process physical inputs, but rather that there is no reason to suppose that any analog of the mental rules and representations that would be required if we heard only occurrent sounds and tried to make sense of them plays a role in such brain processing. Point 2. Heidegger would not be surprised that the attempt to develop flexible rule-based speech recognition systems starting with mere sounds, work that started more than a decade ago, has proved much more difficult than was originally anticipated. When it comes to meaning, if we remain faithful to the phenomenon, we see that, to significations, words accrue. But word things do not get supplied with significations. 204, 161. Language is used in a shared context that is already meaningful, and it gets its meaning by fitting into and contributing to a meaningful whole. The transparent use of meaningful linguistic tokens is thus part of the general activity of making sense of things, and sense is an existentially Aufdasein, not a property attaching to entities, lying behind them, or floating somewhere as an intermediate domain. 193, 151. On Heidegger's phenomenological account, words as used in everyday talking do not get their meaning from anywhere. Once one has been socialized into a community's practices, as long as one dwells in those practices rather than taking a detached point of view, words are simply heard and seen as meaningful. Only dwelling in our linguistic practices reveals their sense. This source of meaning is just what is inaccessible to detached philosophical reflection, whether it be the Husserl/Searle first person or the Quine/Davidson third person approach. Each of these theories gains its plausibility by assuming there are only two possible ways to account for linguistic meaning and then showing the serious problems raised by the other theory. We can see Heidegger's existential approach as a third way, which if worked out would avoid the Cartesian subject/object antinomy. He does not claim, however, to have fully clarified his notion of dwelling as the source of linguistic meaning. Indeed, he acknowledges that philosophers have not yet understood language. In the last resort, philosophical research must resolve to ask what kind of being goes with language in general. We possess a science of language, and the being of entities which it has for its theme is obscure. Even the horizon for any investigative question about it is veiled. 209, 166. Several of Heidegger's later works are devoted to the question of the being of language. Communication. Telling points things out and so makes communication possible. Communication can be the conveying of information in assertions, but, Heidegger warns, communication in which one makes assertions giving information, for instance, is a special case. 205, 1621. Heidegger mentions several other sorts of speech acts that are also forms of communication. Being with one another is telling as assenting or refusing, as demanding or warning, as pronouncing, consulting, or interceding, as making assertions, and as talking in the way of giving a talk. 204, 162. In his account of speech acts, Heidegger is nearer John Austin than John Searle, whose theory of speech acts requires intentional states. For Searle, a speaker must have the intention to get the hearer to recognize his intention to use language to convey his intentional state. Given his phenomenology of skill, Heidegger would no doubt respond that in communication one can use language transparently. One can say give me a lighter hammer, and receive one, without having either an intentional state, a desire for a lighter hammer, or the intention to communicate that state by using words. Indeed, this is the way language normally works. When he speaks of language as expression, Heidegger is careful to point out that it is not a way of externalizing something inner. In telling, Dasein expresses itself not because it has, in the first instance, been encapsulated as something internal over against something outside, but because as being in the world it is already outside when it understands. What is expressed is precisely this being outside. 205, 162. That is, Dasein uses language as a tool to point out aspects of its shared world. The idea that everyday linguistic communication consists in exchanging inner information is so pervasive, however, that even the otherwise scrupulously stereotype-free Sesame Street TV program indoctrinates children into it. One sees a child with a picture of a flower in her head, she then gives out the word flower and another child gets the picture of a flower in his head. Heidegger's important insight is that everyday communication cannot be understood on this Cartesian model of messages sent from one isolated mind to another. Heidegger would point out that such an account treats language as a context-free code. It leaves out the essential fact that linguistic communication is possible only on the background of a shared world and that what one communicates about is an aspect of that shared world. In communication something is explicitly shared on the background of an already shared affectedness and understanding. Communication is never anything like a conveying of experiences, from the interior of one subject into the interior of another. Dasein with is already essentially manifest in a co-affectedness and a co-understanding. In telling being with becomes explicitly shared, that is to say, it is already, but it is unshared as something that has not been taken hold of and appropriated. 205, 162. The shared background, not being representable, cannot be communicated. But that need not worry us since all members of the linguistic community are socialized into the same world. It matters to those who need to represent the background in order to get computers to show linguistic competence, however, and it explains why there has been so little progress in programming computers to understand natural language. Sense, the background of intelligibility. Heidegger defines his notion of sense as follows. Sense is that wherein the understandability of something maintains itself. Sense signifies the on the basis of which of a primary projection in terms of which something can be understood in its possibility as that which it is. All ontical experience of entities, both circumspective reckoning with the available, and positive scientific cognition of the occurrent is based upon projections of the being of the corresponding entities. But in these projections there lies hidden the that on the basis of which of the projection, and on this, as it were, the understanding of being nourishes itself. 370 to 371, 324. Sense, then, is that on the basis of which we can make sense of something. It is a name for our background familiarity with each domain of being, a familiarity that enables us to cope with beings in that domain. Thus our familiarity with equipment's way of being, availableness, allows us to make sense of and cope with equipment, to see what it means to be equipment, what is possible for equipment, what can be done with it. Likewise, our familiarity with the occurrent guides our contemplation and our development of theories. Heidegger also uses sense as a more abstract concept. The concept of sense embraces the formal existential framework of what necessarily belongs to that which an understanding interpretation articulates. 193, 151. In this connection Heidegger later tells us that care is the being of Dasein, and that temporality, as unifying the threefold structure of care, is the sense of care, i.e., enables us to make sense of it. See Chapter 14. Sense, then, is the formal structure of the background practices in terms of which ontologists can make sense of the understanding of being itself. When Heidegger calls sense a formal framework, he does not mean a formalizable structure abstractable from any instances and from the world of human activity, like Husserl's Eidos or his Noema. Sense is precisely what is left out in all formalization. Sense, for Heidegger, in opposition to Husserl, is the structure of the general background that can never be fully objectified but can only be gradually and incompletely revealed by circular hermeneutic inquiry. Sense is formal only in that it is a general ontological structure of human activity that can be filled out in various ways. Sense is always filled in some specific way, in some specific situation. Dasein only has sense, so far as the disclosedness of being in the world can be filled in by the entities discoverable in that disclosedness. 193, 151. A particular Dasein can make itself at home in the world and fill up its life, and express itself by taking over the available equipment, or it can become paralyzed in anxiety and thus only clutch at things. Hence only Dasein can be senseful or senseless. That is to say, its own being and the entities disclosed with its being can be appropriated in understanding, or can remain relegated to non-understanding. 193, 151. Sense, as the background, nourishes being that on the basis of which entities are determined as entities. Thus, sense as the ungrounded practices that make possible all intelligibility replaces the traditional idea of being as ultimate ground. But, as the only ground we have, our shared practices seem to the traditional thinker to be an abyss. Heidegger makes the point in a cryptic passage. The sense of being can never be contrasted with entities, or with being as the ground which gives entities support, for a ground becomes accessible only as sense, even if it is itself the abyss of senselessness. 193,194, 152. For summary of the aspects of intelligibility. We are now in a position to understand and expand a condensed and important passage relating sense, telling, significance, interpretation, and assertion. The intelligibility of something has always been articulated, even before there is any appropriative interpretation of it. Telling is the articulation of intelligibility. Therefore it underlies both interpretation and assertion. That which can be articulated in interpretation, and thus even more primordially in telling, is what we have called sense. That which gets articulated as such in telling articulation, we call the whole of significations. 203 to 204, 161. One sense is the background practices on the basis of which all activities and objects are intelligible or make sense. It is also the name for the general structure of that background, in terms of which the ontologist makes sense of being. 2. Significance, as we saw in Chapter 5, is the relational whole of in order tos and for the sake of which in which entities and activities which involve equipment have a point. 3. Articulation, with a lowercase a, refers to the fact that the nexus of equipment has joints. That is, the world is organized into distinguishable entities and actions which we can tell apart. Foretelling is picking out the joints of the equipmental whole in the course of using equipment. This is articulation with an uppercase a. 5. Interpretation, lowercase I, denotes any activity in which Dasein points out the as structure already manifest in everyday articulation. 6. Signification are particular reference relations, example cases of usability and serviceability, that are picked out in coping and pointed out in language when necessary. Significations are the nearest thing in Heidegger to what have traditionally been called senses. 7. Assertions, usually in quotation marks, i.e., speech acts, not statements, are what result when we put significances into words. By the use of assertions, things in a shared situation can be pointed out, purposes communicated, etc. Primordial telling becomes concrete as linguistic telling. To understand Heidegger's complex and confusing discussion of falling, we must disentangle a structural from a psychological sense of the term. Although Heidegger does not thematize this distinction, I shall treat these two topics separately, structural falling in this chapter and psychological falling in the appendix. Falling as an existential structure. Falling reveals an essential ontological structure of Dasein itself, 224, 179. Indeed, falling is the third structural aspect of being in and does a lot of work in Being time. Yet of all the existentials, falling is the hardest to get a focus on. One thing is clear, falling as an existential structure is Heidegger's term for the way Dasein is by its very nature drawn away from its primordial sense of what it is. Falling away is a kind of falling constitutive of Dasein itself insofar as it is, being in the world, HCT, 282, my italics. But it seems there are at least three different versions of falling away, tracing it to absorption in the world, to language, and to a sort of reflexivity. To capture the results of each of these three forms of falling away, Heidegger speaks of fallen Dasein as lost, uprooted, and covered up, respectively. Heidegger offers his account of these various ways of falling away at different places in being and time without ever showing how they are related or which is supposed to be the most basic. As if that were not trouble enough, falling also includes the way Dasein allows falling away to cause it to turn away from a primordial relation to itself. In falling, Dasein turns away from itself, 230, my italics, 185. This raises the question, why does falling away lead to turning away? To this crucial question Heidegger has not just one but two answers, one structural and one psychological. Both answers push the question back to the fallenness of the one in which Dasein grows up. The structural account, however, attributes the fallenness of the one to the basic structure of intelligibility, while the other is psychological account influenced by Kierkegaard blames fallenness on the social sedimentation of strategies of flight from anxiety. Such flight is, of course, to be distinguished from that studied by empirical psychology, but, as Kierkegaard sees in calling his concept of anxiety a psychological study, it is psychological all the same. In division I, falling is taken up immediately after telling. This makes sense if one follows the structural approach. But if falling is a response to the unsettledness revealed by anxiety, it should be taken up immediately after the discussion of anxiety. And, indeed, this is where Heidegger places his discussion when he returns to falling amidst the more Kierkegaardian concerns with inauthenticity and resoluteness in Division 2. The shifting place of falling in the overall architectonic of being and time is a sign of Heidegger's hesitation between a structural and a motivational account. The best way to make sense of all this, I think, is to factor out these two accounts and treat them separately. Since the motivational account in terms of fleeing is a secularized version of Kierkegaard's account of sin, I shall postpone it to its appropriate place in the appendix. In this chapter I shall try to isolate the three structural aspects of falling away and the kind of fallenness of the one each gives rise to and presupposes. This can then be used to explain the way that undifferentiated Dasein is constantly pulled toward closing itself off from primordiality. To help keep the three structures and their effects in mind as we take them up, see Table 8. Absorption and being lost. The structural phenomenon most frequently described as falling away is Dasein's being absorbed in coping with things. In falling, Dasein itself as factical being in the world, is something from which it has already fallen away. Dasein has fallen into the world, which itself belongs to its being. 220, 176. In the kind of handling and being busy which is absorbed in the thing one is handling, the essential structure of care falling makes itself known. 420, 369. Table 8. Types of structural falling and their effects. This falling away is certainly a structural necessity since Dasein has to take a stand on itself by taking up the for the sake of which is provided by the one and manifesting its self-interpretation in its everyday activity. Absorption is, indeed, equiprimordial with affectedness and understanding and deserves to be regarded as an existential. Dasein is always absorbed in doing something. All other versions of falling that are associated with inauthenticity, and so would not characterize authentic Dasein, cannot qualify as existentials, but are only existentially possibilities. Heidegger's confusion of an existential and an existentially sense-offering parallels his confusion in the discussion of the one between conformity as the existential and conformism as the existentially source of leveling. Structural falling away produces a tendency or pull, zug, toward interpreting Dasein in terms of the world. If not resisted, this pull leads Dasein to turn away from itself. Dasein gets dragged along in thrownness, that is to say, as something which has been thrown into the world, it loses itself in the world ** in its factical submission to that with which it is to concern itself. 400, 348. Dasein, which is in its essence delivered to the world, gets entangled in its own concern. It can yield to this tendency of falling to such a degree that it thereby cuts itself off from the possibility of returning to itself. HCT, 281. Second italics added. Dasein turns away from itself in accordance with its own most pull of falling. 229, 184. Heidegger sums this up in his claim that falling is conceived ontologically as kind of motion, 224, 180. But even the authentic self that is in touch with itself must forget itself if, lost in the world of equipment, it is to be able actually to go to work and manipulate something. 405, 354. Heidegger, therefore, needs some way of distinguishing the general structure of absorption from the kind of absorption that yields to the general structure in such a way as to turn away from itself. He calls succumbing to the pull and thereby being closed off, fascination.